The ghost of my dead dad is telling me that my audience wants me to recap Dexter. Even though I already know this information, I'm still glad he's here to narrate what's obvious to everyone watching.
I can't kill him, he doesn't meet the code. Can't kill him.
I get why you guys want me to recap Dexter, and I'm very happy to do it. So, here we go. Here's
Grab a crayon, psycho, and scribble this down.
Dexter Morgan has a rather unusual addiction. It involves dead meat, the colour claret, and a cheese cutting wire. That's right, he's a charcuterie connoisseur. This show is absolutely not about a serial killer. There is no excessive violence, and there is no blood, even though his profession is a blood spatter analyst for the Miami PD. This video contains no blood, no violence, and not a single naughty word. Okay, YouTube, can we please just calm down with the yellow symbols?
Hey, no blood. No trabajo.
Right off the bat, we see Dexter satiating his hunger for blood, taking out this murderer of young boys, who was also a fan of these young boys in other disturbing ways. Dexter forces him to look at his victims, as he does with everyone he takes out.
No. It's horrible, isn't it? Isn't it?
Open your eyes and look at what you did!
But why does he do all this? Well, he's not too sure why. All he knows is that he's been doing this since he was a kid. His foster father, who was a cop, became aware of this habit and knew that Dexter could never stop, so he advised him to only target people who deserved it. As part of his ritual, he keeps a small sample of his victim's blood in a wooden box, which he keeps hidden within the AC unit back home. You just know that keeping hold of this evidence is going to come back to bite him one day. He gets called out to a crime scene that was called in by his foster sister Deborah, who's working undercover as a lady of intimate company. One of her co-workers was found in the drained swimming pool, chopped up and drained of all her blood.
How does he do it? How does the killer get rid of the blood?
It's hard to say. The body's in good shape. Head is over there if you want to take a look.
This is unique.
As there's no blood, Dexter has no work here. But that doesn't mean he's finished thinking about this case.
But that bloodless body. This guy may have exceeded my own abilities.
Back at the office, he keeps a clean and non-serial killer persona, bringing in donuts to keep everyone happy and charm the people that he needs to assist with his work. His charm works on most people, but not Sergeant James Dokes, who doesn't just not like Dexter, he openly hates Dexter, seeing through his casual everyman persona and detecting a hidden creepiness.
You give me the creeps, you know that, Dexter?
Yeah, I know. Sorry about that. Okay.
On the side of his current open cases, Dexter likes to track down killers in cold cases, where they never got the punishment they deserved. He figures why not kill two birds with one stone. He gets to kill someone, and they get served their justified punishment. He typically always breaks into their house to make sure that he's got all the evidence to support his vigilante actions. Part of trying to live a normal life is having a partner, although he finds it hard to connect with anyone, let alone be intimate with anyone with any genuine feeling behind it. His girlfriend's name is Rita, someone who escaped an extremely abusive relationship and now struggles with intimacy, which suits Dexter, as even though he has the desires, he doesn't really need it in his life. He goes on a date with Rita to a place that plays Latin music while they smash crabs. If I ever go to Miami and they really do this kind of thing, I'm gonna be all over it. He sees sirens in the distance and can't help but go check out what's happening. Detective Angel Batista, a ladies' man party animal, is annoyed to be working on a Friday night. But for Dexter, this is heaven. Ready to ignore his girlfriend for a few hours to enjoy the rush of seeing a neatly dissected and bloodless corpse. In this example, adding to the intrigue, the person who did this kept the head.
La bestia left her tits and took her f***ing head. And God only knows what he's doing with it.
He's certainly raising the bar. Damn. This guy is good.
Deborah's desperate to solve this case, as it could lead her to being promoted out of vice and working in homicide. But she lacks confidence in herself and relies on Dexter to come up with theories. In this case, he suggests that the killer could be using a refrigerated truck while carrying out the deed. But as Deborah is the one to bring this theory to the table, no one takes it seriously.
That's very interesting. Very creative. Let's keep looking for the witness, okay? We know that he or she...
But then, as Dexter is out on a nighttime drive, he spots a sus-looking refrigerated truck. When the truck driver detects that he's being followed, he does a U-turn and chucks the woman's missing head right at Dexter's car. Lieutenant LaGuerta finds it curious that Dexter was out this late, following an ice truck that supports his sister's theory, but ultimately she thinks nothing more of it, because she kinda has a crush on Dexter.
You know, you should call me Maria. I'll tell you who's good, you are.
When Dexter gets home, he finds that the serial killer has left a gift for him. A Barbie head stuck to the outside of the fridge, and Barbie doll body parts inside the fridge.
I think this is a friendly message, kind of like, hey, wanna play? And yes, I wanna play. I really, really do.
An outstandingly good first episode. You'd have to be a real freak not to hit next episode.
I think he's trying to impress me, and it's working.
After attending court to give a testimony on his blood work, he sits in as an audience member on a different trial. The case of this young drunk driver killing a teenager. But his tears are nothing more than crocodile tears, because he's definitely guilty. Dexter knows this, as he's very familiar with faking emotions. He collects his DNA from a glass, and finds out that he's moved through several states, making headlines wherever he goes with DUI incidents. The fact that he's not already been put away is a miracle, so Dexter puts him away for good.
Matt Chambers, welcome to your last change of address. You'll like it here. You and your neighbors have so much in common.
Dexter gets called out to a guy who's been chucked off the highway. Nothing too crazy, just a regular day in Miami. But what's unusual is there's a chunk of someone else's skin in his mouth. Turns out this guy is a fellow cop, and Sergeant Dokes insists on delivering the bad news to his spouse. But then we get this shocking moment.
Call it in.
3877 to dispatch. Just W up my 20, need EMT.
While the wife is recovering in hospital, Dexter and Batista find some DNA belonging to a known criminal called Norberto Cervantes, a name that got me smiling thinking about Cervantes from Soul Calibur.
Win. Fear my power.
He's so cool. LaGuerta considers cutting him a deal to rat on his boss rather than receiving the full list of charges. The idea of this makes Stokes even angrier than usual.
You talking about throwing him a deal? And then what, he walks?
Well, if he does, we pick him up on 100 other charges.
Come on, Lieutenant. We already got a win.
It's not about your win. It's about the big picture.
LaGuerta eventually figures out that Dokes was sleeping with the cop's wife, and that's why he's all bent out of shape about the situation. And to make matters worse, news just came in that she snuffed it.
What are you thinking?
Businesses that are yours.
My cops, my precinct, my business.
For being a cop killer, Cervantes gets shanked by a prison guard. His name was Voldo. Deborah ends up finding the ice truck, confirming this vehicle to be the way that the killer's transporting his victims, earning him the nickname the Ice Truck Killer. Inside sits a single block of ice, containing the severed fingertips from the corpse that was found earlier, with the interesting detail that each fingernail is painted a different colour. This find gets Deborah her promotion to work in homicide, a promotion that LaGuerta was reluctant to give.
I hope you know what you're doing.
I promoted you, didn't I? Now find me this ice truck, son of a bitch.
Shit, you don't look a day over 12.
Dexter's playing family with Rita and her kids, Cody and Asta. All seems sunshine and rainbows, until a thunderstorm in the form of a drug dealer comes along and says that Rita's ex-husband owes him money. She begs for Dexter to not get involved, insisting that the drug dealer takes her car as payment. She's trying to remain strong, but Dexter can hear her crying in the bathroom.
The guy clearly had no idea who he was dealing with. I'll file a report at work. We'll get your car back.
No.
She persists that she doesn't want Dexter involved. She wants to handle the situation herself and try to move on from her past. The ice truck killer makes his next move, leaving a woman's head neatly displayed atop of her other body parts, which have all been wrapped up like presents. Deborah recognises this woman from her time working in Vice. Her name was Cherry. She requests to go work back in Vice temporarily to go digging for clues. LaGuerta is against this because she doesn't like Deborah or any of her ideas. And it's here that we see an example of Dokes being a good cop.
No, I want you to work with Dokes.
Maria, she has contacts.
We have a few flashbacks for this episode. The first shows how Dexter's foster dad tried to steer his cravings for killing towards hunting animals instead, teaching him the values in hunting for food. The next flashback is such a confusing mix of hilarious and sad. Their dad is in critical condition, giving some words of guidance while he still can. But it's so hard to take this scene seriously, with Dexter wearing this stupid ass wig. Words can't express how much I love it when movies and TV shows try to make someone look younger by giving them a goofy wig or dressing them like a teenager. We see Dexter finding his first human who fits the bill as a person who needs to be taken out. She's the nurse looking after Dexter's dad, and she has this crazed look in her eye as they realise that the drugs that she's been giving him are the very thing killing him. Back to real time, we have the story of some knife-crazed kid buying his next weapon to do something bad.
Easy, kid.
What are you doing, boy?
I didn't see him.
You all right, mister?
Yeah, I'm fine. Honest mistake.
Dexter confronts him, and it turns out this kid only stabbed a man because he was trying to SA him. So really, he was doing Dexter's job in taking out a scumbag. The police find a videotape in the security guard's apartment, making him the lead suspect as being the ice truck killer. As we can see on the video, he's the one placing the body parts in the hockey goal. The Guetta is convinced they got their guy, but not everyone in the room is convinced.
Tucci, what kind of car does he drive? The last known victim was seen getting in a station wagon.
I don't recall asking for any questions, Miss Morgan. Thank you. And from this moment on...
Batista makes a solid observation that liquid nitrogen was used to freeze the bodies, and only an educated man of science would know how to handle that stuff safely. This security guard didn't even pass high school chemistry. Also, his body language on the tape suggests that he's being given instructions.
The killer's framing Tucci.
It looks that way.
Oh, LaGuardia's gonna lose her sheep shit. When she finds out, she's gonna have to cancel her press conference.
And you know how LaGuardia loves her press conferences.
Deborah breaks the chain of command by giving this information directly to the captain, and he threatens to reassign her back to Vice if she can't respect LaGuardia's position.
Did you know that one of your officers has information that casts some doubt on this manhunt of yours?
Who, Morgan?
Despite the new information, LaGuardia goes ahead with the press conference, naming the security guard as the suspect. Earlier in the day, Dokes made himself known as being out for vengeance against Carlos Guerrero and his men for what they did to the cop and his wife. The wife's brother, who is also a cop, tells Dokes that he knows what he did, and he's going to make it look like Dokes organised an attack on Guerrero's guy.
What plan?
You my sister. You the cop's wife. Now, you're just buddy. Woo.
I love Halloween, the one time of year when everyone wears a mask, not just me.
There's a hand on a sun lounger in front of these very distinct looking trees. So distinct that Dexter remembers seeing these trees on a childhood photo. The ice truck killer is toying with him once again. And again with a severed foot where he used to play football as a kid. Dad gives him a lesson about bullying after he wouldn't give his friend's t-shirt back. Here you go, kid. Take this Dexter-inspired t-shirt from hausenbergfilms.myspreadshop.net. And if you lose this one, there's a link in the description.
Look at that. Stunning.
It's Halloween, and the only thing giving Dexter the heebie-jeebies is a little yapping dog next door. And the owner is equally as frustrating, saying it's her ex's dog, and she doesn't care to let it inside.
Walter's an outside dog.
Hey, you put Walter inside, Walter's an inside dog.
He doesn't like being inside.
For giving Dexter and Rita sass, Rita takes the dog and gives it to a family that she works with, who she knows will give it a loving home. All day, Batista's been hyping up his 10-year wedding anniversary, and as it's celebrated with diamonds, he got her a diamond-encrusted four-leaf clover.
You sure it's not a butterfly?
Does kind of look like a bug.
Is this a diamond-encrusted four-leaf clover? When he gets to his wife's house, it turns out they're on a break because he cheated, and he's trying desperately to stay in her life, both for her and their daughter.
It's been 3 months, baby. How much time do you need?
Don't turn this around on me, Angel. Not after what you did.
Guerrero's men kidnapped Dokes, but the brother of the dead cop was following Dokes, saying that him getting kidnapped, beaten, and used as bait is his way of making it right for boning the wife. Dexter checks one more place in his photo collection to hopefully get closer to the ice truck killer, but instead he finds the security guard still alive. He sends in the anonymous tip to Deborah so that she gets credit for the rescue.
You saved a man's life tonight.
I'm just the one who got the call, sir.
Yeah, but you followed it up. I'm taking Tucci over to county.
Alive?
Alive.
Incredible. They're even better matched than I thought. A true partnership.
Rita's work friend Elena is upset because her boyfriend Ernesto is missing, and she believes that he was taken by a man named Coyote because he owes him money for smuggling him into the country. Dexter goes to Coyote's salvage yard, pretending to be looking for a car part. He's politely told to go away, but he's collected enough clues from this short conversation to know this guy is a bad guy. Confirmed by his second visit later that night, finding the place where the people he traffics are being kept in squalor. Unfortunately, it's too late for Ernesto. He's swimming with the fishes. The security guard, Tony Tucci, is recovering in hospital, assisted by the friendly Dr. Cooper, who is playfully flirting with Deborah.
Yo, pretty boy, you're stealing my thunder, and I got a hottie waiting on me, so...
I don't know. I just might have to fight you for this one.
This will become important later. Tony's having trouble recalling what happened to him, saying he never got a good look at his captor. They try a blinding technique to allow his mind to rest and remember things more clearly. But the only real detail that comes to him is that his captor ate a lot of throat lozenges, and also there were lots of rats running around. Forensic specialist Masuka finds a throat lozenge wrapper inside of a rat's nest at the scene. I haven't talked about Masuka yet. He's a really funny character, but also kinda creepy. Every other word that comes out of his mouth is usually about sex.
You guys check out the new hottie McGodass and Dispatch yet? How great would it be to pull a Bronco on her? Yeah?
You grab her by the hips and you yell another woman's name and bam! You're riding her like a Bronco because she's trying to buck you off.
Later that night, Dexter returns to the salvage yard and takes out Coyote. But it turns out his wife is also involved in the trafficking, so she gets the Dexter treatment too. As they beg for their lives, they reveal the secret to their loving relationship, which helps Dexter in trying to understand how to save his relationship with Rita.
Can you make it work? How?
We want the same life.
We want the same thing.
Same life.
Oh, by the way, they've started doing things in the bedroom, but no home run yet.
Welcome back to my humble abode. Feel free to take a look around.
It had to be him. He's watching me.
Asta's birthday is coming up, and I find myself agreeing with what Dexter says here.
I don't get birthdays. The party, the song, celebrating another year just being alive feels forced.
I like other people's birthdays, but when it comes to mine, I don't really mind not celebrating it. Is that sad or serial killer vibes? I'll let you decide. But you better decide right. On to more pressing matters. Dexter gets called in to his own crime scene, and he was sure that he left no evidence.
I shouldn't have killed them both. I didn't have enough time. A footprint, a microscopic drop of blood. What did I leave behind?
It seems that the ice truck killer collected the bodies back from the bottom of the sea. Dexter disposes of all his victims in the exact same spot out at sea. Dexter now has the complicated task of doing his forensics work without revealing any evidence that points back to him. Making matters worse, it turns out there was a kid locked inside a car with a perfect view of what Dexter did.
He saw me.
Masuka ordered a tox screen and found a type of animal tranquilizer that only people like Dexter have access to. The list of people who ordered it will be emailed to Masuka very soon, so Dexter hacks into his computer to scrub his name from the email, going by the alias Patrick Bateman. Why would you choose your alias to be such a well-known fictional serial killer? You might as well have gone by the name Jack the Ripper. Oh wait, he wasn't fictional, was he? I'm so stupid. Yeah, it's too late to rewrite that joke. Asta's party is almost ruined when her dad calls and says that he's been released from prison early and wants to make an appearance. Cody, being a bit younger, still sees his dad as a good person, being too young to really understand what he's done. Rita eventually plucks up the courage to refuse his suggestion of coming to the party and telling him how it really is.
I checked and the restraining order is still in effect, so if you step 1 foot on this property, the first call I'm going to make is to the police. The second call is to your parole officer.
The young boy that was found in the car takes a real shine to Maria de Guerta, which gets her all broody, wondering if she can adopt him. But then his uncle comes along to claim him, slightly breaking her heart.
That's great. He should be with family.
Can I take him home? We're good.
Mm-hmm.
the kid was able to memorise who saved him for a police sketch, and the episode builds it up like it's going to be revealed that it's Dexter. But nah, it's Jesus. Jesus is the one that saved him. Isn't that sweet? Much sweeter than my depiction of Jesus, who looks like an alien potato with a dead rat draped over his head.
Dexter Morgan. I can't think of anything clever to say.
Dexter is making a realisation that the kid he let go before, Jeremy, has taken another life. At the station, they make a realisation that one of the people who came forward as a witness is actually a likely candidate as the ice truck killer. Their suspicions heighten when the guy makes a run for it when they knock on his trailer.
Hey, Angel, I got him!
Inside the trailer, all the signs of a deranged killer are there. Weird taxidermy animals, a hidden cupboard, a laptop containing police confidential files. Oh, and also, there's a female skeleton buried right outside.
Any idea how long the body's been down there?
Based on decomposition, she's been tits up for 2, maybe 3 years. We'll know more after the autopsy.
Rita's in a panic because her ex-husband Paul picked up the kids without her permission, and since then she hasn't heard from them. But he brings them back home later, claiming that he left her a message about it. Oh look, Jacob's back.
Paul Bennett, father on parole.
Dexter Morgan. I can't think of anything clever to say.
Rita explains that Paul refused to sign the divorce papers, so there's still some work to be done in order to get him completely out of her life. Paul's making every effort to look like a good dad, to a level that seems manipulative, making the kids believe that Mummy's the bad guy for trying to push him out the house, which technically he owns.
You can't do this anymore, Paul.
What? What? Help raise my kids? Yes, I can. That's my job.
When he faces Dexter, he realises that he's not susceptible to his bullying.
Is that it?
Yeah. Yeah, why don't you give those presents to my little buckets of sunshine? Tell Rita she can reach me at the motor court.
Later that evening, Rita gives him the ultimatum: sign the divorce papers, or never see your kids again. Claiming that he's a changed man, he agrees to play ball. They track down the suspect, Neil Perry, to a low-budget motel, and right before he's about to do something bad to this poor lady, they arrest him. To make himself look even creepier, he starts singing a hymn called Now the Day Is Over.
Birds and beasts and flowers soon will be asleep.
At the station, he comes across very cocky, and he straight up confesses to being the ice truck killer. Dexter senses there's something disingenuous about him, so when the opportunity arises, Dexter sits with him as a way to formally meet the man who broke into his house and left all those Barbie doll pieces. But then it turns out this guy is not the real deal.
Hi. Who are you?
It wasn't an entirely successful day though, as he wasn't able to capture Jeremy. The law got to him first, and then he took himself out in the jail cell, feeling there was no way to escape his feelings of emptiness. A really depressing end for a kid who got dealt a really crap hand in life. Deborah believes that she's hit the jackpot, as Dr. Cooper asks her out on a date, and so they do some kissing.
Oh, God. Oh, that feels so amazing to say out loud.
Dexter's working a strange case, where a number of high-profile women all took their own lives, around the same time as each other. Dexter figures out they all went to the same therapist, so Dexter goes there too, pretending to be a new patient, so he can get to know this therapist. But as it turns out, Dexter needs therapy. Surprising, I know.
Have you ever been close to anybody? My foster father. He's the only one who ever really knew me.
The therapist helps him to realise that there was a trauma in his past that makes him feel completely out of control. This breakthrough finally allowing him to accept Rita's advances in the bedroom, who is now ready to go all the way.
You want there to be a next time?
And the time after that.
After he figures out that his therapist encouraged these women to do what they did to themselves, he becomes Dexter's next person to receive his version of justice. Before taking him out, he decides to confess to him who he really is, and feels a great sense of relief, finally saying it out loud.
I'm a serial killer.
Oh, God. I'm not joking. I kill people. Whew. There it is again.
The police realise they got the wrong guy in custody when he gets squeamish at the sight of a severed head. An extreme measure, but it got him to admit that he's a coward who hacked into the police database and wanted to frame himself as a serial killer so he could get the attention he desperately needs.
Alright, I lied, okay.
As the episode ends, we see that it's Dr. Cooper who's the ice truck killer, and he responds to an ad that Dexter put out there, looking for Barbie's Ken.
Be patient. One day we'll share a cold one.
You saying I'm a liar?
No, I'm saying that maybe you're not remembering right.
Dokes and Batista are out on patrol, and Dokes sees a man carrying a gun, so he chases after him. We hear 2 gunshots, where Dokes walks away and the suspect is dead on the ground. When the team arrives, Dokes' story as to how and why he shot him doesn't really add up.
If you shot him from right there, the blood spatter would go in that direction, but look at the pattern.
You questioning me? Because I got a lot of questions
Whoa,
for
whoa,
you.
whoa, whoa, the man's just doing what he's supposed to do.
The man is a f***ing creep job.
James?
Batista's now in an awkward position because he was the only one on scene and could therefore verify who shot first. If Dokes shot first, it could be considered an unlawful killing. Batista believes that he heard Dokes' gun first, but he knows that revealing this would ruin both of their careers. No one likes working with a rat. Maria finds out that the guy Dokes shot used to be a general in the Haitian army, and Dokes was in the special forces, and he saw the Haitian army commit some horrendous crimes against innocent people. This provides the investigators a motive as to why he would want to kill him. Maria says that she'll keep this information quiet while they wait out the storm. Batista is pissed that he ratted out his colleague only for the case to be dropped, and now the other officers resent him. But then, out of respect, Dokes sticks up for him.
Squeak, squeak.
Officer Benson. You just bumped into your superior. I believe you owe Detective Batista an apology.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry, sir.
Dexter receives news that his bio father has died, which surprises him because he believed he already was dead. Foster father Harry covered this up to protect Dexter from knowing the real reason why he was put into care. Dexter has no memories of his real father until the coroner shows him the body and he recognises the cobweb tattoo. At his bio dad's house, he's sorting through his stuff when suddenly Dr. Cooper knocks at the door.
Surprise!
I waited a long time to meet you.
The whole night, he's being kind of personal with Dexter, even though he shouldn't know him that well yet. But as we know, he does know Dexter very well. The nosy neighbour lady says that she remembers seeing someone that she didn't recognise visiting his dad the day before he was found dead. And yeah, you guessed it, the person she didn't recognise was Dr. Cooper. But it's too late. Everyone is leaving in too much of a hurry to notice her calling out. At Rita's house, Paul turns up drunk and tries to assault her, but she has a baseball bat waiting for him.
Something finally got to you. I guess you're human after all.
Cut him some slack, alright?
A jar of blood is sent to the police station, and Dexter sees there's a hotel key sloshing around inside. They rush to the room, but weren't quite prepared for this amount of blood.
Metro Dispatch, this is 3 Henry 88 out at the Marina View Hotel. I need uniform backup, forensics. Just send everybody out.
Dexter strolls in, expecting it to be just another Monday. Ho hum, it can't be that much blood. Oh my god. Even in black and white, this looks horrific, and it causes Dexter's childhood trauma to resurface. I love Dokes' unsympathetic response to Dexter's panic attack.
No, I'm okay. I just need a little air.
Something finally got to you. I guess you're human after all.
Cut him some slack, alright?
We don't yet have the full picture of what happened to Dexter, but we'll be finding out soon enough. When Deborah tells ITK about what happened, he becomes more concerned with how Dexter is doing than he is with Jennifer Carpenter riding his lap. Really sticking to the quote-unquote bros before hoes rule. You're a stronger man than I, Mr. ITK. He goes to Dexter's place with the gift of beer and porterhouse steaks. Damn, man. If it wasn't for the murdering several women stuff, this guy would be a top-tier friend. They bond over their shared experience of losing a parent when they were very young, and all the while, Dexter is none the wiser as to who this guy really is.
It's funny how life brings people together, huh?
While out clubbing, Batista bombs on his attempt to score with a lady, distracted by a different lady's fingernails on her fake hand, all being painted a different colour, just like the fingernails that were inside the ice block. She's a lady of the night, and says that one of her clients was a real freak who was obsessed with amputees. Knowing that Deborah's boyfriend works with prosthetics, he pays him a visit, looking for advice on the type of person who would be into that kind of stuff. He also asks Masuka, because he's basically a pro-level gooner, so he would definitely know all about this.
It's called acrotomophilia. But don't let him hear you call it that. Sounds like a disease.
I knew you were the man to ask.
Not really. I prefer a girl with a kung fu grip.
ITK plays it chill at first, knowing that right now he's not a suspect. But then again, Batista is sniffing around the right tree, so ITK stabs him in the parking lot.
I need an ambulance at 1228 Calendar Street. The guy's been stabbed. Really? Just stay with us.
Paul's still on the scene, causing grief, and it's got to the point where he's like a cockroach hanging around the kitchen, calling for Dexter to smack it with a frying pan. He takes Paul to a motel and sticks him full of drugs, as getting high is a breach of his parole conditions, landing him back in jail. To end the episode, Dexter confronts his fears, visiting the Red Room again and having more visions to collect his memories, seeing his mother covered in blood while she's screaming in fear. She then tells Dexter to shield his eyes as she's about to be ripped in two by a chainsaw.
Mommy loves you, Dexter.
What is in that report that Harry didn't want me to see?
Uh-oh, Mr. ITK has arranged a second session with Handy Hannah, and so that's the end of her. As it's Christmas time, ITK has organised his next presentation in a festive way, and as an extra present, he's left a videotape underneath the torso. But he's feeling rather grinchy this year, because some naughty girl named LaGuerta publicly named the wrong guy as the serial killer, taking his credit away.
You arrested the wrong man, made the world think I'm a rank amateur, and I'm very, very angry.
Everyone's worried about Batista's condition, but as soon as he's cleared from critical condition, Dexter immediately leaves, making Doak suspicious of him once again.
I have someplace I have to be. But you just found out that somebody who's supposed to be your friend is going to live. Does that make you feel anything? Anything at all?
Take your hand off me.
Dexter requests for the file supervisor, Camilla, to get the files from when Harry rescued Dexter. Camilla is a sweet and kind lady, but she's reluctant to give him these files. He does his own digging before returning to Camilla, angry at her reluctance to help.
What is in that report that Harry didn't want me to see? Why was there no mention in any of the newspapers about a 3-year-old boy at the crime scene?
But Camilla says that she's keeping a promise for his father, that the files will be forever locked away, with no possibility of anyone seeing them again. She's also doing this because she likes Dexter, and doesn't want him being hurt by the truth. Analysing the videotape further, they figure out that this was filmed in someone's house, so they're making good progress on the case. But this isn't enough progress to keep the captain happy, so he demotes LaGuerta and replaces her with a woman named Esme Pascal. LaGuerta takes this news pretty well.
This isn't over, Tom! You son of a bitch!
Rita is tired of Paul pretending that he's such a great guy to the kids, so to make him learn that he needs to be honest about who he is and what he's done, she brings the kids to visit him in prison, so he can no longer hide it. This will also prove to him that the kids still have love for him, regardless of his situation, and that should give him the motivation he needs to stick to a good path forward. Rita is such a good and kind-hearted person, you can't help but feel proud of how strong she's been, putting up with everything that's been thrown at her so far. And not to spoil anything, but the worst is yet to come. Batista mentions that he gave his attacker a fat lip, making Dexter recall seeing ITK with a fat lip, and so he starts connecting the dots. Oh no, she's getting on a boat with him as we speak, and she spots the very same lozenge wrapper from the ITK crime scene. He reveals the shocking truth to her before choking her out.
Oh God, wait!
The tricky part was getting you on the boat. The other woman I could just pay.
Dexter alerts everyone to the danger she's in, and we'll find out what happens to her next episode.
I don't know who I am.
Of course you don't. You've been away from your family since you were 3.
Deborah is an absolute mess, having to emotionally process that the person she was falling for is the very same person she was hunting.
I never wanted to hurt you.
I know. I know.
Just make it easier for you because I can keep going.
Oh God, Jesus.
because ITK enjoys the chase, he leaves Dexter some clues on how to find him, such as the song Born Free playing on Dexter's laptop, and a newspaper article showing the shipping container where Dexter's mum got turned into a bloody puddle. The rest of the police are on to Dr. Cooper now, so it's a race as to who will rescue Deborah first. Dokes is angry, as usual, because he saw Dexter ordering a blood test that led him to finding out about Dr. Cooper before they did, and he didn't say anything.
I couldn't destroy Deb's love life on a hunch. I had to get the facts.
Well, here are the facts. If he kills her, it's your fault. Now, what else do you know?
That's it.
He's lying.
I'll give him a break, James. It's his sister, right?
Dexter sneaks into the shipping yard, and the memories come flooding back from the day he was found. He opens up the container, hoping for answers, but it's just bananas, and also a famous meme.
Surprise, motherfucker.
That's my one F word used up for this video. Yeah, so Dokes knew he was hiding something, and he's not taking any of Dexter's BS when he won't tell Dokes how his investigation led him here.
I ordered some furniture from Thailand. I was waiting for it to be delivered.
What the hell's going on over here? Security, I need to get somebody down here right now.
Miami Metro PD.
You're connected to this. I don't know how, but I'm gonna find out, and some of what I find is gonna stick to your ass.
While searching ITK's apartment, another clue is found with this doll, with a t-shirt that says Home Sweet Home. This leads him back to his childhood home, and the sight of this place brings back another memory that he wasn't an only child. His long-forgotten brother is Dr. Cooper. They got separated in the foster program.
I have a brother.
A real brother. None of this foster bullshit. We're blood brothers. Watching Mom die? It's amazing that we survived that, isn't it?
Dexter plays it smart and keeps him calm while they discuss how much they have in common, until he shows him the place where Deborah's being kept. He plays along with Dr. Cooper's game, pretending that he believes that killing Deborah will free him of being tied to Harry's code of only killing people who deserve it, and instead simply kill him because that's what his urges tell him to do. And while there is some truth to this, he really just wanted to create an opportunity to stop Dr. Cooper while his guard was down. Unfortunately, he gets away in the nick of time. Dokes calls for Dexter to be suspended for going alone rather than calling for backup, but Deborah isn't having it.
Are you questioning Dexter? Back the off my brother! He just saved my life! He's a hero!
Paul and also his sponsor try their best to convince Rita that he was framed by Dexter, and if she looks for his missing shoe that came off while Dexter was carrying him, it will prove his innocence. And there he is. Deborah's staying at Dexter's place to recover, and Dexter assures her that he'll keep a watch on her. But he's not the only one watching. ITK sneaks back in to finish the job, but this scenario was all a clever trick.
I stopped by your prosthetics lab after I left Deb at the hospital. You work so good. You even fooled yourself.
This will be Dexter's most conflicting kill. ITK is the only blood family Dexter has, but he threatened to harm Deborah, and even though she's not related by blood, she's still family. In the end, all seems well, but Dokes hasn't given up, trying to expose Dexter for who he really is.
Dokes always sensed I was hiding something. Now he knows. My devil danced with his demon, and the fiddler's tune is far from over.
The butchered bodies were submerged inside these heavy-duty garbage bags.
Dexter's bowling for his team, bowl till you bleed. A subtle reference to blood, which appears when you murder a person, and Dexter is a person who murders a lot. There's tons of subtle things like this in the show, and I look forward to sharing them with you, just in case you forget who Dexter really is, beneath his regular person disguise.
Just like me. Empty inside. Dexter Morgan. Good suburban husband. On paper, anyway.
He's feeling the itch to take another life. Dokes has been following him every day for about a month now, so he's not been able to get his fix.
With Dokes tailing me, my life's been all Jekyll and no Hyde. No moonlit playdates, no late-night social calls.
When Dokes finally gets bored and goes home, Dexter visits the next guy on his list, Jimmy Sensio, a voodoo magic man who knows that magic doesn't exist, so he puts ricin in the cigarettes of the people he's supposedly cursing. As he can't keep getting away with this, Dexter is ready to break him bad. But for the first time in his life, he can't go through with it.
But what was that back there? Not voodoo. When I picked up the knife, it's like I didn't know who I was.
What's going on, big guy? You okay? Deborah gets back to work and doesn't want the fuss that everyone's making. She might appear to be over what happened to her, but her sleep schedule is completely effed, and she's still living with Dexter, understandably afraid to be living alone. The press has made it public knowledge that she's ITK's ex-girlfriend, so they're giving her grief too.
Isn't that the ice truck killer's babe? She was in the paper, she's f***ing hot.
Later, she's out for a drink, and some guy puts his hand on her shoulder, causing her to melt down.
Are you that girl?
What are you doing? Deborah, what happened? He grabbed me. You saw it, right?
I mean, in her defense, you shouldn't really be going around touching strangers. That's kind of weird, bro.
You saw it? He grabbed me.
A man mountain named Chino is brought into questioning as the lead suspect on Dexter's current case. He even makes Dokes look small. Quite a sight to behold.
Heard we captured Bigfoot.
Behold, the eighth wonder of the world.
He tries his usual kidnap and kill play on Chino, but a man like this won't be held down by a little bit of plastic wrap. I'm surprised he ran away. This man could have easily crushed Dexter's skull like a crispy M&M. The best kind of M&Ms. Let the record show. Out at sea, some treasure hunters unearth the mass grave of Dexter's victims. Is it just me, or do some of these bones look a little cartoony? That skull seems like it's drawn onto the body bag. The Guaita's replacement Esme is having some troubles with the boyfriend. The Guaita's conflicted because in one way, haha, serves you right bitch, you took my job. But on the other hand, she's a fellow woman in distress. Rita confesses to Paul that she did find his shoe, but she's not willing to tell the courts that, as he deserves to be in prison. Later, she gets a call from the prison saying that Paul went mad and ended up getting killed in a fight. News which is so meaningless to Dexter that he goes low quality for a few seconds. News that has more meaning to Dexter is that his victims are all being pulled up to the surface, and the media has a new serial killer name, Dennis Reynolds. I mean the Bay Harbor Butcher.
If the eyes are the windows to the soul, then grief is the door.
Dexter's trying to figure out what went wrong. He couldn't kill the blind voodoo man, and he made a complete mess trying to take out Chino. And now, his lack of forethought to not sink all his bodies in the same spot has potentially bit him on the arse. Rita's arranging Paul's funeral, which Dexter finds confusing, considering the hell he put Rita through.
Yeah, the county will bury Paul for free. I mean, he wasn't even your husband.
Dexter, I didn't ask for your help or your advice.
Dexter's lack of compassion and empathy once again playing against him. Wait, this guy might actually be Dennis Reynolds.
My mom has lung cancer.
Oh, God. You know, jeez. That's...
Dexter makes another attempt on Chino, but he was anticipating this.
I've been waiting for you.
He gets Chino on the next try though, using double the tape and wrap this time, to really make sure that he's not getting away. Chino robbed a young girl of her family, something that Dexter can relate to, and this gives him the strength to do what must be done.
Look at that, steady as a surgeon.
At the gym, Deborah gets the horse for some rando who helps her with an injury. The second he gets out the medical tape though, her PTSD kicks in.
I'm sorry.
Deborah's finally starting to crack, which I know sounds like a criticism, but it's good that she's not bottling it up. Only trouble is, she's taking it out on the wrong people. Like this kid here, who makes a run for it after spray painting her car.
You think you can spray paint your gang crap on a police car and get away with it? A big piece of shit! No, please.
Morgan!
Rita begs Dexter to come support her and the kids by being there at Paul's funeral, and even though he doesn't like churches, he comes along. I thought this scene was going to be super emotional, creating an uncomfortable situation for Dexter, but they just kind of seem bummed out. Oh dear, Daddy's dead. It's not like we ever showed love towards him. Never mind. This funeral isn't a total bore though, as Dexter can see the ghost of ITK.
I need to let you go.
You think it's as simple as that?
Nothing's simple.
Rita confronts Dexter about Paul's missing shoe, forcing Dexter to finally own up to it, defending his actions by saying that he got rid of Paul to protect her and the kids. Rita then questions how Dexter knew the exact amount of drugs to give to a man of Paul's size, suspecting that he knows this because he's an addict himself. He seizes this opportunity to admit that he does have an addiction, but obviously he lies about what he's addicted to. Rita urges him to go into a recovery program, which might actually be helpful for him. But then again, this show goes on till season 8, so I don't think he'll be giving up killing anytime soon.
The booze, the drugs, makes the job go down easier.
Dexter's having a hard time relating to the other addicts in his first session.
No self-control, lost everything, trying to stop. Same whiny story over and over for 10 minutes. Feels like 10 hours.
He soon catches the attention of this woman here. Her name's Lila. And you know damn well, just from her looks, that she's not going to be just some random extra. She's going to be a major character in the show. I do have to warn you, and this is just my opinion, but she's super annoying. While I do appreciate that she's important to Dexter's story, just every little thing she does irritates me. I know it sounds harsh of me. He makes up a very cookie cutter story about his day-to-day life as a smackhead.
Heroin. Shoot it. My boss found my works. He fired my ass. The doctor said I almost died.
Bro, you look healthy as shit. No way they're buying this BS story. Lila, to her credit, is smart enough to see through this, inviting him out for a coffee so she can try to learn about the real Dexter, and also offer to be his sponsor. It's so obvious from her body language and her language in general that she's not looking for a casual friendship.
I couldn't possibly feel that need. The growing need rising like a wave, prickling and teasing and prodding.
Fearing that things will get really complicated, Dexter says no more program, but Rita says yes more program. Get out of my house until you agree. Dexter's victim in this episode is a used car salesman who was so desperate to sell his cars, he murdered the women who shopped elsewhere. I think that's how it goes. The details aren't that important. He's just the target of the day. Dexter pretends to be interested in this family car so he can gather some DNA from his hairbrush when he's not looking. He's not here solely for recon though, as getting a new car means that he can evade Dokes for a while. Lundy is challenging Deborah to be more involved in the Bay Harbor butcher case. She has her reservations, fearing that her PTSD will flare up by dealing with another serial killer so soon. But Lundy wants her to prove to herself that she can become stronger through this experience, and maybe prevent it from happening to anyone else. Deborah impresses Lundy by revealing that many of the victims have criminal records here in Miami, and the pride in her smile when Lundy congratulates her shows that Lundy was right to put her through this test.
We'll run all the victims' DNA against the criminal database. DC lab is still open. Come on, let's get to work.
Lundy is a very smart man, and right now he's Dexter's biggest threat of being discovered. This scene of him sitting here with all these bodies, long after everyone else has gone home, is significant because it shows his relentless work ethic in finding the truth.
You hoping they'll talk to you?
The ones with heads, anyway. They always speak. Eventually. Just gotta ask the right question.
Dexter takes out the car salesman, and it's just occurred to me how much of a budget he has for this obscene amount of plastic sheets. With Dokes constantly following him, you'd think he would have seen him popping into a Home Depot at least once or twice by now. Upon seeing Dexter attending these meetings, Dokes decides to let up on him, believing now that his strange behaviour makes sense.
The booze, the drugs, makes the job go down easier. Stay clean and stay out of my way. We won't have a problem.
This shows that Dokes isn't a stereotype, evil antagonist. He's a good man deep down. When Rita sees that Dexter's sponsor is an attractive British woman, she knows trouble lies ahead.
She was Mozambique.
What?
Triple tapped.
Lundy and the team decide to spread the news that the Bay Harbor butcher is a vigilante, in the hopes of reassuring the public that innocent people are safe from his spree.
We've got a city in chaos here, Frank.
I understand you're wanting to reassure the people.
Good. Then we're in agreement.
This episode marks the start of Dexter frequently believing that his time is up. First with Masuka, coming through with some groundbreaking evidence. But Dexter can rest easy for now, as he's just discovered the type of algae that was growing on the rocks that Dexter used to sink the body bags. This type of algae only grows in the same marina where Dexter moors his boat. Dexter meets up with Lila and sees her working on her sculptures, because of course she'd be this kind of weird artist. The kind of artist who never wears a bra. You know for sure she believes in star signs. And to make matters worse, she's making it very clear that she's romantically interested in Dexter, despite knowing he's spoken for.
Is that alright? Do you want to come?
Oh, God.
Oh yeah, she also steals people's property to make her art. She's just the worst. To her credit, she is actually helping Dexter in understanding his addiction and where it possibly stemmed from, so she is being a responsible sponsor.
Dexter? Meet Dexter. I'm going to help the two of you get to know each other.
On a crime scene, Dokes recognises a style of execution happened here from his time in Special Ops.
She was Mozambique.
What? Mozambique, yeah.
When he tracks down the guy who did it, he admits to killing his wife, but says there ain't no way he's going back to prison. He'd sooner take himself out. Both he and Dokes share a common trauma from what they went through, with Dokes saying that he did the right thing by divorcing his wife before she got hurt. This guy, however, took the wrong path, and now it's too late to turn back.
Like I said, I'm not going to prison.
Put the f***ing gun down, Curtis.
Rita's mum's here to visit, and she's very wary of Dexter, grilling him on his life and intentions for her daughter. He kind of respects her though, because she's very supportive of the Butcher, taking out bad guys. Dexter spots an opportunity to destroy the AC unit, keeping the bodies from decomposing, knowing that he can blame it on some careless trashmen. When they enter the tent, it's gross as hell, and Masuka rejoices in the smell making a guy throw up. He doesn't see this quote-unquote accident as a thing to be concerned about, as they're keeping the algae samples elsewhere.
Manny took him to his lab. Should have results in a week or so. That should help us narrow down what marina they came from.
Imagine that. A life with no more secrets.
Dexter overhears people in a coffee shop praising the Bay Harbor Butcher for taking out the trash of society. And while working a case at a comic book shop, he notices a new comic has been released called The Dark Defender, inspired by the vigilante acts of the Butcher.
The Dark Defender. Nah, Miami's too hot for all that leather.
When he dozes off at the next meeting, he dreams of himself saving his younger self and his mother.
It's okay, Mom. You're safe.
What a freak. You're a freak, Dexter Morgan.
You fucking freak! You're a freak!
He decides to reveal what happened to his mother, to Lila of all people. This is the kind of thing you should be sharing with Rita, right? Lila says that he needs to find these men and confront them in order to get closure. Using his police contacts, he gets a file on their current location.
I guess after 34 years, he figures all the people who want him dead are long gone.
He figured wrong.
Yep, thanks Dexter, we got it. Instead of waiting for Dexter to come back with news, Lila visits him at the station, with Batista just letting her in because he finds her attractive. Would any real police station allow this? Wouldn't it jeopardise Dexter's work? Yeah, Dexter's work isn't important, you can just wander through the middle of it. They go on a road trip to find the guys, and oh my god, get your friggin' feet off the interior. I'm adding this to my list of reasons to why I find her annoying. Don't put your gross feet on someone else's car. That goes for you too, Quentin Tarantino. Delete this scene immediately. Of course, he hasn't told Rita about this road trip. She'd rightfully lose her mind, especially if she knew that he was watching her shower. Not that she's trying to be discreet. He calls Lila, saying that he sees one of the guys working at this bar, and he's unsure if he's going to kill him or not. While this conversation's taking place, Lila's painting over someone else's artwork, because it's not edgy enough for her liking. Wow, Lila, you're such a creative, underappreciated, new age talent. Dexter overstays his welcome in the bar, and tries the different approach of talking to the guy rather than taking him out. But the guy isn't willing to play ball, and so he reverts back to violence.
1970!
The guy tells him that his mother was caught cheating with Harry, and she was also acting as a police informant. Lila calls just before Dexter finishes the job, encouraging him to stop before it's too late, and come back to the hotel. He doesn't have to give in to his urges.
I will get you through this, I swear. Just come back to me, okay?
He spends the night seeking comfort with Lila. Nothing sexual happens, but still it's an intimate moment. So for as much as I hate Lila, she is helping Dexter in this moment of vulnerability. Lundy's continuing to help Deborah in her recovery by showing her the importance of taking a break, separating herself from her work for just 1 hour a day.
I'm sorry, I'm confused. Are you criticizing me for wanting to do my job?
Yes. It's 1 o'clock. I'm going to order 24-hour surveillance on this marina and the 2 others, as soon as I finish my lunch.
Their investigation into the harbour, where the mossy rocks came from, has forced Dexter to scrub his entire boat to remove any DNA. But what he doesn't realise is there's CCTV covering the whole dock.
I've been waiting for a chance to take your ass out.
Dokes asks Deborah how Dexter's doing in recovery, and she finds the suggestion that Dexter's an addict to be laughable.
Are you high? He's never even smoked a cigarette. I'm glad he got some new material, though, because Freak and Psycho were getting kind of tired.
A call comes in from a guy claiming to have escaped the chopping board of the butcher, which Dexter finds intriguing, as no one has ever got away from him. So let's go see what this guy's yapping about. This bargain bin Johnny Knoxville looking fella. The place where he supposedly got attacked doesn't fit the profile of the cleanly environment the butcher works with. Dexter sees this, but so does Lundy, and he knows more about the butcher than Dexter gave him credit for.
My guess is we're looking for a vigilante inspired by the butcher's principles. Bet he never thought he'd be a role model.
I bet you're right.
By the way, quick side note, I just learned that Lundy's actor is the brother of David Carradine, who, among many other roles, notably played Bill from Kill Bill.
I'm a killer. I'm a murdering bastard, you know that? And there are consequences to breaking the heart of a murdering bastard.
Rita's mum is still on the scene, and she insists that Lila comes over for dinner, so they can ascertain her level of threat to Dexter and Rita's relationship. The dinner goes well, but later that evening when Lila's gone home, she leaves a voice message on Dexter's phone that goes way into detail about their road trip.
Mind you, it could have been worse. Could have spilled the beans about our road trip. That would have been a bloody
Don't you dare. You and Lila stayed in a hotel together.
We had adjoining rooms.
Adjoining rooms.
Of course, this was very intentional on Lila's part, and you'll be finding out soon just how crazy she is. Deborah reminds Dexter that he needs to do better. Letting Rita go from his life would be a huge mistake.
Stop being a douchebag and go fight for her. She's fucking perfect.
Well said, Deborah. Although it's worth pointing out that you can say a whole sentence without using the F word or the R word slur.
Oh, sweet Mary Mother. That's good.
I think you might have broken a commandment somewhere in there.
Dexter catches Dokes going through his stuff, and the two almost end up in a scrap. But Dexter decides to file a complaint instead.
He crossed the line, Lieutenant. He broke into my lab. He went through my personal things. He threatened me.
LaGuerta tells Dexter to hold off until she has a chat with Dokes. He visits Lila to yell at her about leaving such a reckless voice message, and in the passion of their argument, they start boinking. Well, who could have seen this coming? Poor Rita. The crew gets called in to review the CCTV footage, and it won't be long until everybody sees Dexter suspiciously deep cleaning his boat. Dexter pulls the fire alarm and sneakily deletes the footage while everyone's evacuating the building.
Like it never happened. If only the rest of life were so easy to figure out.
Dexter eliminates his copycat. It's a whatever part of the story. He leaves his body parts as gifts for the PD. Not sure why he would do this. It's a really unnecessary risk, leaving even more evidence that could lead back to him. Deborah and Lundy share an awkward hug where it's clear that they're developing feelings for each other. Just don't Google their age difference. Dexter ends up confessing that even though he didn't sleep with Lila on the road trip, he did boink her on his lunch break today.
Leave.
Rita?
No, please. Leave. Now.
When I'm alone and it's quiet, I get scared. Like I start hearing what's really going on inside.
Okay, this is no longer a frustration boning. He's had his fill at the buffet, and now he's just going for a second plate.
You must have some dark fantasies.
Bro, no! She's cursed. Get away from that evil serpent. That temptress from the abyss. I command thee, be gone.
Oh, pardon my sins.
To throw the investigators off the scent, Dexter sends a manifesto from the butcher, including some red herrings in the form of references from famous books.
You can't depend on your eyes
when your imagination is out of focus.
That shit's straight from Deep Space Nine.
What? Mark Twain said that.
Camilla tells Dexter that Dokes has been scaring her with interrogations about the hidden case files, about what happened to Dexter in the shipping yard. Dexter doesn't care for many people, but he has a soft spot for Camilla.
He scared me, Dexter. It's not right, he shouldn't do that.
The Guerta gives Dokes a personal warning to back off Dexter before he files a formal complaint. He knows that Dokes is on thin ice, so he decides to provoke him further by lying about his assessment of this crime scene, and later sneaking the correct report on his desk, right after he brings in the wrong guy for questioning. Dokes, feeling like a fool, squares up to Dexter. To get the upper hand, Dexter nuts him and makes a run for it. So when Dokes retaliates, it looks like an unprovoked attack.
I want your gun, your badge, and your police ID. Type a statement that Sergeant Dokes is on administrative leave pending an internal affairs investigation.
Deborah's crush on Lundy has been growing ever since he showed her how he works best when things are calm, listening to calming classical music to keep his head straight, the polar opposite of how Deborah copes in life.
The truth speaks to me from a peaceful place. Gotta set the stage to hear it. Know what I mean?
No.
She starts listening to his music while working out, shutting out the world and finding a serenity, which also includes ignoring her boyfriend.
What the fuck? Did you hear what I said? I was gonna hit the showers. I'll meet you back here in 10 minutes.
Now at lunchtime, she's copying his ritual of taking an actual break, and she also brought in sandwiches. I know this is very basic stuff, but for Deborah, this is a big lifestyle change. She opens up about why she relies on chaos so much, and saying that he's become her calming anchor. He can see where this is going, and reminds her of their age gap, but she doesn't care about that. Honestly, out of the thousands of boyfriends that Deborah goes through in this series, Lundy is the best kind of person for her. He's respectful, he's an opposing energy type, which outside of Pokemon is a good thing, and he's the guiding light she needs in her life. After Dexter feels that he's done playing with Lila, she gets mad at him and sets her sculptures on fire, which spreads across the entire apartment, giving Dexter a reason to come back and save her, jeopardising his chances of getting back with Rita.
With the blowtorch and it just caught fire, I was so scared.
I guess so.
Promise me that you won't leave me, that you won't go anywhere.
I'm not going anywhere.
What a conniving she-devil.
He was a drug dealer. He played loud music.
Lila is frequently staying at Dexter's, and Deborah is not a fan. I can't imagine why. Even though I used this for a silly edit, I forgot to show you this clip from the previous episode.
I'm Lila. Oh, pardon my tears.
With her apartment all messed up, she's going to be staying here for a while. Dexter suspects that she intentionally started the fire.
The fire is of suspicious origin and they need to finish their investigation.
Yeah, especially when a fire has multiple points of origin.
Her attachment to Dexter is growing to a strange level, where he can't even leave her for a day without her getting upset. Lundy informs the PD that their investigation has led them to suspect that the butcher is someone in this very building. This also includes Dokes, who despite being suspended, is expected to come in for questioning. He's not really in the mood for helping out right now though, imagining a better career somewhere else. He's even considering a job opportunity from one of the Guerta's friends. Lundy brings Dexter in for questioning and grills him on a mistake he once made, the only case on record where his mistake allowed a criminal to walk free. That was until said criminal ended up dead. Dexter plays it cool by attributing his mistake to a lack of sleep and a feeling of being overworked.
A murderer walked free because you were overworked.
Yes.
Lila insists on coming to his next bowling game, and she basically flirts with every man there.
You are perfectly adorable.
Oh, let's just move on. On to a healthier relationship, Deborah goes to Lundy's for a dinner date, and they quickly forget about the whole dinner part. Dexter realises that in order to properly move on from his past, he needs to kill the bar guy, doing so with a chainsaw for poetic justice. He then rifles through his wallet and finds a note about Dexter's bowling plans, the very same information he gave Lila.
I'm sorry, I really am tired. I think I'm just gonna go home.
Rita then calls asking where he is, because it seems that someone unlocked her door.
Rita, get out of the house. Call the police. I'll be there as soon as I can.
When he gets there, Lila is nowhere in sight, but tells the police to stay on high alert. He warns Lila that if she does anything like that again, he'll unleash the wolf within.
Is this the monster that you keep telling me about?
Trust me, when you meet the monster, you'll know.
In her emotional turmoil, she reveals how insecure she is at the idea of Dexter leaving her.
Stay away from Rita. Stay away from me.
After Dokes is called in for questioning, he realises that Dexter sabotaged him, and so he goes digging around in his apartment, looking for answers, finding his blood slides tucked away in the AC unit. Oh dear.
What can I say? You were right about me. I never held it against you.
After paying a visit to see the kids, and Rita, who is still mad at him, he notices that he's being followed by the feds, which is really bad timing, because he's got the bar guy chopped up and rotting away in the cabin. He can't go back and get rid of the body until he shakes their trail. Dokes is now fully invested in bringing Dexter down, flying all the way to Haiti to speak to one of his old contacts about getting some of the blood slides analysed. Completely off the books, of course. He's still suspended from police work. Lila's still on the scene, flirting with Batista and hanging out with the gang as they go for drinks after work, making vague threats to reveal Dexter's secret, and he once again warns her to back off. But he realises that she won't be easy to get rid of.
Can't live with her. Can't kill her. She's not going away.
Dexter finds that his blood slides are gone, and he believes that once again it's over. He's been discovered, especially when the feds come knocking, asking him to come down to the station. He's then presented with the slides and is asked to explain what this is.
Trophies.
That's what I thought.
It's over. They know. Oh, but wait. They don't think these slides are Dexter's. They found them in Dokes' car, so he's their suspect. With his history of violence and killing capabilities from the Special Forces, he fits the profile of the Butcher. Also, he vanished off to Haiti in a hurry, so maybe he's on the run. It turns out the reason Dexter's being followed is because they know Dokes has it out for him, and they're anticipating his attack. The Guetta manages to get through to Dokes, and lets him know that he's a prime suspect. He says he can't explain anything until he gets back from Haiti, as he'll have the evidence he needs to put away the real Butcher. With the feds guarding his door 24/7, he has to sneak out the bathroom window to go deal with the body. Everything is going to plan, but then, out of nowhere, Dokes catches him red-handed, and even though he knew all along, he still can't believe his eyes.
I always knew there was something with you, but this shit...
What can I say? You were right about me.
He orders Dexter to put the cuffs on, threatening to kneecap him if he tries anything funny, like this. He knocks out Dokes and locks him inside a cage in the cabin.
You're gonna have to kill me, Morgan!
Well, this just got super interesting. Dokes is morally grandstanding, saying that even though he's killed people too, he does so as part of his duty. Dexter has no right killing people outside of the law. Now he's faced with his biggest dilemma yet. Does he kill Dokes? It seems there's no choice in the matter, but he's got stuff to do back home, which will give him time to think.
You only have two choices, Morgan! You can't ignore me!
Lundy reminds Deborah that when the case is closed, he'll be sent back to wherever he came from, making Deborah believe that this will be the end of their relationship. Speaking of relationships, Rita is willing to give Dexter another chance, because the kids miss him, and she still loves him. Later that evening, he goes back to Dokes and informs him that he's decided to kill him, showing him some slight kindness first by giving him some much needed water. He shouldn't have guzzled it down so quick though, as Dexter laced it with sedatives.
The sedative works fast. It's probably best just to go with it.
As he's passing out, he reveals that Dexter's dad was no hero, and many people that worked with him know something about Harry that Dexter doesn't.
They never told you.
Hey! What about my father? What about my father?
He decides there's a third option. He can frame Dokes for the murder of the bar guy. Hearing Dokes talk about his father gives him a flashback to a time when Dexter and Deborah were definitely kids, and not in their mid-30s, wearing ridiculous wigs and costumes.
It's her birthday. Oh, well, happy birthday, hon. But,
It reminds Dexter that his dad was very much a sore loser. If a criminal ever got away, he would take it personally. And he even says that he's glad he taught Dexter the value of taking these criminals out. When Dokes comes to, he reveals the big secret is that Harry didn't die from a heart attack. But he won't tell Dexter the real reason, because why would he? Dexter visits the captain and finds out that Daddy was struggling to cope towards the end, and so he took his own life. Another flashback later on reveals that him seeing Dexter take out his first victim was the thing that tipped him over the edge.
Dad? What's wrong? Are you okay?
He trained Dexter with his code, but actually seeing him do it was too much. Lila's next move to manipulate Dexter is by making it look like Batista gave her a roofie and assaulted her. We'll see how this plays out next episode.
You have arrived at your destination.
Dexter's in a real crisis. He's been following a code, and the very person who created that code couldn't handle the end results, making Dexter wonder if he's been wrong for living his life by this code.
All the things Harry taught me. Everything. It's bullshit.
He gets a call as Lila's emergency contact, asking him to rush to the hospital. This allows Dokes to continue breaking out of his cage. Lila gives her worst acting performance ever, and Dexter isn't buying it.
Everything's a bit fuzzy.
This is desperate. It won't work.
What are you talking about?
This is how you win me back. Framing a good man to get what you want.
She says that if Dexter agrees to take her back, she'll drop the charges against Batista. Due to the allegations, Batista is a complete wreck. But luckily, everyone at the station knows that he's not the kind of man who would do this. Everyone's called into the station by Lundy's boss, Mike Ehrmantraut, showing that they found the evidence that Dexter planted, which keeps the finger pointed at Dokes. Speaking of Dokes, he's managed to kick his way out of the cage, and when he comes across some random people, he tries asking for their help. But A, they don't speak English, B, they're drug dealers, and C, he announces himself as a cop. So not a great combination. When Dexter comes back, he sees Dokes is being used to take the drugs out the cabin. He and Dexter make eye contact, and they work together to take these guys out. Dokes is thankful for his help, but Dexter isn't ready to be friends with him just yet. At this point, he's considering turning himself in, feeling like no matter how much he tries, he keeps getting closer and closer to being caught, and the pressure is getting too much. Yeah, he will spend the rest of his life in jail, but he would be unburdened from living a secretive life. Dokes, of course, says that he will help him turn himself in, so Dexter says, okay, give me 24 hours. I need to go and put my affairs in order. He tells Lila that she might as well give up the game. He's going to be in custody tomorrow, so she has nothing to gain from her blackmail plan. Unable to handle this idea, she breaks into his car to find out what he's been up to and why he's in trouble. Using the history on his satnav, she goes to the place he last visited, which, as you probably guessed, is the cabin.
Somebody in there? You have arrived at your destination.
You're afraid of me now, aren't you?
I've always been afraid of you, Dexter.
The police are closing in on Dokes' location, and they better hurry, because Dexter is en route, and Lila is already there. She learns that Dexter is the one behind this, and naturally, she doesn't want him in trouble. So instead of letting Dokes out, she sets up the gas burner to explode him.
No! Turn that off! No! Do you understand this is murder? Open this f***ing door!
He gets out of the cage, but the way out is bolted shut. God damn. This death really sucks. I mean, the scene itself is good, but seeing Dokes go out like this is just not what the man deserves. One of the best characters in this show being taken out by my least favourite. They find what's left of his charred body, and they put the puzzle together that Dokes was the butcher, and this cabin is where he did his work.
That's a perfect location for a kill room. Doesn't get any more remote than this.
There's a conflicting feeling in the air. Those who were friends with Dokes are hit by the loss, but on the other hand, he was a serial killer, so they believe. I feel really awful for LaGuerta, handing out fundraising flyers to people who would sooner spit on his grave than give to his funeral fund.
You gotta be kidding.
It's what we do for fellow officer.
Dexter finds his sat-nav in the pile of burned up evidence and concludes that Lila was the one behind the explosion. They meet up in the aquarium and talk about what happened, and she's all like, I know you're the Bay Harbor butcher now, and me knowing this makes us soulmates and stuff. So annoyingly, they're back at it with the kissing. Ugh.
Hey!
Dexter says that it was too much of a close call, so he's considering running away, and she says, okay, I'll come with you. Thankfully, it turns out that this was all just a sneaky trick.
I can't wait to go away with you, Dexter.
You're going away with me, all right? In a garbage bag?
Deborah turns up right as Dexter's about to take her out, and there's a lot of confusion in the room. Why are you here? No, why are you here? Nah, but why are you here? And also, why am I here? Lila susses it out and takes Dexter's bag to the airport. She opens up the bag and sees all his tools, upset to find out that he lied, and she was next on his list. In response, she knocks out the babysitter and kidnaps Asta and Cody.
You see if any of the neighbors saw anything. I'll drive around the area. I promise we'll find them.
When Dexter arrives, she sets her apartment on fire. Again. But luckily, he gets the kids out before they get hurt. Dexter gets out too, of course. Earlier on, Lundy told Deborah that his next job is very far away, so there's no way they're going to work as a couple. But then she's like, okay, I'm coming with you. Geez, take a hint, will ya? She ends up missing her flight because of the kidnapping situation. Lila catches her flight and believes that life is peachy now that she's in Paris. But Dexter finds her and gives us the death we've been waiting for. Well, I don't know about you, but I've been waiting for this.
Don't do this.
You taught me to accept what I am.
With a new slide box delivered, Dexter thinks about the future and whose blood will be next on a little piece of glass as a trophy.
I did something wholly inside the moment and wholly outside the code.
Dexter's getting a fill-in at the dentist. Not the most thrilling way to open the season, but this detail will be important for later on. Dexter's target for today is a name that's going to be sticking around for most of this season, Fred Bowman, or Freebo as most people call him. There's also a new character this season, Detective Quinn. Deborah has a new haircut too, and I don't like it. Go back in time to 2009 and change it back, Jennifer. Freebo is a drug dealer, and I love this moment where Dexter's acting like a twitchy meth head, munching down on his bag of Oreos.
What you need?
Freebo. I need a Freebo.
Freebo's living the good life, making mad cash and playing Wii bowling, while a hot blonde girl yells at him for not paying enough attention to her.
I need a hit.
Jeez, Tegan, I'm transacting here.
Fine, I guess your dick can suck itself from now on.
Later when Dexter breaks in, he finds Freebo in a scuffle with some rando, and decides to help Freebo by killing this rando.
Who are you? Who are you?
No time for tidying the scene, he needs to get out of there quick, as someone's knocking on the door. When he's called in to his own crime scene, he quickly picks up his tooth that got knocked out during the fight, the one the dentist worked on earlier. The rando he killed is the younger brother of Miguel Prado, the district attorney, played by Jimmy Smits, the actor who played Nero in Sons of Anarchy. The natural assumption is that Freebo is to blame for Oscar's death, as this is his house, and he's been missing ever since. So now the race is on. Dexter needs to find Freebo before they do, as he knows what Dexter did. Deborah speaks to a police informant. He's the type of guy who knows a guy out here on the streets.
Oh yeah, I've seen him before.
Really? Where?
In the news.
His name is Anton, and he too will be sticking around in the show for a while. There's a fun scene where Dexter shows Cody's class what he does for a job.
Backspatter, satellite spatter, misting, and arterial spurting.
Gross!
I've always wondered if this is something parents actually do. My son will soon be old enough where he's in school, so I guess I'll be finding out. Oh, hey kids. I spend all day and most evenings hunched over my desk like a shrimp, screen maxing and drinking way too much caffeine. Do you want to be like me when you grow up? Cody shows him how much it means that he would be there as a father to him, and it's really sweet.
It's like I really got through to him, huh?
It would have sucked even worse if I didn't have a dad today.
Thanks for inviting me, buddy.
Miguel wants to work closely with Dexter, recognising his skills in blood spatter analysis, but also curious as to why he was looking through the police database on this particular case.
In your line of work, Mr. Morgan, is it usual for you to get so involved?
Ultimately, he's grateful that Dexter's taking this case so personally, and says that he'll be in touch soon. It turns out Oscar was massively in debt to Freebo for drug money, dispelling the good guy image that Miguel had of his younger brother.
Because Oscar Prado, the pride of Little Havana, was a f***ing junkie.
Thanks, Maria.
The episode ends with Rita announcing that she's pregnant. They've been boinking a lot this episode, so this was bound to be the result. So, should we flush it or keep it?
Do yourself a favor and flush it out.
Can Dexter really commit to being a full-time father, and not just a man who pops in from time to time, bringing in donuts and pizza, and do all the cool and fun stuff that comes with being a dad? Not the gross nappies and endless feedings, not to mention the sleepless nights. They've got some time to think about it. More pressing is the Freebo situation, and the current lead they have is that blonde girl Tegan who was at his house, but she turns up dead. And so Dexter goes digging for information at her college/university. He crashes a party as an awkward, clearly a bit too old to be there kind of guy. These twins try coming on to Dexter, but he's focused on getting information on Tegan.
Alright, that is so totally off the hook, but how about I just trade you for Tegan's address?
Good man. You don't want to go down that road. Miguel invites Dexter and Rita over for dinner. It's not all that interesting, but it allows them to split off, woman to woman and man to man, so they can vent about their partners, and Dexter can express his fears in becoming a father. Miguel also vents his frustrations in Freebo still not being found, hoping he can work with Dexter outside the system, using his contacts and Dexter's special skills to find the man as soon as possible. Deborah gets a tip from Anton about a local pimp who might have recruited Tegan, and Deborah gets aggressive when he tries recruiting her.
Damn, mommy.
Think I need to hear that from you easy piece of shit.
The strung out girl on the sofa recognises Tegan, forcing him to reveal that he did know Tegan, and he admits that he basically sold her to Freebo. Dexter searches Tegan's house and finds Freebo hanging out, completely naked, and watching naughty things on the internet. He sets up the garage to be the kill room, and does his usual. With the slight complication that somehow Miguel was also led to this place to find Freebo. When he gets outside, he's faced by Miguel, and is forced to admit to him that he just took Freebo's life, defending his actions as self-defense. Miguel is happy that Dexter finished the job, as this is the kind of justice he wanted for his brother, and he came here with the same intentions.
Thank you.
With one life taken, Dexter is about to be responsible for creating one, with Rita insisting that they keep the kid. So that'll be interesting to see. Dexter's fatherly senses are tingling. This creepy guy talking to Asta has ill intentions.
He wanted to know what the Cheerios are.
Aisle 3, other side of the store.
He takes note of his plate in case he tries anything again, like taking pictures of Asta at the beach. Ugh. He confronts the creep, and the creep says even though he was once a diddler, he's a changed man, which obviously is BS. Dexter catches him filing his photography, and reacts like any good father would react.
Nobody hurts my children.
I like the small detail that Rita asked him to bring home some milk, so he takes a carton from this guy's fridge as an extra payment for being a creep. This season's serial killer enjoys flaying the skin of his victims. Deborah notices some tree surgeons nearby, but they saw nada. The boss seems overly confident and strangely sees no issue in doing his work near a dead body, almost like he feels nothing about it. Dexter and Miguel now have an unspoken bond, with Dexter finding himself in a friendship that he's not sure he wants. They do share a common history in having dead fathers, who they always tried to make proud, but failed to do so.
You know what the funny thing is? In his eyes, I was a failure. I could never measure up.
My father was disgusted by me.
Miguel is a pretty chill guy so far, the kind of friend who would be like a blood brother, no pun intended. Let's hope their bond doesn't severely backfire in the season finale. Anton is fed up of being used by the police, just wanting to live his life in peace. So to break up their relationship, he threatens to spark up a doobie in front of Deborah, hoping she would run away.
If you like that, I'll arrest you.
Don't worry, there's more than enough.
I told you not to do it.
He's let off the hook because the police need him, and Batista orders her to make up with him. Anton says, don't worry, it's chill. I've even made a song about you to apologise. It's called Puta Mala Blanca.
You're the puta mala flaca? Yeah, that's me. She's the skinny mean bitch.
Miguel is very invested in keeping what they did a secret, giving Dexter his shirt, which is stained with Freebo's blood, as a sign that he can trust Dexter, and he wants this trust reciprocated.
You're a good man, Dexter Morgan. Potencial. You got a lot of potential in you.
Wherever I am, I feel you.
They break the baby news to the kids, and Asta is confused, as they're not even married yet.
But you're not even married. No.
Oh, sorry, Your Holiness. I didn't realise we had to follow the good book on this one. So Dexter's like, sure, let's get married. Just a casual plan, you know, like deciding if they should get waffles for breakfast. Rita pulls him up on this, saying if you're going to propose, at least mean it. The narration makes sure to hammer home the point that he finds the concept of love to be alien.
Real. How do you show someone real love when you don't even know what it feels like?
For Dexter's current case, the victim's girlfriend is on scene covered in blood, and I immediately recognised her as Betsy Kettleman from Better Call Saul. Isn't she glorious? It turns out she was a crazy stalker, and she was the one who killed her boyfriend. Batista is out looking for company, but the lady notices his badge and saves him from landing in trouble.
Anyway, I'm not a...
Tonight, all night, I am.
You wasting my time, mother.
She meets him in the station and busts his balls about it, and he thinks, wow, now that's a lady. I need to make her mine at some point. Miguel is considering in confiding as to what happened to Freebo with his brother. His name's Ramon, by the way. Miguel wants to tell him to ease his pain on thinking that the quote-unquote killer is still on the loose.
It's a big burden. Not everybody can handle a secret like that.
You're uncomfortable enough with me knowing. Trusting my brother is just... it's too much right now, I get it. Ramon, he'll calm down eventually.
To break down their relationship and make Miguel no longer trust him, Dexter starts a beef between them by spreading false whispers of he said this about you and he said that about you back. Ramon says that you look like you haven't slept in 4 years, and I heard Miguel say, haha, Ramon is bald.
No! Vote for me, pendejo. I'm sorry, Dexter. I got this.
I take no pleasure in manipulating Miguel this way. Still, I think he preferred to my usual alternative.
The rest of this episode is very skippable. We're not getting much that's important to Dexter's story, other than him ending the episode with a heartfelt proposal to make up for the non-proposal earlier.
You're what makes me real. That's how I know I want to marry you.
Copyrighted music. I thought I'd get away with it being so short, but no. Miguel tells Dexter about a killer who just got away with killing his wife on a cruise ship. So that's Dexter's next victim lined up. They're out to lunch with the ladies, who are super excited because Rita's looking to the future and looking to move house, and Miguel's wife Sylvia just so happens to be a real estate agent, and she can get a great price on Dexter's apartment. A conversation he's not very comfortable with.
I was actually thinking I might keep my place.
At some point, we're gonna need a bigger home.
You definitely need something that you can grow into.
The kid who was working for Freebo has been brought in for questioning, and Deborah makes it her mission to connect with him on a personal level. She visits him at his home, giving him a contact card and saying that if he ever needs her help, or to maybe give some info on Freebo, then give her a call. Eerily, someone is keeping watch on Wendell, as he finally decides to give some useful information on Freebo.
I know he was into someone for some major cash. He was pretty scared. That's probably why he's hiding out somewhere.
Dexter runs some intel on the cruise guy, who is eyeing up another woman. He sneaks onto the boat and sorts him out Dexter style. Normally, he's in and out within an hour, but this one's taken him away from his other life for a whole day, seeing as how he's stuck on this cruise ship. And the entire time he's out at sea, he has no cell phone service, which is really crap timing, as Rita is bleeding from her down below parts, and she's been rushed off to hospital. When he finally gets there, several hours later, he just gets a light telling off. Oh, it's okay, you scallywag. You were just out fishing for an entire day, while your pregnant wife was out looking for your future home. You were equally busy with important things. Miguel reveals that he was baiting Dexter into killing that guy. He didn't just want him arrested, he wanted him to face the kind of justice that he knows Dexter is capable of delivering. Yeah, this relationship is getting real messy.
Don't you understand? I see who you are.
You can't.
The insignificant B story is one I quite like. For a few days now, Masuka has been trying to get everyone to support him as he's a keynote speaker at a conference, but no one at the PD takes him seriously, seeing him as just a crude office clown. Therefore, no one read his article or even turned up to his conference.
Maybe I'm realizing no one around here is my friend. Not one person read my paper. Not one person showed up at the conference I spoke at. You hurt my feelings.
He comes in clutch later on when the team are under pressure, and he feels respected once more, and so all is right in the world. Except the team didn't really do anything to make it up to him.
And science is one cold-hearted bitch with a 14-inch strap on.
And he's back.
If you're as serious about key lime pie as I am.
It always makes me laugh when they try to make a dead fish look like it's still alive and thrashing around.
Oh, yeah!
Oh, shit! Holy shit! Whoa! Shit, okay.
Unbelievable.
Oh my God!
Miguel suggests they become a team for their kills, using his power and case files to find their next victim. Dexter's dead dad once again here to explain what we already know about this being a risky idea.
You think Miguel's a pal? Your wingman? You might want to put that notion to the test.
He tries to put off Miguel by laying out all of the complications of doing this, but this only fires him up more to rise to the challenge. Deborah has the big sad, because Wendell has become the big dead by the hands of this season's serial killer, referred to as the Skinner. LaGuerta's been making friends with a defense attorney, who's basically Miguel's nemesis in court. Nothing of interest happens with her this episode, but we needed to introduce her for something interesting that will happen. Dexter gets the news that Camilla has fallen deathly ill with lung cancer, the same thing that took her husband. Being one of the few people that Dexter cares about, he pays her a visit and listens to her final wishes of having a slice of the perfect key lime pie.
My whole life I've been searching for the perfect key lime pie. And what do I get when I'm about to croak? Fucking pie crust, ready whip, green jello.
Finding the perfect slice becomes his side mission. And you know what? To make this video even more fun, I'm going to follow the guidance of Babish, more or less, and make this perfect pie at home. Yes, no eating them, no. Rory, we need those for the food. Let's carry on with Dexter, and check in from time to time to see how we're doing with this pie, if I can just get my sous chef to stop eating the ingredients. Dexter agrees to help Miguel take out some white supremacist guy, and Miguel wants to do the killing part himself, but Dexter doesn't want him being this involved, and so he gives him the wrong address as to where it's going down.
Miguel will be disappointed. Truth is, I'm not ready to share this part of me with anyone else just yet.
Deborah and Quinn are tracking Ramon as the current lead suspect of being the Skinner. They patiently wait while he tortures a man to really see if he is the Skinner.
Wait.
We need to be sure he's the Skinner.
But it turns out he was just interrogating the guy, trying to get more info on Freebo. Oh, that's okay then.
Miguel says a friend does the hard thing. I agree.
Mix the sugar with melted butter and the broken biscuits. Hausenberg's sous chef was fired for singing nursery rhymes and smoking in the workplace.
Camilla shares her funeral plans and gives Dexter some Polaroids she kept. She then reminds him that he needs to hurry up in finding what she considers the perfect key lime pie.
Better move fast.
Wendell's mum goes off at Deborah, saying that she warned her this would happen and now her only son is dead.
You stay the hell away from me!
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
I didn't mean You didn't mean a what? You came to my house, you talked to my son, and I told you not to!
Her guilt keeps her up all night, looking through the case files on the Skinner, and she discovers that all of the victims' homes recently had their trees trimmed. Oh wow, that's surprising. Miguel is getting heated about the defense attorney, Ellen Wolf, who's continuing to get people off from facing jail time. He suggests to Dexter that she needs to go, but the problem is she doesn't meet his code. She hasn't done anything outside of the law. Miguel, wanting to prove his point, gets Dexter to sit in a meeting where she demonstrates how she'll be getting another killer off the hook. But again, Dexter reminds himself that she's just doing her job. When he denies Miguel his wish, he goes loco on his ass.
I'm asking you to do this for me.
Sorry, no.
What the f*** you?
Camilla's pain level is increasing, and she's praying that the end comes quickly, after he comes through on the perfect pie promise, that is.
Hausenberg is saving his voice as he got ill from drinking from a puddle. Look at his masterful crust molding. That's a tidy crust daddy.
Adding even more pressure on Dexter, she asks if he would be willing to help her move on to the other side. She can't do it herself because it will break her Catholic rules. He's the only person in her life that she can trust to help her.
Camilla, I don't...
Just help me. Please.
He wonders if doing this will break his code. She's an innocent life after all. But on the other hand, this would be doing something morally justified. To protect Anton from being attacked by the Skinner, Deborah orders him to flee to a different state. But he's like, nah, you're pretty hot, so I don't want to move away. The perfect key lime pie ends up being more about the symbolism of the pie rather than her preferences on the crust or whatever, as he's injected this perfect slice with a coma-inducing drug, potent enough to allow her to peacefully slip away.
You finally brought me the perfect pie.
I'm doing a good thing, aren't I? And why does it feel so bad?
Her death was surprisingly impactful for me. She was such a sweet and kind-hearted lady who really looked out for Dexter his entire life, and to see him repaying her this respect by helping to ease her pain, it was really quite touching. Rest in peace, Camilla. Oh boy, my voice is still rough. But we press on regardless. My sous chef spent all day juicing 1,000 limes. Then we mixed it in with the condensed milk and egg yolks. And oh boy, let me tell you, this smelt like absolute vomit, which apparently isn't unusual. But I was still worried about how it's going to taste.
Right now, we don't want him to notice us. We don't want anyone to notice us.
Miguel and Dexter make up over pizza, while Dexter pretends to understand sports.
No way, that's not a foul, man!
That was definitely wrong what that guy did.
I've been in Dexter's shoes way too many times with these kinds of social situations. Where I live in Essex, if you don't like football and support West Ham, you're basically considered a freak. Miguel shows him that one of the players recently got away with murdering someone as part of his debt collection process. Again, let me apologise for my voice right now. I'm determined to push through and get this video done for you. After sleeping with Anton, Deborah finds his weed stash, and it reminds her the kind of guy that she might be partnering up with here. Now, I don't claim to be a weed professional, but who the hell keeps their stash in a cereal box? Comment below where you keep your stash, so I can tell the police. Unless you live in one of the states where it's legal, of course. You lucky f***s. Miguel is learning the ropes of Dexter's code, staking out their next target to track their daily activities and ensure they're able to kidnap the guy without being caught. Dexter hopes that at some point, Miguel was going to back away from the idea of taking a life with his own hands. Because remember, Dexter doesn't kill for justice, he kills to feed his need. But Miguel goes ahead and takes the kill for himself, and experiences the rush in taking part.
How do you feel? Fantastic.
I have neglected to mention that this season Deborah's been constantly pestered by this agent from Internal Affairs, asking her to snoop on Quinn and see if he will admit to doing something bad in the past, which led to the death of a fellow cop. It's not really that interesting, but I felt it worth mentioning here, as Deborah finally confronts him about this, after he criticises her for sleeping with a CI.
That's not half as bad as being responsible for another cop dying because you don't like to play by the rules.
You don't know what the f*** you're talking about.
After the Skinner, oh sorry, we don't know he's a Skinner yet. After George King helps the police by giving them a list of his employees, they question one of them, who ends up being terrified at the idea of being in trouble with the boss man. A level of fear that suggests George King is not a man to be crossed.
What makes you so scary, George King?
Sylvie suspects Miguel was having an affair, but Dexter and Rita can vouch for the fact that Dexter and Miguel were hanging out until midnight. But that doesn't account for the other 7 hours that Miguel went missing for. When Dexter asks him about this, he can tell he's lying about where he went.
I went over to Jack's hideaway over on 57th. I was like so wired. The next thing I know, the sun was coming out.
Sylvia said Miguel got home an hour ago. Did he just lie?
On to more pressing matters, Anton has disappeared. They find his blood near the dumpster outside, suggesting that the Skinner bashed his head against the wall before kidnapping him. And then we cut to the Skinner skinning Anton, but much more slowly compared to his previous victims, because the script says to allow time for him to be rescued before it's too late. He leaves Anton for a while to go do his day job, and he gets taken in for questioning. When Deborah isn't satisfied with his answers, she goes into primal mode, but Quinn jumps in to break it up. They ultimately have nothing on George King, and so they have to let him go. LaGuerta says that she hasn't heard from Ellen Wolf in some time, and Dexter worries that Miguel might have gone against his code and took out Ellen Wolf behind his back. He finds blood on her carpet, and Detective Ghost Dad helps us with the puzzle. Oh, that's horrendous to look at. I'm okay with seeing dead bodies, but she looks more like a White Walker from Game of Thrones here. He then finds her body buried in a cemetery, and realises that Miguel has officially gone too far. He apologises for breaking Dexter's trust, but reminds him that he still has the bloodstained shirt. So there is still some level of trust on the table.
This is the nature of a real friendship. We're gonna disagree. And when we do, we just go our own way.
Dexter wants him to experience some form of consequence though, so he goes back to the grave and leaves it uncovered so that some innocent kids can come along and get traumatised for life. Miguel catches on that Dexter was the reason why the body was found, and says, okay, I get your point, next time I'll play by your rules. The exact words he uses here sounded very familiar to what he said to Rita earlier on.
He said he thinks I could
Save his life.
save his life.
I think you're gonna save my life.
So he wonders again if Miguel's trying to deceive him. He decides to test the supposed blood on his shirt, and it is confirmed to be blood, but it's blood from a cow. He freaks out and trashes the room, but only in his imagination, because it would be too silly and overdramatic to do this IRL. Deborah and Quinn check out one of George King's lockups, but when they can't break open the door, Quinn breaks open the entire wall, finding Anton alive still, and still with most of his skin. God damn, you really took your time with this one, Skinner.
It's all about strategy. Outmaneuvering the opposition, bending him to your will.
Out socialising with Miguel, Dexter has to pretend that everything is fine. He knows that Miguel isn't someone you can take out easily. The man is way too connected. He decides the easier option is to keep them following the code and remain being a team.
Which leaves option 3. Get him under my thumb. And keep him there.
Deborah's freaking out, worrying that she's going to be penalised after Anton penalised her last night. As a protected witness, his whereabouts is likely being tracked, and sleeping with a witness is a big no-no, and it could cost her earning her detective shield. Batista gets a call saying that his now girlfriend Barbara, see I told you she'll be back on the scene, is in hospital after some guy beat her up. She used her keys to defend herself, and Batista gives the blood-stained key to Dexter, so Batista can find this guy and give him a whooping.
Devin Parks.
Dexter's playing Halo 3 while waiting for Miguel, so they can discuss the investigation into Ellen Wolf, and to also suggest that after the wedding, they break up their partnership and go their separate ways. This is a minor bugbear of mine, but I hate it when movies and TV shows can't get video games right. Adding fake, cliche video game sounds.
Winning.
And in this example, he's playing a game that wasn't even released on PC at the time. This bugbear also applies to when they show the internet, where they add fake loading sounds and clicking sounds.
Nope. Nope.
I won't be too mad at this Halo 3 scene, so long as they don't throw in some cringe gaming dialogue.
Game over.
Fuck you. Rita's trying on wedding dresses, and wow, doesn't she look stunning. But I'm a man, and men don't care about wedding stuff. So we're moving on to Masuka, who's sorting out Dexter's stag party, and that's something I can get on board with. He gets let down by some stag do agency, so Quinn steps up with a contact who specialises in boat parties. Quinn reveals that he kept Anton as a CI, even though he was supposed to be released from the programme. So it's kind of his fault that he got targeted by the Skinner.
I should have told you were free and clear. I messed up. I wanted to apologize to your face.
Miguel and LaGuerta reminisce over wine, sharing their fond memories of Ellen. But the wine starts making them a bit loosey-goosey, and they do a little kissy-wissy. What, am I 5 years old? Dexter interrupts with some news on a case, but really he's just trying to protect LaGuerta from being romantically involved with Miguel. Sylvie, as we know, was already suspicious of Miguel, and now she catches him leaving LaGuerta's house.
I'm done!
So,
Get out of my life!
Miguel blames Dexter for being caught, and their friendship is on breaking point. He threatens Dexter that if he doesn't pack it in, he'll expose Deborah for sleeping with a CI. Dexter does the opposite of packing it in, and decides to get some real leverage on him. He knows the shirt blood is phony, but what isn't phony is Ellen Wolf's ring, which Miguel kept as a trophy. Dexter leaves a receipt for dry cleaning, which is where he took the shirt to get the cow blood off. Miguel meets Dexter on a rooftop, and we get this iconic moment.
think this funny?
Not at all. They said that stain would come out.
You.
Why is he being unnecessarily racist here? Or is at least culturally insensitive? The reason Miguel wanted to meet on the rooftop is so that he could show George King who to attack.
Dexter Morgan. You want Freebo? You want your money? Then you need to have a long conversation with him.
The episode ends with Dexter being bagged and kidnapped.
Why don't you just stab a pal in the ventricle, eh?
Dexter breaks free from his bounds and prepares to strike his captor.
What is this? It's a bachelor party, hermano. Yeah. Let me see.
I gotta admit, I did not see that twist coming. It's party time, and Miguel is still pretending to be Dexter's best man, doing the whole speech and stuff, and partying hard with the other stags. The speech part is very false, and also very awkward.
You bring donuts to work so that people can like you? Thanks for the diabetes and the clogged arteries, Dexter. I mean, why don't you just stab a pal in the ventricle, eh?
Friends are always honest with each other. They can see past their differences.
For some reason, they chose to do the stag do on a night when they all have work the next day, having to do important police work while hanging out their arse. The case on Ellen Wolf is still underway, and LaGuerta gets some intel on a car that was seen near Ellen's house before she disappeared. The description matches Miguel's car, and he had motive to kill her. LaGuerta invites him over again, but only to collect evidence from his car. She orders Dexter to do some unofficial testing, and Miguel thought this might happen, so he's been keeping a watch on the police database, and he's alerted to the fact that they're closing in on him. Dexter encourages LaGuerta not to act too quickly, gather more evidence first, and then make the arrest. Miguel sneaks into LaGuerta's house to silence her, but Dexter was anticipating this move. So here we come to the inevitable conclusion of their friendship. Miguel is way too hot-headed to be a fellow serial killer, and he's created way too many problems, so he's got to go.
You're a little freak! You fucking freak! You're a freak! You think this ends here? It doesn't!
It does for you.
I really enjoyed his character, but I think one season of Miguel Prado was more than enough.
There are a few milestones in life that evoke a stronger response than our final act.
I know it's hard to make an actor appear to be dead, but come on guys, you can literally see his pulsating neck, so maybe an extreme close-up wasn't the best choice here. I swear LaGuerta loses someone she cares about every season. Ramon is now very suspicious of Dexter.
I am going to find out why this happened.
We all want the same thing, Ramon.
The next thing he knows, a man matching Ramon's description was seen ransacking his place.
Your suit for the wedding. That's personal.
He can't kill Ramon, as he doesn't meet the code.
I can't kill him, he doesn't meet the code.
kill him. Can't ignore him.
Yep, thanks Dad, we got it. Ramon tells him on his way back from picking up the kids, and Dexter tries to lose him by making him crash. There's a funny filmmaking mistake here, when Dexter goes to check on him and says that Ramon fled the scene, but we can still see Ramon, or his stunt double, sitting in the car.
It's like he's okay enough to walk away.
At his breaking point, Ramon holds up Dexter at gunpoint, and so he gets taken in. Ramon blames Dexter for his family falling apart, which even though he's got no proof of this, he's completely correct. He admits that there were many problems with the family, way before Dexter showed up, so this bitterness Ramon feels isn't entirely Dexter's fault.
I spent my whole life trying to hold it together, and now it's all gone to shit.
As Ramon's explaining his situation, you really start to empathise with him. I can't say for sure, but this feels like it's the end of his story, and if so, I'm glad they ended it on such a good scene. Dexter picks up his suit for the big day, which is tomorrow, but oh dear, who's this? He wakes up tied to a table, and while imagining what might happen to him and not being able to get married and be a dad, he experiences a very weird way of being sad by the tears he's crying coming through Ghost Dad's eyeballs.
I've never seen you cry before.
They're not my tears, Dex. They're yours.
This felt so silly that it kinda tainted what should have been a key moment for Dexter's character development.
I've never felt this.
You've never had a son before.
I really hope they calm down with the whole Ghost Dad stuff when we get to season 4.
Easier to think here, isn't it?
You. Dexter rocks himself off the table and breaks free, and the two scuffle until the police arrive. Dexter kills him knowing that he can't keep him alive after revealing to him that he killed Miguel, and then he flees the scene. He broke his hand in the escape, but all that matters is that he made it to the wedding, and everything is just lovely. And yeah, that's the end of the season. I gotta be honest, this season was the weakest so far. It wasn't bad necessarily, but the serial killer stuff was very mid. I appreciate them trying something different, but yeah, I can't lie, I did find myself a bit bored sometimes. Now, season 4's serial killer is much more interesting, and I look forward to talking about him. Oh, by the way, the key lime pie ended up tasting really good. Not sure why it smelled like vomit at the start, but the end result proved that I was able to make a near-on perfect key lime pie. I just hope I didn't make it too late. Oh, okay. We're back at it, lads and ladies. I'm in the mood for more Dexter. Season 4 is a fan favourite. I'm a Dexter fan, and I've got to say, from what I've seen so far, this is my favourite too. We've got a new serial killer called Trinity, and despite being the most interesting killer of the series, I am not happy about him being played by John Lithgow. He saved Bigfoot from being hunted, and then brought him back home to his family in the forest.
You take care of yourself now, okay?
Okay.
He's a sweet and kind man. I refuse to believe that he's secretly a killer. Well, anyway, let's get stuck into this season.
It's already over.
Trinity has by far the most deranged motives for why he kills so many people, and we'll be finding out about his motives later on, but it certainly does make for an interesting character for Dexter to pursue this season. He's already got his hands full now that he's a father to baby Harrison. Yeah, his birth happened between seasons, and I feel kind of robbed that we didn't get to see that go down. I'm not talking medically speaking, I didn't want to see him physically entering the world, but it would have been fun to see how Dexter handles it. Would we have seen the expected emotions when seeing your son for the first time? Never mind. They've also moved into a new house together, so that's nice. His lack of sleep trying to balance a double life, while at the same time looking after a little life, is causing him to make mistakes at work, which for the type of work he does, is a very big problem.
Wrong notes, wrong blood type, wrong defendant, wrong case. That's what you call a momentary mix-up in a murder trial?
These problems affect everyone else he works with, causing Quinn to lash out at him for destroying his case, and letting a clearly guilty killer go free.
So is your sorry gonna keep Gomez from pounding somebody else into the next world?
Jesus, chill out, Quinn.
No, Deb, he's right.
At the Trinity crime scene, an attractive reporter lady gets her hooks into Quinn, using her charms to get the inside scoop. Her name's Christine, and she's sticking around in the show. Lundy's back on the scene sniffing around the Trinity crimes, so Dexter has that to worry about too, as he's the biggest threat to Dexter being exposed. They test the blood at the crime scene, and it turns out to be old blood from a different woman who was also murdered in this very same bathroom way back in 1979. Trinity was the one case Lundy never closed, and that explains why he's back. He's called the Trinity Killer because he always kills in threes. We get quite the unsettling glimpse into his very dark mental state, as we see him punishing himself with scalding hot water in the shower. The Guerta has a new La Pasión con Batista, but they have to keep it on the lowdown as to not cause drama at work.
Get to work, gentlemen.
I'm going to her.
La pasión, la pasión, la pasión.
Dexter finishes off the episode with a very sleep-deprived kill of the murderer he let get away earlier. But then, his lack of sleep causes him to crash the car on the way back home.
That I remember.
Dexter is dead from the car crash. Not actually, but he might as well be dead because his killing tools and his freshly murdered victim are still in the car. But we get another fake out where it seems like he's about to be arrested.
We found something in your car. A bag. It says pediatric on it. Thought you might need to take it with you.
Due to his concussion, he's on doctor's orders to stay here at the hospital. But that's not going to work for Dexter, as he's got a body to find. He examines his totaled car and finds that his tools were undiscovered. The body, however, is nowhere to be seen. Remains to be seen. Dexter goes back to the disaster scene, with Ghost Dad here to offer some words of obvious advice and redundant reflection on the situation.
Dizzy? I'm fine. Unless you can't find Benny Gomez. Those bags aren't here, Dexter. What did you do with his body?
Can we get Sam and Dean Winchester on the show? This ghost needs to be sent to the Shadow Realm. In other words, can you kindly f*** off, Ghost Dad? Throughout the episode, we see Trinity stalking his next victim, and it's kind of intense, wondering when he's going to strike. To show how cold he is, even after bumping into her son, seeing that she'll be leaving behind a family, he still feels like taking her life. He approaches her in a friendly manner to help with her groceries, but he has the ulterior motive of finding out where she lives. Dexter, looking for the body, goes back to the kill site, hoping that in his semi-conscious state, he still had the good senses to store the body somewhere safe, rather than take it with him back home. And while checking this kill site, he realises that he stored the body in a boxing bag suspended above the ring. Deborah's frustrated at Lundy being back because she was having a good time being Anton's GF, but now her feelings are all mixed up. He keeps things professional, saying that he's only here to work, but this treating her mean only makes her more keen. Like a cat on heat, she takes her sexual frustration out on Anton the second he walks through the door.
Doesn't work that way.
Rita's mad at Dexter for ignoring the doctor's orders and driving around while he's recovering from his concussion. Also, he's been so preoccupied that he's neglecting his duties as a husband and father.
The past few weeks, you have not been the most present father and husband. Remember, we're a team here, right? Okay, we work together.
He sees this conversation as an opportunity to score some points, just so she'll be more forgiving of him the next time he disappears for several hours. He's also failing to blend in as a regular guy, pushing Aster into the pool, just like another dad did to their kid.
Aster, what's that?
Oh my God! Dexter! I'm so humiliated.
If I was Dexter right now, I'd push her in again, just for being a moody brat.
I'm so humiliated.
They ask you how you are, you just have to say that you're fine when you're not really fine, but you just can't get into it.
Trinity has his victim lined up, this time making her jump to her death, and if she doesn't, he'll go after her family.
Just push me!
Doesn't work that way.
Strangely, he then grieves over her body, calling her mummy, and then spreading some of his actual mother's ashes next to where this woman's laying dead. Quinn's been on this being nice to Dexter campaign ever since the time he snapped at him about messing up the court case. Dexter keeps on rejecting his friendship, but today Quinn's stepping it up a notch by giving him very expensive tickets to a Miami Dolphins game.
Well, I can't go, and I asked myself, who's a friend that I could give them to?
I probably should have included this scene where Dexter saw Quinn stealing money, which is why he's trying to keep Dexter sweet. When Masuka shows envy, Dexter immediately gives him the tickets. On the subject of Vince Masuka, I want you to picture the kind of car that you'd imagine this kind of guy drives. I'm guessing that the picture in your mind is pretty damn close to this. Or maybe the pussy wagon from Kill Bill. He also has a very funny line when they're testing the fall trajectory with some dummies at the crime scene.
I put her in a short skirt so that we can see her panties while she's falling.
Dexter's been keeping a close eye on the drummer boy, who Asta has a crush on. Dexter believes that he's the one who's been vandalised in the neighbourhood. He goes to try and scare some sense into him, but the neighbourhood watch are out on patrol, and they chase Dexter away.
It's watch and report, assholes, not watch and chase. This is so humiliating.
Quinn confronts Dexter about his refusal to be friends, and it's here where Quinn comes to the conclusion that Dexter just can't relate to being a regular cop. He's just a nerdy science guy. Quinn blows off some steam by having a skin-to-skin cuddle with Christine. Dexter figures out that the one causing trouble isn't the drummer boy, but his dad, who's been crashing out due to the mum dying and not being able to afford the bills and such. It's not really that important, let's move on.
I'm not touching you.
Today, Dexter is a very happy man because the wife and kids are going on the trip, giving him the whole weekend to himself.
Enjoy your freedom. Go wild.
Right. Go wild.
Say goodbye, Dexter.
Goodbye, Dexter.
Goodbye, Dexter.
Now, don't get me wrong, having the occasional break from family is nice, but as we know by now, Dexter's hardly ever home. When he's not working, he's off out all night murdering someone. So when does he want family time? Why even get married? And more importantly, why have a kid? On his time off, he's not taking a break from work, because that's the one thing he actually loves. He's looking into a trigger-happy cop named Zoe, who shot her daughter and husband dead, claiming that a robber did it when they broke into her house. But Dexter suspects otherwise.
But Zoe always hits her targets. Just ask her husband and daughter. I'm feeling recharged already.
Trinity sees a newspaper about Lundy being back, looking to finally catch him. And feeling cocky, he deliberately bumps into Lundy, allowing his keen eye to notice him and take note of Trinity's description and where he's heading to on this bus.
Hair gray, eyes blue. Something in them.
We also see him punishing himself again, this time intentionally getting his ass kicked. Again, what a strange and interesting man. Zoe's selling her house, and Dexter takes a look around, pretending to be a potential buyer. But really, he's looking for evidence, finding a piece of latex glove that got stuck in the garbage disposal. And when Dexter tests it, he finds traces of gunpowder and blood. Zoe might be a crazed murderer, but she's also very switched on, finding out that Dexter is a blood spatter analyst, and warning him not to stick his nose in her business.
3319 Meadow Lane, right? I'm letting you off with a warning. Drive carefully.
Wanting to set her up for a kill, he provokes her by requesting more files regarding her case. He then baits her into a bathroom, saying that he's going to reveal what he knows. She puts him up against a sink and threatens to kill him, saying that she'll make it look like self-defense. But he knows all the angles where it won't look like self-defense, as blood spatter patterns don't lie. She ultimately walks away, feeling confident they would believe her story over his evidence. He waits at home in darkness for her predictable attack, and the two scuffle before he manages to inject her. Her reasoning is that she felt suffocated by her life, feeling tied down and controlled by the constant pressure of being a mother and wife. Well, boo-hoo for you, but Dexter's gonna do what he came here to do. The episode ends with Lundy and Deborah taking a lovely midnight stroll, because surprise surprise, they're back together again, but this time behind Anton's back. And as everything seems to be going smoothly, and he promises that he'll never leave her again, she gets shot, and Lundy gets shot dead.
Stay with me.
Trinity.
Dexter and Ghost Dad are searching Lundy's apartment, looking through his notes. Maybe the guy who shot him dead and hospitalised Deborah was Trinity.
Lundy devoted his life to hunting Trinity.
He left word for me he'd had an interesting encounter 2 days ago.
Anton pays a visit to help her feel better, but her guilt is getting too much, and so she confesses to him.
I slept with Lundy.
I thought you were happy.
I thought I was too.
LaGuerta also confesses that she's told the captain about her relationship with Batista, feeling that eventually the news will get out, so it's better that it comes from her. Batista is annoyed, feeling that they had the situation under control, but she went ahead and revealed it without his blessing. The captain's solution to this is to make LaGuerta transfer Batista to a different police station.
This is bullshit.
The current suspects of the Lundy killing are a criminal couple who are linked to an ongoing killing spree referred to as the Vacation Murders. The boyfriend winds up dead, leaving only Nikki to bring in and be interrogated for what she's allegedly done. Rita's getting really tired of Dexter, refusing to sell his old apartment, and she sneaks in there to make sure it's not his secret crack den. He plays it off as just being a safe place where he can keep his dad's rifle. But to her credit, she knows how good of a liar he is, and puts him on a verbal warning.
You should sleep here tonight. When you're ready to come home, we have a lot of work to do if this marriage has any hope.
Dexter catches Trinity taking out his next victim. This time it's a friendly security guard, bashing in his skull with a brand new hammer that he bought only a few hours ago. And while selecting this hammer in the shop, he couldn't have made himself sound more suspicious.
I work alone. So much work. But I have to finish what I started, right?
Yeah, I guess.
Dexter follows him home, and is very surprised to see that he's not some loner who lives in a shady apartment and keeps weird trophies in a case. He's a family guy, living a double life just like Dexter, only he seems to be doing a better job at it.
He's like me.
Don't touch my sister.
Trinity's leading the choir, playing into the stereotype of every serial killer being into Christian hymns and loving Bible stuff. That's not me attacking Christianity, it's just that 99% of psychos in media are portrayed in this exact way. So send your anger their way, not to me, you Jesus-loving freak. Dexter's tracking his every move to make sure he knows the man he's dealing with.
Up at 6 a.m. Breakfast, 7 a.m. Work, 8:30. Study session, shaping young minds.
Rita is checking them in to couples therapy because of Dexter still keeping the apartment and all of the distant lover / bad father stuff. Going really well, guys. You've been married for all of 3 months and you're already going to therapy. Surprisingly, the therapist slightly sides with Dexter, suggesting that Rita was naive to think that Dexter would change his behaviour. He's always been this way, and his mental condition, be it high-functioning autism or whatever he has, making him resistant to change and letting go of the past. To be fair to her though, he keeps dangling the carrot, saying that this time he promises to change, and then going back on that change the very next day, if not the very same evening. Dexter makes the most hilarious attempt to make it up to everyone by giving them all gifts. Cody gets a Nintendo DS, Astar a DVD player, and then for Rita, a brand new bread maker. Because she keeps failing to get enough bread when going grocery shopping. Here you go, Rita, have a dishwasher too, and how about a shoe polish kit? I keep going to work in grubby shoes, and quite frankly, that's your fault. Seriously, how funny is it that the kids got fun things to enjoy, whereas she got something to make her a better homemaker?
We're always running out of bread.
We're always running out of milk. Did you get me a cow, too?
Dexter gets his own way in the end, with Rita giving him the garden shed, so he can still have a secret room and doesn't need to travel back to his old apartment. What do you reckon, guys? Do you think he's now going to sell the place, or are we still going to be having this same conversation for the rest of these seasons? Masuka is all hyped up because he's got the DNA results from the Hammerhead crime scene. But Dexter feels confident that Trinity isn't on their police database. But Masuka does find out that the DNA of the ashes is related to the DNA of the killer. Keeping tabs on Trinity, Dexter gives himself the alias of Kyle Butler. I'm just going to call him Dexter. And he offers to help his charity of building new homes. He also gets to know his son, who at first seems like a happy fella, but we soon find out the truth of how he's really feeling beneath the surface. Deborah's still convinced that Nikki is the one who shot Lundy, but Nikki is a crying mess, tired of protesting her innocence.
If you say that you saw me kill Frank Lundy, then you're the liar. You are the liar!
Batista and LaGuerta tell the captain that there's no need for a transfer, as they've officially broken up, stating so on a legal document, so that there's no conflict of interest within the PD. The captain says okay, but if you even so much as sniff at each other, you'll both be fired. The biggest event of this episode is Dexter going to Trinity's house and finding his sister's ashes. Trinity catches him holding the urn and completely loses his cool.
Don't touch my sister. Forgive me, I'm so sorry.
Because Trinity is a nice guy, when he's not bleeding people out in bathtubs, he makes up with Dexter and then gifts him some tools, which includes the exact hammer that he bashed the security guy with.
I'll see you at the next build then.
Wouldn't miss it.
You can call him anything you want, but the fact is he's not a man at all. He's a monster.
A gruesome opening, quite literally, as they've cut open this gator and found a severed arm. This arm was swallowed post-mortem, so clearly someone murdered this woman and then dumped her body in the river. We'll come back to who did this in a moment, because right now it's rambling time. I don't wish to harp on too much about Dexter constantly repeating himself, but even now in season friggin' 4, he's still narrating his thoughts about secretly being a killer and Rita being none the wiser.
Actually, guys, it's been a long day and I'm kind of...
Go easy on him. He's only one person.
That you know of.
I'm your wife. I want to know what's going on inside you.
I don't think you do.
Okay, we get it. Can you please stop spoon-feeding your audience? I'm not a dumb baby, I'm a big boy. I'm able to understand what's going on here without you giving me friggin' flashcards all the time. Okay, so the severed arm. It belongs to a woman who recently did a photo shoot with a very strange guy who likes his women to look like demons or be heavily pixelated because he doesn't want to be demonetized. Yeah, he's a real sick freak. So Dexter kills him. But it turns out he got the wrong guy.
At first it looked like Farrow, but this is airtight. We got camera footage from the toll booth of him heading over to Alligator Alley. We got DNA evidence, we got everything.
Will this mistake change Dexter's behaviour? You bet it won't, but the suggestion is nice. The highlight of this episode is Dexter going with Trinity to cut down some trees. There's some character revealing moments where Trinity can't start a chainsaw and very much dislikes that Dexter was able to with ease. Clearly he likes to be in control and takes failure very personally. On the way back, Trinity accidentally hits a deer and rather bizarrely is squeamish at the idea of finishing the job to ease its pain, handing Dexter the axe so he can do the right thing. And I can already hear you screaming, because I'm screaming it too, and so is Ghost Dad, that the biggest right thing to do here is to jam that axe right into Trinity's head. Ah shit, you missed. Well, I'm sure that not taking him out now will have zero consequences later on. Turns out Trinity wanted this wood so he could build a coffin. And to be fair, it's a pretty nice coffin. No idea what his intentions are for it, but yeah, he did a good job. Dexter's side mission today is giving Cody a hobby to get into, and he chooses a familiar hobby, sailing. Is this interesting? No. But there is a funny moment when they go camping, and it's Dexter's turn for telling a scary story. But because he's about as creative as an abacus, the only horror story he comes up with is a real story from work, which due to the horrific nature of the crime, he nearly scars the kids for life.
You can call him anything you want, but the fact is he's not a man at all. He's a monster. For countless years, he's roamed the countryside, killing the innocent, leaving behind bits of his dead sister.
I'm so excited about today's surprise, I practically sprang out of bed.
As well as being down in the dumps about his erroneous kill, he's not too happy about the progress they're making in tracking down Trinity. So he realises that killing Trinity needs to be a top priority. Dexter pays him another visit, and we see how controlling he is over his family, criticising his son for polishing his precious car in the wrong way.
I got it, Dad. If you got it, I wouldn't have to remind you. There are two ways to do things. Why not choose the right way?
He tells Dexter about a building project that he's travelling to over in Florida, so Dexter comes up with an excuse as to why he needs to go there too. Rita, having the spine strength of a yellow belly pick and mix snake, is like, yeah sure, no worries, you can abandon your family again for a whole weekend, why not, go have fun. I love this scene of Dexter pestering Trinity to let him come with on the road trip, faking a near mental breakdown and saying that he's got a heavy confession that he needs help with.
Oh, come on. I knew I could count on you.
On a pit stop, Trinity angrily insists that Dexter shares his secret, and so he does.
I'm gonna get into my van and just leave you here to fend for yourself.
Killed a man.
You killed someone?
You, of all people, act appalled.
Due to this confession, Trinity plans an impromptu surprise for Dexter. A surprise so exciting that he does this adorable old man dance.
I'm so excited about today's surprise, I practically sprang out of bed. You ready for this? So ready.
The surprise is that he's taking him to Trinity's childhood home, where he witnessed his sister bleeding out in a bathtub. She slipped over and cut herself because she caught Trinity watching her and naturally got spooked by it. So this explains why he's constantly punishing himself. He was giddy to show Dexter this, because now they share a secret together, and finally he doesn't feel so alone. His relief puts him in a weird, oversharing state of mind, deeply disturbing a family at brunch, before Dexter shuts it down.
I showed you the bathroom where my sister died.
Kids don't need to hear any more about it.
Bob! They should learn to speak the truth.
I think they know how to speak the truth.
We're leaving. What about your tournament?
These folks want to enjoy their family time alone.
Dexter sends Rita some photos as quote-unquote proof of his business trip, but Rita is too busy having fun with the kids and the newly single man who lives next door. After a few glasses of wine, he gets a bit flirty, but Rita, being a loyal yellow belly, denies his advances. This won't seem very important now, but Christine has been bugging Deborah for an interview about what happened to her, seeming to take a personal investment in the details of this story. Before Dexter heads home, he sneaks into Trinity's room to do what must be done, but he's disappeared. Dexter then finds him at the house project, where he stands at the top of the building, ready to jump. I suppose that now he feels unburdened by his secrets, now is a good time for him to end his story. But then Dexter saves him, only because he wants his death to be by his hands.
This isn't how you die.
Let go!
Last thing to mention is this scene, where Deborah takes her shirt off to show Masuka her scars, and his reaction is what you'd expect.
They're just tits.
But they're yours, perky, perfect.
She wants to know the exact height of the shooter, and it turns out to be a different height to what Trinity's height is.
My height, approximately.
I think I skipped over the part where Nikki was found innocent, but who really cares about that detail? We want to know who done it, not who didn't done it.
Kyle, perhaps it's time for you to go.
I think I should stay.
Jonah's smashing up Daddy's beloved car, as he's tired of the abuse back home. He invites Dexter over for Thanksgiving, in the hopes that Trinity would be on his best behaviour in front of company. This means that once again, Dexter has to ditch on his family for a while, so that he can have dinner at two houses. Deborah turns up though, with her +1 being Masuka, the only other person in the PD who didn't have any plans. And helping out in the kitchen to replace Dexter is Elliot from next door. Yeah. They pop over to use Elliot's spare oven, and that's not the only thing sparking up, as his flirting continues, and Rita's loyalties can only be stretched so far, so she doesn't immediately back away.
I am so sorry. I don't know what I was thinking.
Yeah, I don't either.
Masuka sees this, and typically speaking, he would find watching this to be hot. But this particular voyeur session involves a betrayal on a friend, and that's just not okay. Back at Trinity's house, he tries to play it off as no big deal when Jonah shows him the smashed up car. But as soon as Dexter leaves the room, he teaches Jonah a lesson by breaking his finger.
That's for my windshield.
The other telltale sign for Trinity being a psycho, not that Dexter needs another sign, is that his daughter's bedroom is padlocked on the outside. And when Dexter talks with her, she sees an opportunity for him to rescue her, and she'll do anything to return the favour.
Rebecca, you're 15. I don't want anything from you.
At the dinner table, tensions reach breaking point, where Jonah refuses to give thanks to Trinity, leading to a massive brawl in the lounge. Jonah smashes the urn, the daughter gets launched across the room, and in the heat of the moment, Dexter steps in and goes for the kill. But because all the family have Stockholm Syndrome, they don't allow Dexter to finish the job.
Thankful to be out of that house. You showed Trinity the monster in you. He'll see you coming now.
On a more pleasant note, that turkey looks bussin'.
And take the brightest stars up in the skies and place them in her eyes for me.
Dexter now uses a shipping container to store all of his psycho killer stuff, a much more sensible place than the shed in the back garden where his children play. He follows Trinity and observes him eyeing up his next victim. Pretending to be a cop, he then lures the kid into his van. This isn't going where you think it's going. Dexter somehow loses his trail and can't get to him in time as he drives away with the kid.
Kyle, I don't appreciate being followed.
I'm calling the police.
If I so much as see a police car, the boy pays the price.
Jonah says that Trinity is going to a teacher conference over in Naples, which I'm now finding out is a city in Florida, and not just Italy. And if you just learnt that too, that means that I taught you something, and you should subscribe, for the purpose of education. Trinity insists on calling this kid Arthur, because that's his name, clearly looking to replicate a memory of when he was a kid, using this kid as a stand-in. Deborah finally agrees to the interview, and that's because she wants to get Christine into a room and find out what she knows on the Lundy shooting, asking Batista to watch the feed and look out for any signs that Christine knows more than she's letting on. She uses the crime scene photos to rattle her and question how she was able to get to the crime scene so quick.
I like to roll out of bed and hit the gym early. I was on my way there when I heard the scanner.
Bullshit. She's lying. I spoke to Christine at your crime scene. Hair made, full makeup. No way she rolled out of bed at 5 a.m. looking like that.
We then cut to Trinity, who gets an urgent call from Christine, who calls him Dad.
Dad, I really need to see you.
You just did. Thanksgiving night.
Hi, Dad.
Yeah, the reveal of Trinity being Christine's dad actually happened at the end of the Thanksgiving episode, which was last episode, and I have somehow forgot to include that into the script. So my surprise here is strange and amateur. The kidnapped kid, Scott, starts to sympathise with Trinity, seeing that he's reliving a painful memory. And maybe if he plays along with this reenactment, Trinity will let him live. A nice idea, but then Trinity puts a knockout drug into his ice cream, so it seems that won't be happening. Dexter eventually tracks down the bomb shelter where they were hanging out, but he's too late. He then finds concrete residue on the floor and figures out that Trinity is heading to a construction site to bury Scott alive. En route, Trinity meets up with Christine, who confesses to knowing about his crimes, and to protect him from Lundy, she shot him dead.
I shot him.
What?
It's okay. I made it look like another crime spree. The vacation murder.
Dexter gets to the site in time and pushes Trinity back, saving the boy before he drowns in concrete. Unfortunately, however, Trinity has escaped.
Dexter. Wow, okay.
Christine isn't budging, unwilling to admit that Trinity is her dad.
I told you. My mother got pregnant. It happens. I never met my father.
Selfishly wanting to take out Trinity himself, Dexter plans to frame a decoy killer, finding a guy named Stan Beaudry who fits Trinity's profile. The real Trinity calls him, asking what his game is. Why hasn't he called the police? Dexter responds by demanding $50k cash, otherwise he will call the police.
I'm a school teacher. I don't have that kind of money.
Take a loan out on your house, sell your car, I really don't care.
The captain calls the Guerta and Batista into his office, as there the Passion was caught on CCTV, meaning they lied under oath, committing a felony. So yeah, their days are numbered. The Guerta plays the race card and also the gender card, which is usually a deadly combination that makes most employers crumble to their knees, begging for forgiveness. But the captain is old school and holds his employees accountable.
So what exactly is your beef with me? My gender? My race? What?
Your arrogance.
LaGuerta isn't totally out of line for insinuating that Matthews might be racist, as a while back he did call her a racist slur. But if she was really affected by it, she definitely would have pulled him up on it before. Maria LaGuerta's no pushover. She would have stood her ground if she felt she needed to. She's only playing this card here and now as a defensive move, which she desperately needs, considering the jail time she could face. The takeaway here is that they're both capable of being slimeballs. Dexter takes a few seconds out of his busy schedule to focus on his marriage counselling, but then he gets a call saying he needs to come back to work. Knowing that she only has a minute of his attention, she admits to him that she and Elliot kissed.
I was waiting to tell you, in therapy. Right, so let's just go to our sessions.
No, I told you I can't.
The crime scene he's called to is for a victim named Kyle Butler, and this makes him realise that Trinity is out looking for him. This innocent victim caught Trinity breaking into his house, and so he got killed to keep him silent. Dexter knocks out the next Kyle Butler and waits for Trinity to arrive, but he barely gets in the door before dipping, spotting a custom greetings card with this Kyle's face on it.
Not much of a resemblance.
At least he's not looking for Kyle Butler anymore.
Dexter gets to work planting Stan Beaudry's DNA, travelling to 2 separate locations, and then of course taking him out, so he can't deny being Trinity. How the hell Dexter has the energy for all of this is beyond me, and to still have enough to go home and clobber Elliot across the chops.
I guess I deserve that. No, wait. I know I'm an asshole, but just wait a minute. I got caught up in a moment.
Trinity spots Dexter when he comes looking for him at the arcade, so he follows Dexter back to the station. Using some clever sleight of hand, he steals a visitor's badge and makes it past security to go find where Dexter is. And this moment's right here, where they lock eyes and then Trinity towers above him, completely removing Dexter's control of the situation, is truly a top tier moment of this entire show.
Hello, Dexter Morgan.
When Deborah finds out that Trinity is Christine's dad, she goes in for the arrest, and Christine finally confesses to being the one who shot Lundy. Knowing that it's the end of the road, she switches off her own engine.
What happened?
Trinity says, "I'll keep you alive, so long as you stay out my way, and forget that you know who I am."
If I were you, I'd give up vigilantism. You're not very good at it. Goodbye, Dexter Morgan.
Dexter tells him, while trying to talk to Rita on the phone, and arguing with Ghost Dad, so a collision was bound to happen.
Hey! Gotta go.
Dexter waits for Trinity to get back from the bank, and when he finally knocks him out, he sees that he's closed all of his accounts. He goes to continue his routine with Trinity, but sees that the police are looking for him, as the guy whose car he hit has reported him. He tries a diplomatic approach, hoping the fellow police will side with him, but they don't.
Okay, buddy. We're taking you in.
So much for diplomacy.
When Dexter gets released, he rushes back to the van, but Trinity has already woken up and disappeared. He's at home right now, freaking out about Dexter stealing his money, saying that he's going to sell everything that's valuable to the family if he doesn't find him.
What the hell is going on? What did you do?
Please, no! You're lucky you don't pull the fillings out of your teeth.
Deborah's been in contact with one of Dad's old flings, for reasons that aren't very interesting. But one of her leads brings her to ITK's old house, and that's when Deborah realises that her dad and ITK's mother once hooked up. She goes to the captain to confirm if Dexter and ITK were brothers, and he admits that he's known all along, but chose to honour her father's wishes by keeping it under wraps as to not destroy their lives, digging up the horrible past of what happened to Dexter's mother.
What the hell am I supposed to do with this?
You keep it to yourself.
Her other job is looking into the Stan Beaudry case, as they no longer believe him to be the culprit. They interview Scott to see what he remembers, and he draws the logo of Trinity's charity. Wow, say that 5 times fast. And with this lead, they dig up a young boy's heavily decomposed body.
Looks to be wearing pajamas.
They found Scott Smith wearing pajamas.
I'll call Judge Morales at home. Have her get a warrant started.
Trinity looks up Dexter's address, and this is a move that Dexter was anticipating, saying to Rita that they should go on that honeymoon they've been talking about, telling her to get the earliest flight possible and he'll meet her there. The kids are going to Disneyland with their grandparents, and it seems that everything is going according to plan. But before Dexter can go chill on his honeymoon, he needs to find Trinity. He goes to his house, but he's not here, and his visit is very poor timing, as the police arrive to raid the house. Luckily, Dexter has his badge, because otherwise him being here right now would be damn suspicious. Dexter finds the smashed windscreen of Trinity's Mustang, and he knows the body shop where he's going for the repairs. We see Trinity driving around the city, looking happy as can be, and then we see that somehow Dexter snuck into his boot, waiting for the car to break down so he can jump him.
Hello, Arthur Mitchell.
Do you mean to tell me that Dexter's been in this boot for the whole day, no doubt cooking alive in the Miami heat? Well anyway, his obsessiveness to kill Trinity is finally going to pay off, and there's no way he's escaping this one. Because of their complicated relationship, where on some level Dexter relates to his pain, he shows him some respect by playing him his sister's favourite song and turning on the model train to give him a nice final memory before turning out the lights. His obsessiveness, however, is about to bite him on the arse big time. He comes back home, expecting Rita to have already left, but her stuff is still here. She left a voice note saying she had to come back home because she forgot her passport, and it seems that she never left the house again. Dexter rushes to the bathroom, finding baby Harrison covered in blood, and Rita dead in the bathtub. He had several chances to take out Trinity, and failing to do so has given him the ultimate penalty. He realises that being Dexter is a lifelong curse that afflicts everyone around him.
But it doesn't matter what I do. What I choose. I'm what's wrong.
How on earth could Dexter's situation get any worse? He's partially responsible for the death of his wife and mother to his son Harrison, and let's not forget Cody and Asta. Season 4 set a really high bar for quality, so let's see if Season 5 can keep up. And before we begin, we need to give props to Michael C. Hall, as he filmed this season while battling cancer. If you notice his hair looks a little off, that's because it's a wig. A much more reasonable wig than the monstrosity we saw back in Season 1. Want to hear the worst thing you could say as an innocent person at your wife's murder scene?
Rita's inside. It was me.
And want to hear the worst thing you could say as a friend of the murdered wife and a professional attending the scene of the crime?
I imagined her naked plenty of times, but never like this.
The natural assumption is that Trinity did this, but Dexter still has to be questioned, especially after saying that very dumb thing. The Guetta demands that the FBI schedule an appointment rather than question him right here and now. Would she realistically have the power to say no to the FBI here?
Finish up here, then take your brother home. You want to talk to Dexter, schedule an appointment.
Don't you f***ing know who I am? You do not talk to me like that.
Quinn finds it damn suspicious that Dexter's talking about this like it's just a regular crime scene, showing zero emotion.
She has an approximately 1-inch incision midway upper right thigh dissecting the femoral artery.
And even the people who like him are having their doubts. Dexter gets a call from the kids asking to speak to their mummy, but she's currently unwinding in the bathtub, so no, now is not a good time. He decides not to tell them the truth yet, so they can enjoy one last day of happiness at Disney before coming home to the traumatic truth. As he's organising the funeral, we get some fun flashbacks to their first date, but they're not that fun, so we're gonna skip past them. Deborah and Quinn get busy cleaning the crime scene, and part of Deborah's grieving process just so happens to be boinking, and as Quinn's the only guy here who can help with that, well, it is a new season after all. She's gonna need to have a new boyfriend, who will eventually either break up with her or get killed off in some way. Now we come to a scene that I actually found so alarming that I'm still flabbergasted by on a rewatch. So the kids have come home, and they've bought Dexter a Mickey Mouse hat. And while he's still wearing the hat, he decides to break the news to them.
A man came into our house. Your mother came home and he killed her.
What? She got killed?
Seriously, what is wrong with you? You have to be a special kind of socially inept to not take a moment here to contemplate how poor taste it might come across to give your kids such devastating news while still wearing the bloody Disney hat. Dexter fails to show up to the FBI interview, panicking Deborah into thinking that he might be up to something stupid. She checks in on his old apartment to find the crazy neighbour lady feeding Harrison way too much ice cream. He's a friggin' baby. That much sugar's gonna send him into a coma. Oh, by the way, this is Deborah's apartment now. Dexter's just staying here temporarily. Right now, he's trying to delete his past, burning the contents of his shipping container. Everything apart from the blood slides. He is a psycho killer after all. He needs his trophies. After confessing who he really is to Rita, a bit too late for that one, mate, he sails away, looking to start over again. Meanwhile, the funeral is about to begin, but everyone's waiting on him to be there before they can make a start. He stops for gas and is confronted by a rude customer.
What's your problem?
Nothing.
Fucking retard. Get the f out of here.
Not in the mood for his kind right now, he follows him into the bathroom, and while smashing his brains out with an anchor, he bursts out in a cathartic rage, half yelling, half crying. He ultimately decides to come back and be there for the funeral, dressed completely inappropriately and giving a speech that comes across more like it's about himself than about remembering Rita.
I wasn't even human. I never expected that to change. She reached out and found something I didn't even know was there.
I have felt sorry for her before, but this is where I feel the most sorry for Rita. Being bled out in your own bathtub sucks, but to have someone like Dexter be the one to give your eulogy, the last words uttered about you, before being buried in the dirt forever, that is a far greater tragedy. After everything she went through, she deserved so much better. Talk about an upsetting journey start to finish. Rest in peace if you can. Dexter finally attends the FBI meeting, but it's fairly uneventful. They basically say, we know you didn't kill Rita, we just want to know if you know why Trinity targeted her.
Because he's a serial killer?
He then goes to a van rental place, looking for a large van to move the stuff out of the murder house. But even though he's here for personal reasons, he can't help noticing a bloodstain on the floor. I love the use of this corny harp music, or whatever these instruments are, whenever Dexter investigates something. Reminds me of when Cartman became a psychic detective.
Ice cream.
Blood.
He traces the rental records to a roadkill cleanup guy called Boyd, and sets up a phony call out to get face to face with him.
You're probably used to seeing dead things though, huh?
Can't say I ever get used to it.
He then breaks into his house for a little snooping around, finding a loaded gun and a bulk buy of tin tuna and chicken noodle soup. Yeah, this guy is clearly a freak. I'd arrest him right here and now. Much to Dexter's surprise, Boyd has come home early, so he needs to hide. He immediately sticks on this motivational CD from a guy called Jordan Chase. He'll be relevant to the story later. While making his escape plan, he notices that Boyd is collecting locks of hair, the final clue in labelling this guy as someone to look into. He follows him to a swamp where he's dumping barrels. Dexter has no time to investigate right now, as he gets a call saying Cody and Asta are missing, but he knows exactly where they've gone.
They wanted to see where it happened, where they lost their mother.
Understandably, the kids are still mad at him, and Asta demands that they go live with their grandparents, a wish he grants that same evening. So Rita's gone, the kids are gone, and now he's finally free to do what he's always done, but now there's no one around to nag him about it. Two more events of the episode are Batista punching out a cop at a bar for calling LaGuerta a slag, and a police sketch comes in for Kyle Butler, and Quinn gets the feeling that he knows who this is. And this time it isn't a kid mistaking Dexter for Jesus. Oh yeah, and finally, Dexter gets round to checking out the barrels in the swamp, giving us this very creepy image of a dead woman looking all pale and terrified. It tells us the story of what Boyd gets up to when he's not scraping up dead animals. The last obstacle standing in the way of Dexter enjoying his passions is his pesky son, Harrison. But luckily, he's found the perfect babysitter, an Irish lady called Sonia. And she doesn't mind the occasional overtime, so if Dexter needs to chop up a few more bodies and take another midnight boat trip, she's got it covered. He deliberately bumps into Boyd, saying that he's looking for a new job, something outdoorsy and dead animal scoopy. Boyd says, okay, we start tomorrow, giving Dexter time to go find a place where he'll eventually kill Boyd.
It's like I'm putting my life back in order.
I should probably mention the investigation going on in this season's overarching B-plot. The case name is Santa Mierda.
That's Santa Muerte. It's Saint Death, not Saint Shit.
When Nacho's dad is questioned about the killings, he brings up the very valid point of how the hell Deborah's lived in Miami for so long without picking up any Spanish.
You live in Miami? Why you not learn Spanish?
Because me too busy making a living.
They come back the next day and find him beheaded, so it seems someone is keeping a watch on who the police are questioning. Batista better watch his head too, as it could be metaphorically chopped off from being in the police force, as the cop that he punched into oblivion has decided to press charges.
I was under the impression the matter was settled.
Oh, far from it. Lopez collapsed while on duty today. He's been hospitalized with internal bleeding.
Dexter calls in a fake dead gator nearby to his kill site, but it doesn't go according to plan, with Boyd giving cat-like reflexes to his syringe by shooting a tranq dart back. Instead of reporting Dexter to the ambulance people, Boyd does what he can to figure out why Dexter attacked him, the two of them staring each other down as they get casted into A&E. Dexter massively underestimated this guy, assuming him to be an easy kill, but he's surprisingly switched on and cunning. Side note, every time I look at Boyd, I can't help but be reminded of Josh from Good Mythical Morning. Quinn begins his secret investigation, linking Dexter to his old alias, Kyle Butler. That name just does not roll off my tongue easy. He makes a call to the agent, who's keeping Trinity's family under protection, and he agrees to try and set up a meet, where maybe Quinn can show Jonah a picture and officially pin the alias to Dexter. Back at the house, Dexter pounces on Boyd, this time successfully knocking him out. He's had to ditch the original kill site and uses Boyd's room instead.
Remember in the truck you asked me what I want? I want my wife back. But this'll have to do.
After doing the deed, he's startled by a pair of eyes watching him from behind a locked door. A terrified young woman who's all scratched up and dirty, clearly being kept prisoner here by Boyd. So, what is Dexter going to do about this eyewitness? Dexter contemplates his next move. He can't simply let her go because she saw what he did, but he can't kill her because she's an innocent. When she wakes up, she freaks out, assuming that he's another Boyd looking to abuse her. So he knocks her back out for a while longer to figure out who she is and where to go from there. Using her fingerprint, he finds out her name is Lumen, an unusual name that comes from the Latin word for light. He goes back and tries to win her trust, but she's been treated as property for so long that it's going to take some time before she lets her guard down, and Dexter realises the challenge he just took on.
No, please let me go! I can't go through it again! Please!
There's a depressing moment where she's reading a letter from her parents, telling her their regret in her running away from home and saying that they miss her dearly. A regret shared as she breaks down, missing the security of being surrounded by loved ones.
Take all the time you need, but then please come home. It's not a family without you.
She plays a really smart move, pretending to be dead on the floor and then clocking him one to make her escape. She almost has a chance of being rescued, but her trust issues kick in once more.
You need a ride? Yeah, what are you doing out here? Hey, where are you going?
When he catches her again, he makes a big move to earn her trust, taking her to the Dead Lady Swamp and saying that this is a fate that he just rescued her from. And if she doesn't believe him, here's my knife, so you can cut yourself free. This was just an instinctual reaction. She does actually now slightly trust him. She later reveals that there's other guys just like Boyd who put her through hell, and she doesn't want to go back home knowing that they're still out there. Batista clears the air with the cop he punched, apologising but also reasoning that if Batista insulted his wife, he would have expected the same retaliation. Deborah's Santa Mierda case leads them to some run-down house where their current suspects live, the Fuentes brothers. One of them holds a hostage with a knife and threatens to slice him up unless Deborah radios in the all clear.
Yes, clear.
Stupid bitch.
Quinn doesn't get anywhere with his FBI contact, and so he follows him instead to find out where Jonah is. He waits for the guards to be distracted and moves in to get confirmation on Dexter being Kyle Butler, but Jonah hesitates to respond.
Back away! Back away!
Hey, cop, it's okay.
Keep your hands where I can see him and shut the hell up. Jonah, go to the car now.
He gets suspended for this private investigation, which LaGuerta should have been notified of, considering that it involves his colleague. It's not a complete loss of a day though, because Deborah says that she wants to go back to his place and have some rough and dirty. She's been dicking him around ever since they slept together, saying it was nothing and he should move on, but now she wants him again. Luhrmann wants in on Dexter's hobby, but he strongly advises against it, gifting her some plane tickets in the hopes of getting rid of her. But this doesn't work for Luhrmann, so he continues digging into Boyd's background, hoping to find the other guys who were involved in her abuse. He notices that someone's been rifling through Boyd's house, doing so in such a hurry that they cut themselves breaking in, leaving a bloody thumbprint for Dexter to analyse. And it turns out to be Luhrmann, who, just like Dexter, appears to be busy collecting information so she can track these men down and deliver justice. Following up on the Fuentes brothers, they seek Masuka's advice about tattoo parlours in the area, as he has a giant tattoo on his back of a naked lady warrior riding a dragon.
The Dragon Lady represents the dualities of my inner warrior.
You know, at first, it's easy to label Masuka as a cringe lord douche, but the more you get to know him, the more you admire his courage to always be himself and never be ashamed of it. This line of inquiry ends up going nowhere, but we do get to see some hot models' butts. Where why do, you just get to see pixels. The guy from Internal Affairs is still pressing LaGuerta about what Batista did, and he's growing suspicious about how many meetings she's having with him and her not being open about what they're discussing. The whole reason he punched a cop was because of him spreading rumours about LaGuerta having a loosey-goosey sexual past. Is that still true today, he wonders. He goes through her phone, seeing that they've arranged to meet again. He busts in on them in a motel room, assuming the worst, and LaGuerta shouts him down, seeing as she had to go undercover as a favour to Internal Affairs to make up for his fight.
What am I supposed to think? You barely talk to me. The late nights, the sneaking around.
IA needed my help to bust a narcotics cop on the take, and I said yes. Why? To close the books on your bar fight!
Dexter tracks down Boyd's old cellmate, who's an offender of the sex kind, and he sets him up on a kill table to prevent Luhrmann from becoming a killer and going down this dark path. But then he realises that this guy couldn't have been one of the men, as he's wearing an ankle monitor. Not sure why that means it couldn't have been him, but I'll roll with it. He then catches Luhrmann about to make the same mistake, and she breaks down, pretty much admitting that her mind is clouded by the urge of revenge.
I just want to feel better. I want all this to go away.
This bridge location is one of the most unsettling Dexter landmarks. It's a seedy underpass where registered diddlers and offenders all congregate to hang out, forming a kind of diddling community. I pray this sort of place doesn't exist. Imagine getting lost and accidentally stumbling across this.
Nice. Where you going, baby?
Luhrmann agrees to take the plane tickets, but when she's getting patted down by airport security, she realises that she can't fly away from her trauma, so she's staying right here in Miami. In this episode, we meet a new character called Stan Liddy, who simply goes by Liddy, but that sounds stupid to me, so I'm calling him Stan. Stan is a crooked cop looking to make a side hustle, and Quinn has the perfect job for him, a job that he just got banned from doing, spying on Dexter Morgan.
Dexter? The kind of name is Dexter?
Lumen wastes no time in taking out one of the guys on her list, but now she's freaking out, unsure of what to do next. Dexter says, "Alright, chill, I'll be there soon." Awful timing, as he was about to take out this guy who's been targeting closeted gay dads using public bathrooms. He criticises her terrible killing skills, missing most of her shots, and more importantly, not getting a kill shot.
He was dead.
Apparently not.
Don't get mad at me.
This isn't how I was planning to spend my evening.
She also has no solid evidence that this guy should even be on her list.
I shot one of the creeps who raped me.
You don't have any proof.
I'm the proof! My memory, my experience.
Problems escalate when he gets called to a crime scene, and that crime scene is right here. So they need to find the wounded guy quick, before the cops do. When they do find him, he protests his innocence, but Lumen's struggling to keep her cool and shoves her shoe in his mouth. A weird move, but okay. In the struggle, she drops her phone, and while their backs are turned, he makes a call, and says out loud that he's one of the guys, and so Dexter kills him. Meanwhile, the rest of Dexter's team are following the same blood trail through the warehouse, and there's another problem to throw into the mix. The gay dad killer has woken up and escaped Dexter's car. And there's a really tense moment where he's about to make it to the cops, but Dexter manages to catch him and take him out. He then plants his body in a way that makes it seem like a kink session gone wrong.
Autoerotic mummification.
Deborah's leading a task force to blend into a club, hoping to jump the Fuentes brothers when their guard is down. Batista flirts with a young lady who's currently facing drug charges, and he makes a deal with her where she'll get those charges dropped if she helps them in getting closer to their targets. Lumen takes a bath, giving Dexter some PTSD, and he opens up a bit more about his family situation, with Lumen returning the gesture, revealing how she worries about mentally falling back down after this night of revenge. Dexter realises they share a common problem of needing to take out more bad guys in order to soothe their souls.
I can't get revenge for Rita's death, but I can help Lumen avenge what was done to her.
They begin jotting down the small details of what Lumen remembers from her attacks. For the most part, she was blindfolded, so the details she has are minimal.
The suit guy I'd know. He always took the blindfold off. I guess he thought I'd be dead soon.
He suggests that she crashes here while he goes to work, before they can get down to planning their next move. Meanwhile, a smartly dressed man just paid some guys to get the swamp barrels into the back of his truck. But then en route to wherever he's going, he manages to crash. Dexter is called to the scene, a very disturbing scene, which I find to be much more grotesque than any scene with tons of blood and gore. Because with this type of grotesque, you're dealing with bodies that have become all goopy and warm pudding-like as they're cooking in the Miami sunshine. The suit guy is no longer on the scene, but Lumen's here, which isn't exactly ideal for Dexter, as he wants to keep her a secret for as long as he's helping her. Quinn spots them talking, and Stan confirms it's the same woman who he saw going to Dexter's house.
Slim, pretty.
That'd be her.
I know who she is.
You betcha.
They find out the truck belongs to Jordan Chase, the motivational speaker that Boyd listens to, or did listen to. They have trouble reaching him, but then surprisingly he voluntarily comes into the PD, willing to play ball so long as they keep his name out the press. They're immediately suspicious of his story about the truck being stolen, but then again they don't have any justification for taking him in right now. Dexter explains his typical dilemma of needing the police to pin the murders on the wrong guy so that he can take out the right guy. Only this time, Lumen is insisting on being part of the plan. If they are to pin this on Boyd, they need to go and scrub Lumen's DNA from the room she was being kept in. Naturally, this isn't an easy place for Lumen to come back to.
You okay? We can leave.
No.
They try again to get to the Fuentes brothers, using the attractive druggy lady that Batista bribed. The Goiter gets a cop to flirt with him, but Deborah feels that she's walking into danger. And yep, she was right. He quickly finds her gun, and all hell breaks loose. When Carlos Fuentes holds another person hostage, she decides not to risk it this time. While searching Jordan's bodyguard's house, Dexter finds a picture of him when he was young, hanging out with Boyd and some other guys who might be involved in what happened to Lumen. This house searching task almost went to shit when the bodyguard gets the jump on Dexter, but Lumen snuck in just in time to save him.
We have to go before he sees our faces.
Dexter attends one of Jordan Chase's ultra-hype energy seminars, where he encourages people to be more assertive and focused on their goals, getting the crowd riled up and chanting his catchphrase.
The power of desire! The power of instinct!
Jordan spotted Dexter in the crowd and insists on having a one-to-one session with him, believing that it would be a good idea to help a member of the police deal with the trauma of losing his wife, offering further one-to-one sessions to unpack his emotions. And obviously this arrangement benefits Jordan by keeping his enemy close. LaGuerta's trying to snake her way out of being blamed for the shootout at the club, where Batista's drug lady got killed. Deborah scolds her for overthrowing her command and not listening to her advice about not moving too quickly.
Sarah's just starting out. Her career will take the smallest hit. She'll recover quickly.
If something like that had happened to me back then, I never would have made detective.
For me, LaGuerta is becoming a really unlikable character, and this feeling only worsens when she pins the blame on Deborah.
As of today, she's being placed on immediate suspension with pay, pending the results of an independent...
Whoa, not the plasma.
Lumen gets a surprise call from her ex-fiancé, who she dumped on their wedding day. He wants to meet up again so they can talk about what happened. He tries asking her to run away with him and start over again, but we've already been over this. She ain't going nowhere. To get Lumen's details, Stan pulls a very clever move, causing her to crash into his car, forcing them to swap their insurance details.
You do have insurance, don't you?
Yeah.
Well, hallelujah.
He notices the plastic sheets in the back of her car. What's she up to? So his PI work is going well, but he's getting very demanding over funds, and he's kind of being intrusive in Quinn's life, just dropping by whenever he feels like it. So it seems this arrangement isn't going to be smooth sailing. Lumen's with Dexter setting up the plastic sheets for a kill room next door to the bodyguard's hotel room. They hear some screaming from his room, but it turns out just to be a boinking session. These screams certainly sound like she's not having a good time, and it's triggering Lumen's PTSD. Here we get a moment where it's clear that Dexter's developing a nurturing role in Lumen's life. Dexter attends another live seminar where he's invited on stage to open up about Rita's murder, and he can't help but feel uplifted by Jordan's words, wanting to feel like himself again.
What is it that will make you whole? For some, it's a new job. For others, the love of another person. Your primal self will tell you.
Meanwhile, Lumen gets spotted by the bodyguard, who remembers her from, well, you know what. He follows her up to the room and bursts through the door, looking to take her out. But then in comes Dexter, and they get him on the table for questioning. When asked who else is involved, he drops the names of Donald Duck's nephews.
Huey, Dewey, and Louie.
Dexter doesn't believe Ducks to be capable of rapping with one P, so he stabs him in the chest for suggesting something so ridiculous. Before leaving the hotel, Dexter hears Jordan say his secret catchphrase of tick tick tick, your time's running out, which is what Lumen heard while blindfolded.
My primal instincts were right. Jordan's one of them.
The end of the episode was the biggest oh shit moment since the Bay Harbor Butcher news story, with Stan taking pictures of Lumen and Dexter disposing of the body. Dexter's having a private session with Jordan, hoping to find clues that will prove his involvement. And while getting changed, he notices a necklace in his locker that appears to contain a vial of blood. He's on the phone with Lumen, figuring out how to get a sample of this blood, when all of a sudden Lumen says there's people at the house trying to break in. She hides in the bathroom holding a knife, scared out of her mind. But it turns out these intruders are Asta and her friend Olivia.
Who the f are you? Who the fuck are you? Who the f is she?
They've travelled back on their own, and it's clear they've been drinking.
Where'd you get the liquor?
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, I'd say so. You're 12.
You said you were 14.
She said she was 12.
Asta is suspicious that Lumen is a love interest rather than just a tenant, as Dexter claims. The next morning, the girls are hungover as shit. Dexter tries to make light conversation of it, but it seems that their relationship is very much still strained.
He doesn't even recognize me.
Well, you didn't look like a raccoon last time we saw you.
Making matters worse, Harrison calls Lumen Mama.
Mama. She's not your mama. Your mama's dead.
Esther.
Want to quickly mention this scene where Stan calls Quinn about the pictures he took, but Quinn is too busy right now to listen to the details. I mention this scene because we get this little character revealing moment for Stan. This passive-aggressive gesture perfectly sums him up, in that physically speaking, he's not much of a threat. However, he can and will hurt you through his particular set of skills.
You f with the bull, you get the horn. You understand?
Dexter uses a very thin needle to extract a drop of blood from the vial, and it seems like a smooth move. But Jordan has a keen eye for detail, and notices that his locker is slightly ajar, and he immediately checks his necklace. All appears to be okay, but a tiny drop of blood ends up on his fingertip, and so now he knows that Dexter is up to something. Dexter then gets a call saying that the girls are missing. He suspects that they've been kidnapped, and using number plate details that Elliot from next door noted down, he raises the alarm with the PD. They quickly find the driver, and it turns out to be Olivia's stepdad, who went looking for her using the GPS on her phone. Dexter then gets a call saying they've been picked up by security for shoplifting.
I'm Detective Dexter Morgan from Miami Metro Homicide. Mind if I take it from here?
Just make sure I don't see these two again.
This whole situation has made Lumen a known person in Dexter's life, and Deborah has the absolute gall to accuse him of moving on too fast. Was Lundy's body even cold before you jumped on Quinn's body? Dexter again protests that he and Lumen are not romantically involved, because they're not. While Olivia's getting ready, Lumen notices bruises on her stomach, and she knows from experience this type of bruise comes from an abuser who wanted to hurt her, but not in a place where it's too visible. Asta confesses that she knows all about it.
Promise you won't say anything? I don't want him to hurt her more.
Who?
Barry, who do you think? He is an asshole.
Deborah's been temporarily relegated into working in file management, and she finds critical information that additional DNA was found in the Swamp Barrels case. Problem is, this case is closed, and to reopen it, it would indicate to LaGuerta that someone's been working outside of their current duties. Batista, being her husband, is willing to be the one who breaks the news. LaGuerta sees this as a personal attack, to make her look stupid for closing the case. But Batista reminds her that DNA evidence is factual, and therefore would be impossible to have a bias. Biznatch. When Deborah bursts into her office, demanding an explanation for why she's being so unfair to her, she says, okay, I'll reopen the case. But there's certain facts that you need to get straight, such as Quinn not really being on holiday, he was being suspended. And she didn't want to tell Deborah this, as he was suspended for investigating her brother, who right now is beating the crap out of Olivia's stepdad, hitting him in the precise ways that turns him into a snivelling bitch.
The nice thing about the liver is if you hit it just right, you get the vagus nerve, which tentacles out to the rest of your body.
And Dexter warns him that if he doesn't leave Olivia and her mum, Dexter will find him and end him. With Olivia safely returned home, Asta's faith in him is slightly restored, and they walk inside holding hands, because despite everything they've been through, they still love each other. Aww. Stan presents the damning pictures to Quinn, and even though he clearly states that these bags they're throwing overboard definitely contain body parts, Quinn is like, nah, not interested. Here's the rest of the money I owe you, now please leave. But Stan says, no way. This right here is my ticket to get him back on the force, as this will be a huge case.
You know, I just think I may call up that sister. Give her a ring, see if she wants to get together, have a drink.
Stay the f away from me. And stay the f away from Deb.
The episode ends with the results coming back from Jordan's blood vial, revealing to Dexter that this blood comes from a lady called Emily Birch, who just so happens to still be alive. And also, Jordan calls Dexter's phone, but Lumen is the one who picks up. And realising it's Jordan, she tries her best to keep her composure. But he picks up on this, and he works out who he's talking to.
Tell him time is of the essence. Tick, tick, tick. Take care, Lumen.
Based on her age, they guessed that Emily might have been Jordan's first victim, who for some reason he kept alive. On their first visit, she's too scared to open up about her past. We'll come back to this. Back in the PD, they're discussing the reopening of the Barrel Girls case, and they too are connecting the dots between Boyd Fowler and Jordan Chase. They have a pop at Jordan for not reporting his bodyguard as missing, considering he was a suspect in all this. Jordan puts an end to their friendly connection and says if you want to keep talking to me, it's gonna be through lawyers. They get solid evidence against the bodyguard when they find his stash of DVDs where they recorded their sickening crimes, and Masuka has the daunting task of going through these DVDs to identify each victim. Dexter knows that when they get to disc 13, they'll identify Lumen, so when the opportunity arises, he scratches up her disc. Lumen brings the footage of it happening to her to show Emily that they're in this together. Emily reveals that Jordan Chase is not his actual name, it's Eugene Greer. And even though he never touched her, he did encourage his friends to. She also names the last friend to be identified as Alex Tilden, and it turns out the police already know about him, quizzing him on his connection to the suspects. He plays it cool, pretending to know nothing, but as he does know something, he panic calls Jordan asking what to do. He commands him not to panic, as he has the situation under control. Predicting that Dexter was going to search Alex's house, when he spots them breaking in, he calls the police and says, "Sorry about being a douche earlier. Let me be helpful to you by telling you about this Alex Tilden guy, who I hear is looking to flee the country, so you should probably come check on him." The police swoop in, but there's no one home. Jordan didn't see Dexter and Lumen take Alex to the vacant house next door for their kill sesh, and for this particular kill, Lumen takes off the training wheels.
You okay?
Yes.
With this moment of release, Lumen feels rejuvenated and even more connected to Dexter, so inevitably, they get wrapped up in the passion. Joking aside, this is obviously a big moment for Lumen, healing from her dreadful experience to engage physically with someone she can trust. Lastly, it appears that Emily might not be a victim after all, as she and Jordan are talking about the scheme where she was meant to give up the information she did. It's all part of Jordan's plan. He expresses admiration for her, saying she could never be replaced, as she was his first.
We have a bond, and no one can ever break.
They find it sus that each one of Jordan's friends involved in the case have mysteriously disappeared.
What's the connection? What do these three people have in common? You.
Back home, Lumen and Dexter are using Harrison's toys to plan their attack on Jordan. While they're having a snuggle, Dexter notices the baby monitor is picking up on a recording device nearby, something to do with interference, which I don't quite understand, but I'll roll with it. We know from the previous episode that Stan is the one spying on them, but Dexter's having trouble tracking where the spy is hiding. Right now, he's talking with Quinn, asking him one more time to allow him to bust Dexter, but still he says, "Nah, I'm good."
You little buffalo wimp. You're up to your ass in alligators with this thing, whether you like it or not.
Dexter finds out that the bugging device came from Miami Metro, and they stress about needing to get to this footage before anyone else at the PD sees it. When the evidence locker lady goes on break, he taps into the database and sees that the bugging equipment was taken out by Quinn. They break into his apartment and find the photos that Stan took.
He's been watching us for weeks.
He knows everything.
He approaches the sus-looking van that's been hanging around his place, and it turns out to be a trap that Stan set up. Stan calls Quinn and says if you don't get here right now, I'm going to call in this case, and it will look weird on you if you refuse to be a part of the bust. He makes a deal with Dexter, where he'll let Lumen walk free if he makes a full confession on video, but when he busts out the camera, Dexter busts his face, and gaining the advantage, he puts an end to Stan Liddy. It's all good, they'll bring him back as a crime-fighting cyborg.
Serve the public trust, protect the innocent, uphold the law.
Quinn arrives on scene, but the van is curtained up, so he can't see what just went down. A trickle of blood drops in his boot, but this goes unnoticed. He goes away, thinking that Stan was playing him around.
Liddy, it's Quinn. You're really starting to piss me off.
Also setting up a trap, Emily calls Lumen, saying that Jordan found out about their conversation. Lumen says, "Hold tight, I'll be there soon." She arrives at the house and, oh my god, Jordan's here too. No flipping way. While he's arguing with Emily, Lumen tries to make a break for it, and in his state of rage, he beats Emily before turning his attention to Lumen. When Dexter catches up, there's no one around, but there is a blood trail that suggests that Lumen put up a fight and could well still be alive. The episode ends with Deborah getting a court order for Jordan, preventing him from leaving the country, but even though he was scheduled to fly out, the pilot says he never showed. Dexter calls Jordan looking to barter for Lumen's freedom, but he's not interested.
I'll turn myself over to you. I appreciate the offer, but I'm afraid I must decline.
She's making an awful lot of noise while tied up in his boot, and this draws the attention of a roadside fruit vendor. Jordan pulls over to give her some Be Quiet juice before taking her to a creepy looking cabin in the woods, the very same cabin he took her to before, but this time he's threatening to do more than watch. Meanwhile, attending his day job, Dexter gets to the scene to investigate what happened to Stan Liddy. LaGuerta questions Quinn, as the phone records show that they were in contact before he died. Quinn puts up his defences, knowing this doesn't look good, and it looks even worse that he's got blood on his shoes.
I don't think I should say anything else. Not until I speak to a lawyer.
When Dexter drives to find Jordan and Lumen, he accidentally crashes when he's almost there. Jordan, anticipating his arrival, holds him at gunpoint. Somehow Dexter gets hold of one of his knives and stabs him in the foot to turn the tables of this fight. Meanwhile, Deborah's talking with the fruit vendor, finding out where he saw Jordan's car heading to, and it's another funny scene of Deborah's inability to speak Spanish, biting her in the arse.
And what about the noise in the trunk? I swear I'm taking Spanish after this. The sound?
After some antagonising from Jordan about how Lumen was nothing before she was transformed by her experience, she puts an end to his jabbering by putting him to sleep for good.
I'm sorry. I know that's not how you're supposed to do it.
Trouble is, before they have a chance to clean up the scene, Deborah comes in and orders them to freeze.
Whatever's in your arms, drop it now. Both of you.
If it wasn't for this dang plastic sheet, Dexter's game would be up. Deborah could easily just lift this sheet and find out who did this to Jordan. And I know many of you must be screaming at the screen right now, wondering what the hell is this? How is Dexter going to get away with it again? But this decision to not look behind the curtain does actually make sense, as Deborah rationalises that what the unknown suspect did was justified. Jordan Chase deserved to die, and she knows firsthand what it's like to be taken advantage of by a monster.
In an hour, this place will be swarming with police. If I were you, I'd be gone by then.
Lumen decides that now her mission is complete, it's best for her to move on with her life, making a completely fresh start without Dexter. He throws a right tantrum, not wanting her to go, and also feeling like he had just found the right woman to make him feel whole again. But realistically, in the long run, this was never going to work out. The episode ends with Quinn thanking Dexter for reporting the blood sample to not be from Stan Liddy, knowing that dobbing in Quinn would likely make him mention the pictures that he still has of Dexter and Lumen. Ending the season with Harrison's first birthday party, surrounded by loved ones who Dexter hasn't got killed yet.
But wishes, of course, are for children.
Put all those things together, and it makes you popular.
Not off to a good start here. Dex has been stabbed, but he was just playing a dirty trick to capture these two ambulance men who've been making a side hustle killing patients and then selling their organs. So it seems that life for Dexter has pretty much returned back to normal. He's got his blood slides, he's got his son, and he's seeing a girl who's way too young for him. It's not what it looks like. This is Batista's sister Jamie, and she's taken on the job as Harrison's babysitter. LaGuerta and Matthews are up in their ranks, with LaGuerta becoming the new captain. Behind the scenes, these two still hate each other, and their bickering reveals that LaGuerta and Batista are now completely separated. Now, I would have thought that a divorce is a big deal, and maybe something the audience should have seen rather than just being told about. But never mind, let's move on. Masuka's leading a class for future forensic scientists, with a heavy focus on the pretty blonde one.
And this is the future of forensic science.
Wow. The future looks very bright.
So she'll be sticking around for sure. Dex is setting his sights on his next kill, and this one happens to be an old school friend, where, as fate would have it, there's an opportunity to see him tonight at their school reunion. He wants to get down to business, but gets pulled aside by all the people who are amazed by his transformation.
Dexter Morgan. Wow. It's like someone's been working out.
Yeah, doing my best.
Ghost Dad helps him realise that now, for the first time in his life, he's the popular kid. So why not make the most of it and take a break from killing to bust out some moves? Somehow, this uncomfortable and awkward dancing impresses the popular girl, so she takes him into their old classroom and goes down to tie his shoes, making the classic mistake of doing the laces too tight and making him pass out. The serial killer for this season is out on a boat with his sidekick, catching a pregnant snake. What? Then they find this random fruit vendor, and this sidekick, whose name is Travis, reads him some Bible passage before going in for the kill. Dex and the team move in, and find the vendor's guts have been ripped out and placed on his own scales, for some poetic reason. The body is later found washed up on a beach, and they can see that there's something squirming inside of him. It's some baby CGI snakes.
Whatever the message, whoever sent it went to a lot of time and trouble. This is no amateur.
Dex eventually gets round to killing the school guy. No real surprise there. Quinn has a surprise in store though. He's going to propose to Deborah, but while he's psyching himself up, a crazed gunman enters the restaurant and opens fire. Deborah immediately jumps into action and takes the guy out.
I'm not afraid of you, son. I damn sure ain't afraid to die.
Want to hear the least convincing ADR ever?
What's the story, Daddy?
Well, that was my son, who's still learning how to voice act. But the ADR from the actual kid isn't much more convincing.
Monster story, Daddy.
Again?
You want a monster story?
Yeah?
Okay then, let's talk about episode 2, Once Upon a Time. Prince Quinn proposes to fair maiden Deborah, but she says, "Nayeth, thy time is not nigh." She said something along those lines, just with maybe a few F words here and there. She's become famous on the internet as someone recorded her taking out the restaurant shooter.
She's a superstar. I mean, have you guys read the comments on
Oh,
her?
she has. And if you're the one that wrote the poem about my ass...
I know not of what you speak. And it was a limerick, thank you.
Their jubilation is interrupted by the presence of an ex-con who claims to have turned a new leaf, becoming a part-time minister, part-time mechanic, and part-time rapper called Mos Def. He happened to know the fruit vendor, so he's here to help with information about who the fruit vendor used to hang with. Dexter and Batista don't believe he's a changed man, but he assures them he most definitely has.
I don't give a rat's ass what you think about me, understand? Or the work that I do, or the men that I do it with.
We get to see some of Travis's personal life, visiting his sister for dinner, and on the surface he seems to be a very mild-mannered, ordinary nice man. But like all killers, he's got a real dark side, and this dark side's being guided by his mentor, Professor James Geller. They're planning for Doomsday, and this series of killings they're doing is a way to rid people of sin and keep God happy. It's something like that. That detail isn't too important. What is important though, is that you don't get put off by how uninteresting these villains appear to be, as there is a cool twist coming. Dexter brings in his car for repairs, just so he can chat with reformed conman Sam. To be fair, Sam is brutally honest about his past, and how he's still fighting the demons each day. But he's certain that his work of helping the other ex-cons stay on a righteous path is his personal path to being redeemed in God's eyes.
Why did you redeem it?
Dexter, still being suspicious, follows Sam to a random house, where we hear a gunshot and see Sam putting a guy in his boot. He follows him back to the garage, where Sam's dog alerts him to Dexter's presence. He quickly comes up with the excuse of coming by to get something from his glove box.
Maybe we should come back tomorrow.
No. Get it over with now.
Turns out Sam didn't kill the guy. It was the guy who took a shot at him, and so Sam knocked him out. And this guy was no rando. It's Sam's apprentice, Nick, who went missing to go get high again. So everything seems in order, but then drama arrives. These gangsters come looking for Nick, but Sam isn't afraid to die in protecting his bro.
I'm not afraid of you, son. I damn sure ain't afraid to die. I know what's waiting for me on the other side. Do you?
So it seems Dexter was wrong about Sam.
Oh, works mysterious ways.
You don't say.
Deputy Chief Matthews promotes Deborah to lieutenant for her viral fame as a hero. This PD needs someone who the public look up to. She knows that lieutenants marrying staff never goes too well, so she's still saying no to Quinn, and so he's saying no to being a couple. Back at the station, Masuka's new assistant Ryan, which I'm now learning can also be a girl's name, is proving to be a distracting employee, and it turns out she kind of welcomes the attention. She openly admits that she likes to be watched.
You like to watch. Good to know.
Tina's nipple parade instinct.
Travis has a new victim locked up, saying he needs to repent for his sins. But something tells me no amount of repenting is going to earn this guy his freedom. James reminds Travis that he's got to be held here prisoner until he's pure of heart, so that his sacrifice will please God.
There's much more at stake here than one man's suffering. So we have to be strong.
After visiting a new crime scene, Dexter realises that she's missing the same tooth as some bodies that were found in a very old case. The unresolved mystery of the Tooth Fairy killer. As the killer will be very old at this point, Dexter checks out a local retirement home, looking for any residents who recently moved here from Oregon. And yep, there's one guy who fits the profile.
Walter Kenny moved here from Grants Pass, Oregon 5 years ago.
Dexter invites the old guy to a round of golf, a decision he soon regrets, because this guy, Walter, is a grumpy a-hole who seems to hate everything and everyone.
Worst mistake I ever made was moving down to this pissed corner of the country.
Dexter agrees to drive him to a drugstore, but he's not just here for meds. He wants Dexter to pick up some very specific, dirty reading material.
And the latest Teen-Ass Nipple Parade and Spanked.
Teen-Ass Nipple Parade and Spanked. Can this really be the man who inspired me to keep a scrapbook?
I do not like the way he immediately starts reading it as soon as Dexter hands them over. Save it for when you get back home, you dirty beast. Later that evening, he holds Dexter at gunpoint, saying he checked his plates and found out that he's a cop looking into his past.
Maybe I haven't taken a decent shit in 10 years, but I'm not stupid.
Dexter, seeing his seatbelt isn't on, drives headfirst into a fence to knock him out. And yeah, that's the end of the Tooth Fairy.
You're not gonna die as the Tooth Fairy, you're gonna die as a sad old man.
No!
Masuka has a surprise for Ryan. Knowing how excited she was about the ice truck killer case, he takes the famous prosthetic arm out of evidence, allowing her to see it in person. We later see Ryan sneaking this arm into her bag, so it seems that she may be taking advantage of Masuka. The episode ends with the sinful guy being dismembered and tied to a horse, which gallops its way through this busy town. The weird symbols they're putting on their victims and their obsession with Doomsday gives us some promise of these villains actually turning out to be interesting.
The four horsemen of the apocalypse are described in Revelation 6.
Dexter's on the scene, and even he finds the apocalypse horses to be a bit extreme, where they've torn apart one guy and stitched him onto 4 different mannequins. We meet the new detective, replacing Deborah's old position. His name is Mike Anderson, and he immediately proves his worth on the force by showing that he's equally as intelligent as he is hard-working.
It's the end of the world. Something like that. 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. Doesn't take a genius to figure it out.
Dexter finds a folded up piece of paper wedged into the dead guy's eyelid, and there's a number written on it. He predicts that there will also be a number somewhere on the previous victim, and sure enough, there it is. Mike Anderson ties the methods of killing to the Book of Revelations, so that might give them an idea of what to expect next. With Dexter's help, they figure out that these numbers indicate a countdown to when the next sacrifice will happen.
They happen 5 days apart. The 2 murders, they happen 5 days apart. The difference between 1237 and 1242 is 5.
Masuka gets a call from someone trying to verify an item that he's just seen for sale. It's the ITK prosthetic arm. So he calls out Ryan for breaking the law and also his trust in stealing this from under his nose.
I was short on rent and I needed the money,
Are
so
you
I thought...
crazy? I could lose my job over this.
Even though she says that her attraction to him is real, she still used him. So he says, "Get out, you're done here." Absolute respect for Masuka. That's a man of integrity. There's a funny moment where Quinn and Batista are taking a quick break from work, and Quinn convinces him to light up a special kind of cigarette, and they hang out in the car getting monged out. I'm not very up to date with my stoner terms.
Dude, get your big sausage hands off me.
Travis and James have conflicting feelings on living a normal life while carrying out their plan, where Travis thinks it's okay to go out on a date with a lady, but James thinks it's a distraction and it could annoy God in thinking that he's not committed. James creepily lingers nearby while they're getting busy having relations outside of wedlock. When Travis wakes up, she's been tied up in the kitchen, chosen as their next victim to sacrifice.
Should have thought about that before you defiled her. She's part of God's plan now.
Speaking of God stuff, Sam's giving Dexter some inspiring words as they sit in the hospital waiting room. Harrison's got some kind of bad tummy ache, but it ends up not being a big deal. And it's here that Dexter does something out of character, making his first ever prayer to the Almighty, hoping for divine mercy on his poor child.
I don't know how this works, but if there's something I need to do in return, I'll do it.
Okay.
They get a lead on James being a potential suspect, but he's been missing for some time, going off grid after stealing a valuable sword that he then used in one of his killings. Then they get a call to come to a greenhouse where they believe the next victim's been found. And when they get to the greenhouse, there she is, surprisingly still alive. One of the officers then sets off a tripwire, finishing the job by turning the victim into a bloodied angel. They also find a cupboard full of locusts, and Dexter spots a suspicious looking Travis, taking joy in seeing the crime scene.
I'm not looking at Deborah's middle-aged professor. Is this Doomsday number 2?
John tried to run from God. He didn't get too far.
Dexter finds out the glue used on the angel wings is the very same glue used to restore old books. And of course he keeps his information to himself, as he wants to be the one to catch him. In the morning briefing, we see Masuka's new assistant Lewis, a guy whose main weapon is a laptop. He offers to help track down the person who bought ITK's arm. In the end, however, all he was able to do is clear all data from the site regarding its sale, which isn't quite the result of getting the hand back, but at least it's something. Dexter sits in a museum watching a video about restoration, and he sees the same guy, Travis, who he saw at the crime scene. He can't look into this right now, as he's called to another crime scene, a wife who killed her cheating husband before turning the gun on herself. Travis and James are at a bar drinking coffee, which I'm surprised they would even sell at a bar. And Travis spots a newspaper where he learns the name the police have given to this particular case. They call it the Doomsday Killings.
It's kind of catchy. I probably should stay out of sight.
Travis waits around for one of these girls to walk off by themselves. When he attempts to kidnap her, he gets spooked off by some guys. On the next try, he runs her down with a car, with a little help from James.
Go on. Get the girl before somebody comes.
Dexter finds a Bible in Travis's house, where the cutout numbers are a match for the numbers found on the victims, so he knows for sure he's got the right guy. Ever since Quinn got dumped, he's been trying to bone every attractive lady in sight, and this college professor who knows James is impossible for him to resist.
You're not married, are you?
Definitely not.
Then I want another drink.
Batista comes to collect him the next morning, and while he's waiting, he finds James's old sketchbooks, with drawings that match each of the Doomsday Killings.
Holy shit.
Deborah gets advice from her therapist that she needs to move out of Dexter's place and try to separate herself from the drama. She knows that the house from the Lover's Tiff murder scene is currently up for rent, and with the help of Detective Anderson, they're able to negotiate a cheaper price, considering that this place is now very hard to sell.
Make that 3/4 2-year lease and you clean up the place.
Looks like you got yourself a new tenant.
Dexter cheese wires Travis and demands him to drive, just like his very first kill. In the first episode, that is. Although in this case, Travis makes it very clear that he's been manipulated by James. James is actually the one doing the killings, as he doesn't have the courage to do it himself. Dexter lets him go with a warning to go find a new mentor, and in setting him free, he's hoping that when followed, he'll lead Dexter right to James. The episode ends with the surprising murder of brother Sam, but we can't see who did it.
Brother Sam forgives you for gunning him down like a dog.
They investigate the scene where Sam was shot. He's not actually dead yet, just to correct myself slightly from what I said at the end of the last one. Dexter sneaks off to find the baseball bat that he used to fend off the gangster. Maybe he can trace the blood and find out who Sam's enemies were. At Sam's candlelit vigil / memorial thing, Nick seems reluctant to give up any names of the gang members who threatened Sam. but Dexter reminds him who they're doing this for. And also, it's better for Nick if he answers to Dexter rather than the police, as he won't keep any record of this conversation.
Keep your name out of it, they won't.
Stays over on St. Andrews, the White House near Romaine.
Dexter drives to the gangster's house, but he's not the only one with this lead. Earlier, Detective Anderson flamingoed some druggie, forcing him to give up the same name. When the police rock up, he comes out blasting a shotgun, which doesn't go too well for him.
Hold your fire!
When reviewing the security footage, Dexter notices the dog isn't barking, and he knows that the only other person who the dog is obedient to is Nick. Showing further conflict in his mind, Travis isn't feeling good about the woman he ran over. She's constantly crying out in pain, and he wants to give her medication so she doesn't suffer any more than she has to. But James assures him that her suffering is justified. Naughty sinners don't get aspirin. Sam wakes up from his coma for a short while, and reveals that Nick is the one who shot him. Sam doesn't want Dexter to seek revenge. He wants him to ignore his dark thoughts, and let the light in him guide his way. After Sam finally passes over to the other side, Nick and Dexter go for a seaside stroll, and because Dexter can't ignore his dark impulses, he drowns Nick in the sea. That's not how you baptize someone, Dexter. You didn't show forgiveness, you killed him. Quinn, continuing to go off the rails, shows up at Deborah's party completely smashed, and pushes things way too far by hitting on Batista's sister. So Batista hits on him back with his fist. Quinn asks Deborah sincerely if she ever actually loved him, and her silence back says it all.
That's what I thought.
Gotta say, I do feel bad for Quinn. Yeah, maybe sometimes he's been a dick, and maybe he was trying to move things along too quickly for Deborah. But she's been pretty cold in how easily she's cut him off. If we were in Quinn's shoes, it would be hard not to feel used.
Here we go, kids. We're crossing the state line into Nebraska.
Oh boy. I haven't accused any episode of being filler so far, to the best of my recollection. But this episode is pure filler. Even the reviews online that are positive seem to agree with this. I will say it's not completely devoid of purpose, so let's talk about it. Bione's back as Dexter's dark passenger, as after killing Nick, his mental state has fallen backwards. When he learns that Trinity's wife and daughter have been murdered, he sets off on a road trip to Nebraska to confront Jonah, who claims that Trinity is the one who did it, which of course means that he's lying.
Go back to Miami. It's over.
Oh, I'd say the fun is just beginning.
On the road trip, Dexter got a little loosey-goosey with his moral code, hitting on this girl who looks way too young for him, and then stealing her gun and firing it off while speeding down the highway.
I don't even like guns.
Faster! Let's go faster!
Jonah confesses the truth, that his sister killed herself, and then when Mummy kept on blaming the kids for everything that's happened, and still simping for Trinity.
I am so thankful for you, Arthur.
Thank you, my devoted wife. Jonah could take no more and killed Mummy.
I exploded on Mom. I kept hitting her over and over, just like Dad.
Dexter realises that Jonah is no monster. He was acting rationally, and this moment makes Dexter see that he should have left Trinity in the past, and also he needs to leave Bione in the past. Quinn apologises for his recent behaviour, and Deborah shows some compassion and warmth towards him once again, and so they kiss once again. Oh, come on, really? But to be fair, Deborah says that they can't get back into this again. They need to be done for good. Travis wants to separate himself from the Doomsday plans, wanting to protect his sister from harm, and of course not wanting to get arrested. But his wishes might not matter, as Deborah now has a list of James's old students.
I'll help you. I'll help you kill him.
Dexter's in trouble with Deborah for taking off more time than permitted in his alleged grieving over Sam. Will she ever find out the truth, that he was actually out shooting loads and tearing up the road in Nebraska? When she later finds the pen that he kept from the hotel, he does reveal the truth. Well, maybe not all of it, but he does confess to visiting Jonah, claiming that he needed someone to talk to about everything he's lost. She rightfully calls this out as a crappy excuse, as she's right here. He's not the only one who suffered at the hands of a serial killer. As the episode goes on, their relationship continues to crumble, with him refusing to open up about what he gets up to and why.
Can we do another night? I'm pretty tired, and I just want to spend some downtime at home with Harrison.
Okay. Sure, another night.
The Doomsday Boys are arguing about their separation, with James suggesting that Travis's sister might look good playing the part of the whore of Babylon, which to me kinda seems like a compliment. She do be kinda bad, right? Babylon looking worth the pain to get there. Dexter finds Travis so they can try and work together, but at this point he wants no part in it. James is on a warpath, and anyone that gets in his way is going to suffer. Dexter persists, however, as Travis is no innocent man. One way or another, he's going to help fix this. He says, okay, fine, just let me get my sister out of town first. But it's kinda too late for that. As soon as she was spotted talking with Deborah, James made her the next demonstration as the Babylon baddie.
You think it's because I talked to her? You think it's to keep her quiet?
This isn't your fault, Deb.
The pressure is on for Dexter to find James, as Deborah has narrowed down her search to Travis being the most likely suspect. Right now, he's being punished by James for having a clouded judgment. A hot iron rod should set his mind straight again. Dexter finds him chained up in the church, but James is now nowhere in sight. Dexter hides Travis in a motel room while he goes on the hunt for James Geller. His current lead is a parking ticket that he's linked to another professor who teaches the virtues of atheism. So yeah, James isn't a big fan of this and will probably target him next. Dexter tries to warn the professor, but in his line of work, he's very much used to being threatened by weirdo fanatics, so he doesn't take his advice seriously. And as you might have guessed, he pays the price for this. This time, the scene seems a lot less gruesome, which is surprising because this demonstration is for the bowls of wrath, and these bowls are usually filled to the brim with blood. Excuse me waiter, you forgot my tomato bisque. Travis wakes up in the motel room, and it seems that he hasn't escaped James just yet, as he's left him a message in blood. He tells Dexter that James spoke with him, asking him to meet up tonight at the church. Lewis is dating Batista's sister Jamie, and she's so impressed with his nerdy collections that they end up boinking. As the camera pans out from the steamy action, we see that it was Lewis who bought the ITK hand. Poor Masuka can't seem to hire anyone trustworthy. Outside the church, Dexter tells Travis to be the one who goes in first to confront James, while Dexter sneaks round the back. James gives him one last warning. He must follow the plan, or suffer the consequences when Doomsday finally arrives.
I have only tried to do what I thought was right, what I thought— No!
God has given you so many chances, and you disappoint him time after time.
When Dexter gets inside, he finds Travis knocked out on the floor, but once again James is nowhere in sight. He hears a generator running in the basement, where he finds a large freezer. And let me tell you, I was in no way expecting this twist.
Geller. He's been dead all along.
Yep, Travis is a certified schizo. James Geller killed no one. It's only ever been Travis, with James being his dark passenger. So I guess rip to James Geller. I believe this was my first exposure to the actor Edward James Olmos, and he did a great job in this. I wish I could have shown more clips of him talking, but I didn't feel like dealing with more copyright claims than is absolutely necessary.
People are always being killed in the Bible, but I'll live till the end of days.
Travis locks Dexter in the basement, and then goes outside to have a mental breakdown. Despite being faced with the truth of what he's done, he's still determined to finish what he started, and he still sees the ghost of James Geller.
He thinks Geller is still alive. Talking to someone who isn't there. Huh.
Dexter takes off James's hand and plants his fingerprints around the church to keep the police thinking that he's still alive. Doing this so they don't focus too much on Travis, allowing Dexter to seek his own justice. The same old situation for every season. Right now, Travis is at an internet cafe where some dude is just openly watching porn. Am I the only one who does this shit in private? The fuck is wrong with people? Personal anecdote for you. I was in a Chinese takeaway recently, sitting in the waiting area for my order, and some guy next to me unlocks his phone, and immediately, on full volume, a woman starts passionately moaning, and the poor guy got so flustered that he dropped his phone while hurriedly trying to swipe away, and it just kept on playing for what must have felt like a lifetime for him. So yeah, lesson learnt here I hope. Maybe this can be the takeaway for this video. After you fap, close the app. Back to the blog. One of his more devout followers is Dee's rapper boyfriend Lil Kev, and oh boy is he pleased to meet his hero and service him in any way he desires.
It's nice to meet you too, Steve.
His wife is in too, ready to prove her commitment to the cause. Dexter recalls Travis wanting to fix a mistake, and he believes this mistake was showing mercy to one of his victims and letting her go. Her name was Holly Benson. Maybe if Dexter can find her on time, he can stop her from being the next demonstration. Maybe. He goes to her boyfriend's house, who turns out to be a husband and father. The angry daughter who answers the door tells her that the slag has probably shacked up with her daddy on his boat called the Ricochet Rabbit. Getting ploughed on this nice boat would have been a nice outcome for her, but instead she gets taken by Travis and the gang. Stepping things up a notch for this crime scene, or tableaus as they're being called, Travis wants to release a poisonous gas into Miami. It might be a small canister, but this wormwood poison is very potent.
I thought it would be bigger.
An investigation happening in the background over the past few episodes is the death of a call girl named Jessica, and Deborah's now finding out that the last person she was in contact with was Chief Matthews. Matthews and LaGuerta have been setting aside their differences and trying to help each other out, all in the goal of keeping their promotions. So now LaGuerta is doing all she can to sweep this case under the rug.
If you have a problem with me investigating a potential homicide, then fire me. Otherwise, I am reopening the case.
In Chief Matthews' defence, her death isn't his fault. She was ODing and he did try to revive her. Quinn, continuing his crash-out chapter, wakes up hungover in his car, looking like an absolute train wreck. And even when he's at work he's messing up, falling asleep at the desk.
Doomsday's out there searching for his next victim and you're asleep on the job.
Worst of all, he misses his duty of backing up Batista when questioning Little Kev's wife. He notices James Geller's books on their shelf, but before he's able to react, Travis knocks him out.
What are we gonna do? He's a cop!
He doesn't enforce God's law.
To end the episode, Dexter finds the Ricochet Rabbit boat and takes out who he believes to be Travis, but actually it's Lil Kev. Then he pulls up the anchor for some reason and finds Holly Benson's body on the end of it.
Travis is gone and you killed the wrong guy. When you gonna let this go?
When I kill Travis.
The rest of the PD move in to check out the boat. No idea why Masuka's wearing a bandana, but he's rocking it, so I can't really hate on it. Travis has Batista tied up on the bed, and when Quinn finally answers the call for backup, he realises he's in deep shit and does a reckless U-turn into oncoming traffic. When he gets to the house, he just about saves Batista from being burned alive. This next part of the story is awesome, and I'm glad I captured my live reaction because it's a moment that really shakes things up for this season, which I've got to be honest, was starting to feel a bit uneventful, even with the Geller in the cellar twist. Travis has sent Little Kev's wife Beth into the PD using Batista's pass, and when she's about to walk into a meeting room with Deborah, Dexter spots her backpack and the trigger which releases the poison. So he pushes Deborah to safety and locks Beth inside the room, leading to her brutal death. Oh, what? Oh shit. Oh my god. Now, with this gas being released, I couldn't help but ask questions, because we were led to believe this gas is super toxic, where even a trace amount can lead to health problems. Both Deborah and Dexter inhaled some. Now hang on a minute, surely that room isn't airtight. Surely there's going to be some seepage from underneath the door. Okay, he's feeling it. She's feeling it too. Okay, so they have kind of addressed it.
My brother. I'll be right back, okay?
Or maybe not. She seems fine now. Well, it turns out I was a fool for doubting this show, because we see this event does have some lingering consequences that play into the plot later on. Oh boy, okay. Now we come to a part of the story that, despite being happy about having a live reaction to it, I very much regret watching it. Let me explain. So Deborah's therapist awakens her to the realisation that her whole life she's treated Dexter like a boyfriend, while never actually going there, because that's kinda gross. But now the elephant has been recognised as being in the room, she's forced to wonder if she's in love with her brother, which regrettably leads us to this scene, where they're sharing a succulent Chinese meal, and they start edging closer to each other, until... Don't, oh no!
You're so good, show me.
Don't!
Your hand's shaking. What is it?
Nope. You. Don't, man. It's weird. Please say no, well up brother and sister.
The next minute, what?
It's a dream. She's going to wake up, soaked in sweat, and she's going to go, Oh, thank God, it was just a dream. I didn't actually F my brother. No! I called it. I f***ing called it. Oh, thank the Lord. I love being right, especially now. Oh, God damn you. God damn you for doing that to me. So, yeah, I told you things were going to get spicy. Deborah and the Chief have an interaction that does actually happen, where he pleads with her not to pursue the call girl case any further. He was down bad when he hired her services, and he did try to revive her, but there was no saving her. She sympathises with him and agrees to the cover-up.
What do I tell that girl's father?
I tell him you found nothing. She dosed. No one needs to know anymore.
Lewis has been making a game about serial killers, and he even includes the Bay Harbor Butcher.
Jack the Ripper, the Bay Harbor Butcher?
I am the Bay Harbor Butcher.
Wait a minute, Dexter kills people? Is that what this show's about? This is a revelation. Dexter craps on his concept for a game, and so he runs off home crying. Then he draws on the ITK hand for some reason, and then mails it to Dexter. Is he going to turn out to be another killer, or just some weird fan of ITK? We don't know yet. On the subject of hands, Dexter has nailed James Geller's hand to a statue to stage a tableau and provoke Travis into coming out of hiding. When Dexter sends him a video message, provoking him even further, Travis gets so wound up that he paints Dexter on his wall as a demon. A pretty goofy looking demon. That looks so goofy. You gotta check this out. Try as it might with the dramatic music, it's really hard to take this scene seriously when he's looking like Deadpool without the mask. When Dexter tries to take him out, the wormwood in his system causes him to go dizzy, giving Travis the upper hand. Then he wakes up in this adorable little dinghy, ready to be the next tableau, the Ring of Fire. Because Travis is a TV villain, he doesn't stick around to make sure Dexter's actually dead. And we end with Dexter floating around in the water, waiting to be picked up.
How's the world going to end if the beast is still alive?
Dexter's been floating out at sea all night, and somehow hasn't been eaten by sharks. I guess that Scarface PS2 game is full of it. He gets picked up by a fishing boat, but this captain is no saviour. He's a no-good thief.
He's robbing us, and I have nothing to give.
As this lot appear to be illegals, Dexter feels comfortable taking the guy out, knowing that these witnesses won't tell. The house that Travis has been crashing in is still occupied by the previous owners, who are currently rotting away on the kitchen floor. He's preparing his last tableau, as Doomsday is finally supposedly here. After he vacates the house, the call comes in when someone reports the bodies. Dexter is the first one inside, which is another stroke of good luck, as only he gets to see the Wade Wilson tribute.
You look like an avocado. Had sex with an older, more disgusting avocado.
When the others arrive, they're greeted with a scratched up face instead. Getting ahead of the others, Dexter finds one of Travis's sketches, showing where he's going to set up his final tableau. And when comparing this sketch with the Google results to match the mountain shape with a Miami skyscraper, I find it incredibly frustrating that he clicks on each one before clicking on the obvious match. You don't have tunnel vision, Dexter. You can see the other options right now. So why are you wasting everyone's time doing this Dora the Explorer bullshit of going through each of the obviously wrong ones first?
Do you see the mountain?
Batista tells Quinn that he's putting him up for a transfer, as risking the life of a fellow officer is kind of a no-no. Can you see the exit door? See! Well, you're not going through that door just yet, as Quinn tells Batista that he's just signed up to AA, which legally protects him from being transferred.
That rule is for people that really have a problem. You're not an alcoholic, you're just a
Travis snoops around Dexter's house, eating his cereal and opening his parcel, and he didn't realise that Jamie's here with Harrison.
Okay, let's go.
Realising Dexter has a son, Travis knows precisely who the next victim will be. Who better to sacrifice than the son of the beast? That would really please God. This sacrificial lamb idea is what Deborah and the team are now predicting, and Dexter comes to the heart-sinking realisation that Harrison has gone missing. Dexter rushes to the roof of the building just as Travis is beginning his ritual. He offers him an exchange. Spare the child, and you can have the beast all to yourself.
How's the world going to end if the beast is still alive? Until the beast is dead, a sacrifice is meaningless.
Travis says, deal, I'll let your son go, but you have to inject yourself with your knockout drug. Dexter complies, and somehow does the injection without the chemical taking effect. Don't know what sleight of hand he pulled off here, but that doesn't really matter, he just won. I guess we'll never know if Doomsday was actually going to happen. Dexter sets up Travis for the final kill of the season, and we get this very surprising moment of Deborah finally catching Dexter in the act. Oh shit.
This is not how it's supposed to be!
Deborah's here! No, she's not gonna see him.
How it's supposed to be.
We have to unfilter this.
Maybe everything.
Oh, Deborah's about to witness him killing.
As it should be.
Oh shit. No! Oh, fudge. No! Ooh, boy. Wow. That's that. Okay. Kind of a dull lead up to it, but that was a great that was a great ending to it. That's such. Oh my god. How's she gonna handle this?
It's simple human nature to keep little secrets about ourselves.
It's over. She knows. And Dexter appears to be fleeing the country. But this scene is actually an out of context flash forward, aka another fake out in the series.
Exposing the truth could destroy everything you are. What do? Run?
He tries to play it off as an impulse kill, but as Deborah points out, he's dressed like a professional killer. No one just casually keeps plastic sheets and a set of murdering knives in their car just in case they might need them. Also, Travis is meticulously wrapped up, looking like this killing was part of a ritual rather than a spontaneous moment. Getting sweaty now, Dexter? Again, he kinda gets away with it, with Deborah partially sympathising with him and therefore not immediately dobbing him in. After all, Travis was a serial killer and probably deserved to be taken out. But this isn't the end of her questions. They need to come up with a story about what happened here, and Dexter has the idea of burning down the church, leaving the body exactly where it is, so that it looks like he offed himself for failing his Doomsday mission. The team move in and all seems to match up with the staging that Deborah and Dexter set, but as they're packing up, LaGuerta sees a glimmering piece of glass that didn't get burned up in the fire. It's a blood slide that fell down the drain. LaGuerta says. When Dexter gets back home, he catches Lewis walking away from his laptop, which suspiciously is still warm. He gives the excuse that he was just checking the news, but then we see him cancelling Dexter's credit cards, using the details he stole from the laptop. We'll find out why he's doing this later. Detective Anderson's heading back home too, but then he pulls over to help a guy change his tyre, who insists that he doesn't want help, but Anderson insists that he does help, and when he opens the guy's trunk, and yep, that's Anderson dead. Instead of helping the investigation, Dexter takes his own prints to find the guy who did it, already feeling the itch to kill again. It's been a few hours. The guy's name is Viktor Baskov, a Ukrainian criminal who's already known to the Miami PD. Dexter finds out that he's due to fly back to Kiev, so Dexter intercepts him at the airport and does the usual. Turns out this Victor guy was connected to a wealthy criminal boss man, and right now the police are investigating one of said boss man's clubs, as the stripper that Victor killed worked there. A small detail that's worth wrapping up, but you might not care about, is Batista reveals that he never looked into Quinn getting transferred, and then Quinn reveals that he never went to the tribunal, and so the two remain friends. Alright, now we're getting to the biggest moment of the show, since the last biggest moment one episode ago. Deborah's collecting her memories of how Bryony wrapped her up in plastic sheets, just like she saw Dexter doing, and there's other similarities between his kills and the Bay Harbor butcher kills. So later that night when Dexter gets home, she's there waiting for him, and she found his blood slides. So she has one burning question for him.
Are you his serial killer?
Yes. It is too deep inside me. Harry was right. I am a monster.
Deborah's throwing up at his confession, and is further horrified to learn that he's been doing this since he was 20 years old, and choosing his victims based on Ghost Dad's code. So yeah, her world just got completely shattered. Dexter gives her the rundown of the horrible people he's taken out, to try and convince her that what he's doing is justifiable. The reality is, she's now a part of this secret, as she helped him cover up Travis's murder, so she can't just turn him in. but that doesn't mean he's not getting some comeuppance before she leaves. She decides the best course of action is to keep him under her wing and help him to overcome this addiction, insisting that he moves in to be under her constant watch, like she's the Eye of Sauron, cooking him up this gross-looking spaghetti that I don't even think the Uruk-hai would eat.
Looks like
a plate of sloppy shit.
Back on the menu, boys!
Batista's unit move in on the strip club again, as the manager's not letting up on what he knows. And this is when Quinn meets a particular dancing girl named Nadia. And I know what you're thinking, yes, they end up seeing each other, because Quinn is just that predictable. Dexter finds out that Lewis was the one who sent him the ITK hand, and he can't help but wonder why. He breaks into his apartment and realises that he's the one who cancelled his cards. For some reason, Lewis's laptop was already switched on and not locked. Doesn't really line up with him being a computer nerd, does it? He then finds some vlogs where Lewis is being blown by some strange lady.
There'll never be an app for this.
I'm Arya, the flagship female companion robot of Realbotics, and I can provide companionship.
And he also finds out that Lewis was involved in the firing of a software CEO by planting some illegal material on his laptop. When Lewis gets in, Dexter makes the grab and asks him what the hell his problem is. He explains that the reason he's been messing with Dexter is because he was being mean about the video game he's been working on.
I came to you for help with my game, and you said no!
Your game?
He makes his threats before leaving him alone. For now. It's been less than a day of being under Deborah's watchful eye, and he already wandered off, which she's quick to jump on.
Deborah didn't kill anybody.
How the f do I know that? I've been calling you and calling you.
Right now, he's talking to a convict who's given the police a tip on where he buried his victims, making a deal that if he helps, he'll be allowed some ice cream from his favourite parlour.
They still use real ice cream. At least everything hasn't gone to hell.
He later reminisces about his ex-girlfriend Hannah, who he had a very close bond with. He explains that even though he's killed so many, there's still one person left on his list. Dexter ends up paying Lewis another visit, feeling the urge to kill again. But right at the moment where he's about to commit, he makes a call to Deborah, in the hopes that she can talk him out of it.
I couldn't go through with it, but I wanted to. I needed to.
Dad was wrong. The fact that we're here tonight proves that you were in control.
So maybe we'll see Dexter trying to make a change this season, but I wouldn't bet on it. The last scene to mention is with the criminal boss man, whose name is Isaac, a man who was born in Ukraine but has a British accent as he came here for school. He's paying a visit to a guy who the police questioned, as he's now a loose end that holds crucial information that the police might be able to get from him. Isaac ties up this loose end. He's also quite concerned that Victor never made it back home to Ukraine, suspecting that someone within the gang took him out without Isaac's permission. Dexter's growing antsy about not being able to kill, and having Deborah tailing him all the time, having visions of murdering people as the hunger grows. He asks her to be more trusting, considering that he called her the last time he almost killed again. She's like, okay, but promise me no more naughty behaviour. So immediately he looks into his next victim, a guy called Raymond Speltzer, who somehow got away with offing many of his love interests. Dexter tries to play both sides this time by showing Deborah all the things that Ray's gotten away with, but she's like, nah, be for real, Dex. You can't keep doing this.
This is done. And nothing better happened to that bald piece of shit over there.
Quinn and Nadia are still seeing each other, and Isaac has basically threatened her into being an informant so they can keep track of the police's investigation into Victor. He knows that the dead dancer girl was wearing a bracelet with a GPS tracker, which he guesses Victor would have taken off of her before he disappeared. So he gets their IT guy to trace its current location, and they can see that it's at the bottom of the sea, 8 miles offshore. Isaac knows this means he's dead, and so now he's out for blood, to find out who owns the boat that dumped the body. This is a cool scene here, where the very same person he's looking for is standing right next to him, but he's none the wiser, and even having a passive-aggressive chat.
I'm looking for something. Aren't we all? So we're both here just killing time.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm doing, killing time. I am the Bay Harbor Butcher.
I was about to say that this actor, Ray Stevenson, would make a perfect Bond villain, but when I looked him up I found out that he died at the way too young age of 58, which is a real shame, because for me he becomes the best part of this season. It's not necessarily a terrible season, but Ray Stevenson's doing some heavy lifting.
Ironic, isn't it? We're both here for a different reason than these other leering cretins, and yet the net result is the same. We're frustrated.
Continuing to get revenge on Lewis, he mails the ITK hand to Masuka, giving away that Lewis is the one who made the online purchase.
You are so fired. Vince, hold on a second. You gotta boot. Now.
Then, when Lewis gets home, Jamie's watching that vlog where that lady's checking his oil. And she knows that he did this while they were still together, because in the video he's wearing the shirt that Jamie bought for him.
It's not cheating if you pay for it.
Oh my god, you are a pig.
Batista's questioning the dead criminal's ex, Hannah, about the bodies of his victims, who were never found. Maybe she can identify some of the items that his mother handed in to the police after he failed level 1 of Crossy Road. Did Crossy Road even have levels?
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
She has nothing for them, but before they leave, Dexter takes a swab of her DNA, and as this music's telling us, they can feel a tingle in the air.
No, you were right. I think we should keep things on a last name basis.
Isaac finds Dexter's boat, and also Lewis, who for all he knows is Dexter. He's here to sabotage Dexter's boat, and after being threatened to have his eyeballs drilled out, he owns up to who he is and why he's here. So Isaac now knows that he needs to go find Dexter, but before he leaves, Deborah goes to Ray's house to stop him killing his next date, which is awful timing because Dexter's just discovered that he likes to play games with mazes, and he gets the voice note saying that she's on her way, so he better hurry. Ray's wearing a Minotaur helmet and chasing this poor girl through his maze, and the whole thing's designed to disorientate the victim by having strobing lights and cranking up the heavy metal. Deborah gets herself stuck in there and nearly ends up as a victim, but then Dexter clobbers him round the head and saves the day. Ray ends up getting away before they can make the arrest.
I'm still alive, but I don't think I'm going to like the reason why.
Deborah suddenly remembers that she's in love with Dexter, but with his dark secret playing on her mind, she has a vision of taking a Rita-style bath.
Will you be mine?
She checks in with Dexter to make sure it was actually Trinity who killed her, and also to wonder if she's in any danger by still being in his life, especially after almost dying in the maze. On her lawyer's advice, Hannah pays a visit to the station to show her full cooperation on the investigation regarding her ex, Wayne, stopping by Dexter's desk for flirtatious reasons. Isaac and his team look over Dexter's file and realise that Victor's death might be the police's revenge for Mike Anderson. A more immediate issue is the halt on their drug trade, as the police are still sniffing around. So Isaac suggests they make their bartender take the fall and be the one who the police finger as the one who shot Mike. But this won't be so much him going to the station, as it will be him writing a confession and firing a bullet in his own brain. Dexter snoops around Ray's RV, finding his trophies and not much else, but then unexpectedly Ray comes back. Normally this would be an easy takeout for Dexter, but this Ray guy is pretty strong and clobbers him unconscious, waking up in a dark and eerie warehouse, finding a note that simply says run, as Ray's dressed as a Minotaur and is ready for the game to begin. After a fairly entertaining chase scene, he manages to get out and hop a ride on the truck.
He knows my face now.
It becomes clear that Isaac and Victor weren't just friends, as Isaac is a blubbering mess while looking at a picture of the two together. So that explains why he's taking this situation so personally.
I will avenge your death. Everything I do is for you.
When Deborah realises that she won't be able to change Dexter, she kicks him out the house, which frees him up to go take out Ray. And I love this moment where he's mocking Ray screaming. This is going to sound sadistic, but I was kinda hoping that he would kill Ray by making him go into the incinerator while still alive, as payback for what he tried to do to Deborah. But he takes the more humane approach of killing him first.
It's time for everyone to move on.
I almost forgot to mention, this is when Dexter finally destroys the blood-slides. It's a critical moment I almost skipped over, and to be fair, this moment isn't given much ceremony, when it should absolutely be a big deal for him. These trophies defined him, and I feel that the emotions should be stronger, but he just kinda sends them into the fire while looking a little sad. Deborah meets back up with him, realising that he's dealt with Ray, and she feels a confusing amount of satisfaction, rather than just being mad at him.
What does that make me?
Human.
I'm not some fat little man.
While cleaning his boat, he sees that some blood was left behind, and certainly not by him, as he always cleans up after dumping bodies. The blood comes back matching Lewis Green, and Dexter doesn't know what to make of it.
Why was he killed on my boat? Why would he have even been on my boat?
Masuka finds out that LaGuerta's using an outside lab to run tests on the bloodslide, so Masuka fears that he might be getting fired. But Deborah finds out that she's just trying to clear Dokes' name as the Bay Harbor Butcher, as this new evidence suggests that he's still out there. When Dexter gets home, he notices his curtains are open, meaning that someone unknown is inside. He calls his own phone, leaving a diversion message saying that he's gone out to lunch, drawing Isaac out of hiding, making Dexter aware that he's been connected to Victor's death. He calls Isaac from a safe distance to see what the deal is.
Why were you in my apartment? Well, aren't you, Mr. Smarty Pants?
Isaac makes it known this won't be an eye for an eye revenge. After he kills Dexter, he'll be after his friends and family too, believing that the rest of the PD are conspiring to cover up the murder.
I work alone. I killed Victor.
Only me. I'll see you around.
That's the plan.
Continuing to help the investigation, Hannah helps them to match ex-boyfriend Wayne's trophies to his victims. Dexter notices that she seems to be nostalgic for the items, which indicates that maybe she wasn't a victim of his, but a willing accomplice. This theory backed up by the next burial site, where it appears that one of the victims was attacked by someone smaller than Wayne. You might be wondering why she's not being prosecuted for her involvement. Well, she's been granted immunity in her agreement to help. Getting back to the exciting stuff, Dexter spots that Isaac is following him, so he leads him into a club where Isaac's rival gang hang out, and Dexter informs them that their enemy is about to walk in. I love this little look Isaac gives when he realises Dexter's clever trick.
Definitely not as much fun as putting Isaac on my table.
When the scene gets called in, there's bodies everywhere, but Isaac's isn't one of them, and I like how we get to see the scene play out, as Dexter describes how it likely went down.
Hit his victim over the head, inflicted a massive skull fracture.
Dexter and Deborah share some concerned whispers as to how dangerous Isaac is. When his name comes up in the DNA searches, they cuff him and sling him behind bars. This probably won't last long. There's a great scene where Dexter goes to talk with him and ask if he's going to back off on his vengeance plan now that he's behind bars. But then Victor recounts a tale of his grandfather waiting many years before being able to enact his vengeance. What makes this scene great is Ray Stevenson's acting. He doesn't go hammy with the evil undertone, he plays it very calm while still coming across sinister, letting you know that this man's not to be effed with.
And the years rolled by. And my grandfather got on with his life as best he could. So you ask me if this is over. No. I'm afraid not.
Some of us get what we want, and we're happy. But some of us are never satisfied.
Dexter's certain that Hannah killed her ex. No, not that ex. Another one. The one she killed was her husband.
Her husband died of a heart attack at 40. Perfect health, no family history. Seems suspicious.
So this episode's about Dexter gathering evidence so he can justify putting her on a kill table, visiting her flower shed on the pretense of looking for a houseplant, when really he's there to inquire about her late husband. It's not the most exciting scene, but we do learn that she has a preference for orchids, and it's a cool detail that the plant she chooses for Dexter is a type of orchid that looks like it has blood spatter. Boring. Dexter learns he's not the only one looking into Hannah's past. There's a famous true crime writer called Sal Price, and he's been researching a situation where she potentially poisoned someone who diddled her when she was young. Poisoning is kind of her hallmark in this show, as we'll soon come to learn. Quinn explains how he used to accept cash bribes when he used to work narcotics cases. Being a regular at this club, it was in his best interest to accept their bribes. But now he's compelled to investigate the club, he rejects their offer to look the other way.
I'm out for sale.
Take care of yourself.
Club manager George gets him out to dinner so that he can threaten Nadia's life, unless Quinn agrees to destroy the evidence that's keeping Isaac behind bars. So reluctantly he does. Batista lets slip that he's thinking of retiring and getting into the restaurant biz, which I'm in full support of. I think the journey of his character really should be coming to its final chapter, and it would be nice for him to maybe exit the story on a nice note, rather than end up being killed because of his relationship to Dexter. Dexter gets Hannah to go out with him on a supposed date, but instead he's taken her to a Christmas grotto type place during their close times, and for some reason she's not spooked off by this, happily walking in holding his hand. It seems like a magical, romantic thing to do, but then he gives her the needle. He's taken aback when she doesn't plead for mercy, or even scream "fuck" like the previous one. She just looks a bit sad. So instead of ending her, he bellends her. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong.
There has to be some f***ing justice. It's you, Dex.
Well, I was really hoping we could have one season without Dexter having a love interest, but it's happened again, so we've got to deal with it. He drops her off back home, and she doesn't seem too fazed about nearly getting murdered, with the two saying their goodbyes and agreeing not to do this again. Sal Price notices the drop-off and talks about including this detail in his book.
It's not in my nature to keep quiet about anything.
You can't write about this.
It's nothing personal. I'm just doing my job.
Dexter offers him a barter of telling him Wayne's last words before being squished. Sal's been making his moves on Deborah, seeming to actually like her, with the side benefit of getting insider intel to make his book more juicy. Causing further problems, he hired an outside blood spatter guy to assess the crime scene photos, and he came to the same conclusion as Dexter did about Hannah being equally as guilty as Wayne, only this other blood spatter guy didn't keep this assessment to himself. Deborah criticises Dexter for behaving like this again.
Hannah McKay killed this woman and you're covering for her.
Why would I want to do that?
To save her for your table.
When the PD realise that the Isaac evidence is missing, Batista pulls Quinn aside to question him, knowing that he's been seeing Nadia, and also his name was on the list of the people that recently went into the evidence locker. He of course denies any wrongdoing, so for now they move on. This situation of course leads to Isaac's early release, and so the game is back on. He finds Dexter out at lunch, but can't kill him right here and now, as the cops are keeping a close watch. But he does want to understand why Dexter of all people would seek revenge for Mike. They barely got to know each other, as Mike hadn't been in the PD very long. He offers no explanation, but he does go into detail about how he took out Victor, to show how he's also not to be messed with.
Crushed his skull with a fire extinguisher.
You're gonna regret sharing that with me.
To prevent Sal from looking into Dexter, Hannah offers him some more information about her traumatic past. She notices that he enjoys chewing on things, which will surely come in handy when she looks to poison him. Recalling her past, she breaks down, admitting to being the one who did the stabbing.
She just kept screaming and there was so much blood.
It's very well acted, and let's give her a shout out by name. Just need to look up what her name is. Oh wow, that's not at all what I was expecting. Yvonne Strahovski. Fucking hell. Yvonne Strahovski. Jesus Christ. Well done, Yvonne, you did great here. But I've got to be honest, at this point, I doubt many of you really care to hear me go on about more details of what was said in this exchange. Let's just skip to the part where the poison takes hold, and Sal Price dies of a heart attack while he was visiting Dexter.
Call 911.
For once, Dexter's actually innocent here, and it's nice to see him fully cooperating and not hiding what happened on the scene.
His head struck the table as he fell.
Jesus.
Would be a good time to separate entirely from Hannah. By the way, if you watch Always Sunny, please come check out my ranking series. I love making those videos, but my god, they're on life support view-wise. Well anyway, as you might have expected, he didn't separate entirely, he went right back to her. The episode ends with Deborah calling Dexter and asking him to take out Hannah, as she fits Harry's code.
It's a shame, really. Under different circumstances, I think we could have been great friends.
Hannah's kept the same calendar on her wall from 1996, claiming that it's just because she likes the picture. But really it's because it reminds her of when she tried to run away with Wayne to Argentina. Why is it all the worst people want to flee to Argentina? Dexter's picking up his regular order of donuts when suddenly a bullet nearly clips him.
What the hell?
With truly awful timing, he then gets a call saying that Asta and Cody need to come back home for a while, as the grandpa isn't well. And with his current situation, he arranges for them to stay at Deborah's place. She's kind of pissed at him for saying no to killing Hannah, but she's still willing to help, for the sake of the kids. Speaking of which, Jamie just picked them up.
God, Cody, we don't want to have to stop again.
But I'm thirsty.
Can't we just leave him by the side of the road?
It's nice to see them again, and it's funny to see how they've changed into argumentative siblings, as all teenage brothers and sisters do. It's revealed that Asta now smokes pot, which naturally causes Dexter to have some strong words. I'm not going to go on too much about them being here, because they're only here for this episode. George is talking to the rest of the Brotherhood about a potential coup against Isaac, as they don't understand his obsession with taking out Dexter, rather than moving on by this point. They fear that his reckless revenge mission is going to compromise their operation. Dexter snoops around Isaac's apartment, but the house is already occupied by some other guy looking to take out Isaac. Since they can't share this job, Dexter cuts him down. When Isaac gets home, he realises that the uprising against him has just started.
So much for brotherhood.
This can be fixed. We can go home.
No.
We can call.
LaGuerta asks the harbour master to pull up the records on who had a boat here around the time of the Bay Harbour butcher case. And yep, he confirms that Dexter was here, so she's narrowing down her suspects to suspecting him. After learning that Dexter is seeing Hannah, Deborah crashes out and finally admits to him that for a long time she's been in love with him. Although he's blown his chance of sleeping with his sister now that she knows he's an icky serial killer. Poor fella must be gutted. The best scene by far is Dexter finding Isaac in this bar, drinking away his sorrows about the Brotherhood betraying him. Being in this gay bar gives him the kind of comfort that he knew he would never have by being open about who he is with the Brotherhood. So right now he's not in the mood for a scuffle, but he will explain the heartache that Dexter's caused by killing the only person in this world who he actually loved.
You took from me the one thing that money and power can't bring back.
Really makes for an interesting antagonist. He's not another deranged psycho, he's a powerful man with a broken heart. And to have his love taken away by someone like Dexter, who only really did it to feed his addiction, it's easy to side with Isaac here.
It's a shame, really. Under different circumstances, I think we could have been great friends. Till next time.
There's a kit in my car. I can help with the pain.
No! I need you to do me one better.
Isaac's made aware of an infamous hitman who's been hired to snuff him out. As Isaac knows this man, he calls him up wondering if he can be bought out. But he's like, nah, I'm loyal to the contract. Out of options, he turns to Dexter with an offer. Help him and he'll call off his revenge mission. But he's like, nah, I'm loyal to me, and me alone. And also my work, which I'm gonna go back to now. Attending a grisly scene where some guy was burned alive in his car. We meet a new freak this episode, a guy named Phil Bosso, who specialises in arson attacks. He assists them in investigating a series of fire-related killings for this season's serial killer, aside from Hannah. Isaac comes back in the evening with a new proposal. If you don't help me, my bodyguard Jurg's gonna kill Hannah. It is still part of his deal that if Dexter helps, he'll let him live.
No matter what you may think of me or my methods, I'm a man of my word.
There's another hitman on the scene called Benjamin, so it looks like Dexter's got his work cut out for him. He spots Oleg at a firing range and shoves a knife through his belly. This has to be his sloppiest kill yet. He's done this in a public and busy place, and he just leaves the body there. No chopping it up and dumping it in the ocean like he usually does. And I'm almost certain that there will be CCTV, if not in the gun range, at least on the buildings surrounding it. It's a place where guns are used. It's surely got to be heavily monitored. Well anyway, on to Benjamin. He's following Dexter down to the docks, but little did he know this was a trap.
Sweetheart.
So that's both the hitmen taken out, and their deal has been finalised. But on the way off the boat, George stops Isaac with a bullet. You may be wondering why George's face was all cut up. Well, that's because Quinn got fed up of his blackmailing and attacked him in the club. Meanwhile, Hannah managed to slip in some poison into Jurg's pancakes and tries making her escape while he's choking. In the scuffle, he manages to knife her in the belly, and the two end up lying on the floor, presumably dead. But then Deborah walks in and finds that Hannah still has a pulse. She ends up being okay in the end, much to Dexter's relief, who's now saying that he loves her. Yep, he's done for, boys. He's too far gone. Isaac's also too far gone, using his last moments to request that he's taken out to sea so his body can rest in peace next to Victor's. He gives a heartfelt speech about the importance of true love before slipping into his forever sleep. Rest in peace, Isaac Serco, and of course, once again, rest in peace, Ray Stevenson. LaGuerta takes her suspicions about Dexter to Chief Matthews, but he laughs it off, considering the case to be well and truly closed, and she needs to move on. But later on, he comes up with a deal. He'll help her investigation if she helps him to get his old job back, so that he can claim his full retirement package.
Well, looks like Hannah's found herself another winner.
Hannah's dad has come to town, and oh look, it's Jim Beaver, somehow looking older here than he does in The Boys. He hasn't seen Hannah in a long time, as he's just got out of prison for being a con man. He was also an extremely messed up father to Hannah, once nearly letting her drown.
I was a real, genuine asshole of a father, and I needed to admit that to you.
He claims to be a changed man, who's now setting up his own crayfishing business, but they soon become suspicious of him when he mentions being short of money to fund his startup. When Hannah says she can't afford to help, he lashes out big time, making it clear that he's full of BS.
I'm sorry, I just don't have the funds.
Oh, what kind of daughter won't even help out her own father?
Jesus, Dad!
He didn't care about seeing Hannah again. He just come back for money to clear his gambling debt. He gets nasty and aggressive, deliberately smashing into her greenhouse in an act of bitter revenge. So Dexter tells him to leave now and never come back. He later threatens to expose Hannah to the press, so Dexter does what he does best. And so long to Jim Beaver's character, whatever the hell your name was. Dexter suspects that Phil Bosso is the arsonist, as he seems to know a little too much about the craft of burning people alive, and he's also kinda creepy looking. But he turns out to be a harmless guy, who uses his knowledge in pyrotechnics to contribute to Civil War reenactments. The real arsonist is on a bus right now, dousing people in kerosene and setting them ablaze. In each of these crime scenes, he's been leaving a calling card of sorts, the words "It's Bobby" written in the soot. Dexter suspects that this grown man arsonist has some childhood trauma that's caused him to have an imaginary friend called Bobby. So he searches the juvie records for a likely suspect.
There's your phantom. Arrested for burning down his school's gym at age 12, spent some time in detention.
When the arsonist gets home, Dexter's waiting for him inside his fire suit. In a moment of rare clarity for Dexter, he decides not to kill this guy and leave him for the authorities to find, giving Deborah a win, as she desperately needs something positive right now. There's more drama at the club, where George gets possessive over Nadia, and once again is threatening her. So Quinn shoots him dead, and gets Nadia to tag him in the arm using George's gun, making it look like a lawful kill. Only problem is, Batista is a smart cop, and he knows for sure that he heard the gunshots with a suspicious gap between, meaning the second shot was not an instant reaction.
I want the truth.
I told you the truth. I went down when George shot me.
For now, he has no choice but to believe Quinn's story, once again. Matthews urges LaGuerta to proceed with caution if she's going to be accusing someone from the PD as being the real butcher. She needs to be extremely sure and have the evidence be ironclad. They speak to the owner of the cabin where Dokes got exploded and find out that it was being rented out by the guy who killed Dexter's mother. So he has motive to chop murderers into bits, like what was done to his mummy. I swear if you do not pay this off with him being caught, I'm going to be so pissed. For the intro, we have this cool presentation of what Dexter might look like in the future, still murdering and still with Hannah, who appears to be the same age as present day Hannah. That's kind of weird. Harrison's grown up though.
But suddenly my future seems very possible.
There's not really much point to this vision, but it was a fun brief moment. Dexter learns that the last remaining guy responsible for his mother's brutal death, Hector Estrada, is about to be released from prison. Matthews then gives him a heads up about LaGuerta pinning him as the Bay Harbor Butcher, which is kind of a snake move against LaGuerta, but he's just being loyal to Harry by protecting Dexter. Despite helping her, he doesn't really believe Dexter is the one, but still he needs to ask him the questions.
You knew my father. You've known me my whole life. Do you think I'm the Bay Harbor Butcher?
Of course not.
He fills Deborah in on the situation, and they agree to a plan where Deborah will plant some evidence that definitively marks Dokes as the Bay Harbor Butcher. When they find Dokes' prints on a knife, Matthews puts his foot down to say, "That's it, you're done. You hear me? Done." This investigation has to stop. Hannah wants Deborah to move past her issues with her, so that she can be with Dexter without Deborah being all whiny about it. But then Deborah basically says, "S my D, you horrible lady." Next thing she knows, she's waking up in hospital, with the doctor saying that she must have OD'd on her anxiety meds. But we all suspect that Hannah is behind this. Well, apart from Dexter, who is blinded by love.
She
didn't poison you.
Well, I sure as shit didn't swallow a handful of pills.
But then he finds some residue in Deborah's water bottle and later gets a call confirming that it was tainted by Hannah. Knowing she has to be stopped, but unwilling to kill her, he gives Deborah the pen that she used to poison Sal. So the next morning, they move in for the arrest.
I'm sorry.
Hannah McKay, you're under arrest for the murder of Sal Price.
Okay, now we're coming to a part of the episode that I almost regret capturing a live reaction to, as in hindsight it kinda makes me look silly. Donkey-brained, you could say. Dexter lures Hector Estrada into a shipping container to give him an identical death to his mother. But right at the moment where he's about to do the deed, Hector reveals that he only got out of prison due to LaGuerta pushing his release, and Dexter now realises that he's being set up to be caught. Now, somehow, in my distracted state of being a novice streamer, I missed this crucial information and assumed that this following scene shows Dexter getting away with it again. She can hear a chainsaw. Please, I'm begging you. I am begging you, show. Please do not be another fake out. I can't see how it will be a fake out. I am begging of you to not have this as a fake out moment where in some bizarre circumstances that there's going to be a separate chainsaw incident. Yeah, like he's just some guy cutting a cake with a chainsaw. I swear if you do not pay this off with him being caught, I'm going to be so pissed. Fuck this shit. I hate you. I actually hate you, Dexter. Being so close to the end of the series, I was hoping for a drastic change in the upcoming final season. So my reaction here, while being a naive one, is my honest and true emotion that I do still kind of feel now, even though this particular close call was actually a logical scenario. I'm just tired of his story going in circles. It's always a big build up to almost being caught, and then usually doesn't get caught, or gets away with it in some manner. Despite Deborah knowing, it didn't stop him from killing more. I left this reaction in because I don't mind being honest about being stupid sometimes. It's how I learn to be less stupid next time. Well anyway, let's close out this season with the finale episode. Despite now being in jail for probably the rest of her life, she's not going to reveal Dexter's secret because unlike him, she's no backstabber. They still have feelings for each other, so this won't be the end of their story. But still being pissed at him, she leaves him with a little gift before he leaves.
Goodbye, Dexter.
In quite possibly the most exciting turn of events, LaGuerta arrests Dexter for the murder of Hector Estrada, and seeing him walk through the station in cuffs is such a surreal experience. Both Deborah and Batista chastise her for making such a big mistake here, but she presses on and interrogates him with expertise, showing the damning proof that he was seen discarding a shirt covered in Hector Estrada's blood.
You killed him. You killed him like you killed all your other victims. Admit it.
She's not been my favourite character, but I do love this scene. Her emotions of hurt and betrayal, and also desperation to reveal the truth, is simply awesome to watch.
You betrayed me, this department, everybody around you.
But the best part of this scene is right now, with Masuka revealing that the shirt was reported missing from the evidence locker, and so it would appear that LaGuerta's trying to frame Dexter, which of course we know is actually Dexter making a clever play. Important clarification, it's also an old shirt from a previous case involving Hector. There is no evidence to suggest that Hector is dead, because he's not. As the title suggests, we get some flashback cameos of Dokes, which doesn't serve much purpose other than to be member berries. But I'm not complaining, it was good to see him again in some previously unseen scenes.
You like this bloodshed a little too much.
I'm just doing my job.
LaGuerta begs Matthews to defend her position. He might not agree with her suspicions, but he can at least defend her integrity in being a good cop who's making a thorough investigation. Batista is in a similar position. He doesn't believe LaGuerta, but he does consider her to be family, and will always do what he can to support. Even though this day has been a complete mess, he really wants her to come along tonight to his retirement/New Year's party.
It wouldn't feel right without you.
I'll be there.
LaGuerta's last line of questioning is aimed at Deborah, asking why she was seen getting gas canisters at the station next to the church the same night that Travis was killed. Caught in the moment, Deborah's instinct is to gaslight her, suggesting that she's jumping to conclusions out of desperation. In court, Hannah's bail gets denied, meaning she's going away now, but then her friend sneaks her a sneaky pill that when ingested causes her body to freak out, and they rush her to hospital. She comes to when the doctors are distracted and slips out to make her escape, so we'll be definitely seeing her next season. Dexter gets his final kill of season 7, taking out Hector Estrada, but Deborah realises that LaGuerta is en route to actually catch him this time. Dexter was expecting this, however, and gets her with the knockout needle. He then sets up the scene to make it look like Hector and LaGuerta got into a scuffle and killed each other in the showdown. Deborah then turns up as LaGuerta comes to, and she has to make the awful choice: kill LaGuerta and keep Dexter safe from prosecution, or kill Dexter and end this madness once and for all. Do I even need to play around here? We all know the completely effed up choice that Deborah's about to make. What the fuck? No! Holy shit! Oh man, truly harrowing stuff. And now they have to try and live with what they've done. Dexter's now a part of a murder that completely goes against his code, the murder of an innocent person. The New Year's fireworks light up the sky as we wave goodbye to this season.
Tonight's the night, and it's going to happen again and again.
It's been 6 months since LaGuerta was taken out, in a joint effort between Dexter and Deborah. And here's Dexter, still working at the PD, still having the time of his life, with him outright saying how wonderful life is.
A better person would feel bad about LaGuerta's death. But the truth is, it solved all my problems.
Did no one think it's damn suspicious that the one person still convinced that Dexter is a murderer is now gone? Do they not remember the previous people who also had their suspicions and have too disappeared? So many people in his circle have died. You guys are the worst detectives in TV history. Before I get too heated, let's get into this recap of the final season. Batista's giving Maria LaGuerta's eulogy, and Chief Snaky Matthews unveils her memorial bench.
It's a nice bench.
It's concrete, very sturdy. I am the Bay Harbor Butcher.
Deborah's absence doesn't go unnoticed, and they question why she isn't here, with Dexter actually having no clue. He hasn't seen her in quite a while. Well, right now, she's enjoying some fun time flower and shacking up with a dodgy guy who's in the middle of making a shady deal. Dexter finds out she's working for an ex-colleague called Jacob Elway, who set up a private detective agency. So while she is having a good time getting messed up and partying, it's also her playing up to her character undercover. But obviously the substances are helping her cope with the horrendous thing she did last season. Dexter finds out the guy on Deborah's case is a dangerous jewellery thief. So hacking Deborah's account on the second attempt at getting her password. Oh, come on, really? He tracks her down to a convenience store. She's not really in the mood to speak with him and wishes he would just leave her alone, saying that he made her compromise her values, which is complete BS, because he actually encouraged her to arrest him instead of murdering LaGuerta. It was totally her choice. Later on, he tries to warn her about a hitman called El Sapo, who's looking to take out her pretend boyfriend, and she's in danger of being caught in the crosshairs. Pretend boyfriend tries to intervene, and Dexter stabs him in the struggle. Deborah begs for him to just leave her alone.
Will you go? Please go.
I came here to save you.
On his first crime scene of the season, he encounters a body where the skull has been sliced open, showing that a section of the guy's brain has been removed and is presumably being kept as a trophy. A new character emerges for this final season. Her name is Dr. Vogel, a psychiatrist who specialises in studying psychopaths. She's here to assist the PD in understanding the motives of a murderer. All the while, she's staring down Dexter like she knows him.
Let's widen our interviews with friends and co-workers of the victim. We need to find...
She gets him one-to-one to express her doubts in Dokes being the Bay Harbor Butcher. His mannerisms didn't fit the profile of a serial killer. In her experience, a person who's seemingly void of emotion would be more likely. She cuts the pretense when she hands him some drawings that Dexter did when he was a child, revealing that she used to be his psychiatrist, and furthermore, she knows about Harry's code.
You can't kill me, because I don't fit Harry's code.
I always knew there was something with you, but this shit,
Love the opening to this one, with this old ass video footage of Harry being counselled by Vogel. She's offering to help him with Dexter, predicting that he's going to become a serial killer. Turns out she was a big part in the creation of Harry's code, which might seem like a bit of a retcon, but it does make sense. Harry was just a regular guy. There's no way he would have thought up a code for funneling psychotic urges. That's some experimental psychology level shit.
I know almost everything about you, Dexter. Not just because I heard it from your father, but because I helped create you.
But why has Dr. Vogel come to see Dexter all these years later? Well, she feels he owes her a favour, as she's always kept his secret safe, and now she needs Dexter's help in catching the brain-slicing maniac. It's now affecting her personally, as whoever it is sent her the missing piece of the brain. She believes it to be one of her ex-patients, but she can't figure out who it is. She would bring this evidence back to the police, but she believes that the brain segment was sent to her in revenge for her unethical experiments, information of which she'd rather the police not unearth. So this investigation has to stay between her and Dexter. We get a glimpse of a guy being suffocated by who we presume to be the brain surgeon. That's what this season refers to him as. But this reveal seems a little anticlimactic, so something tells me this ain't him. The body turns up in a skate park, and for some odd reason he left the murder weapon here. Must be intentional baiting, right? He finds the fingerprints belong to a guy called Lyle Sussman, who Vogel isn't sus of, as she's never heard of him.
Well, it doesn't mean he doesn't know you. You're a published author. Maybe he has an issue with something you said in one of your books.
Lyle's house looks very ordinary, but there is a photo of him at a hunting cabin, so maybe that's where he'll be found. And there he is found, but he's dead, hanging on a meat hook. Deborah goes to pretend boyfriend's lockup, hoping to find the jewels he stole, and she hits the jackpot. But little did she know she was being followed by El Sapo, and the two have a scrap, where she gets a grade A beatdown.
Stay down.
Instead of killing her, he traps her in the storage unit. El Sapo later turns up dead in a car park, and Deborah doesn't outright own up to it being her who obviously did it, and Dexter eventually finds this out. Quinn and Jamie are now seeing each other, which Batista is okay with, but he's pushing Quinn to become a sergeant so he can be a more suitable bachelor in being with his sister. This pressure, combined with Quinn's inability to stop checking in on Deborah, is creating a wedge in their relationship.
Here I thought we were gonna make it to 1 minute before you mentioned your old fiance.
He does eventually agree to start studying for the sergeant's exam, but he's not quite ready to let go of Deborah. Dr. Vogel finds a CD on her laptop showing that the real brain surgeon is still out there, and he's taunting her to come find him. Dexter opens up to her on his conflicting feelings of carrying on with his lifestyle, seeing how distraught Deborah has become, feeling like his existence is a mistake. But then Dr. Vogel gives him some reassurance, adopting a kind of nurturing, motherly instinct, having known him and protecting him for so long.
You're exactly what you need to be, Dexter. You're perfect.
Not at all. They said that stain would come out. You.
Deborah gets caught sleeping in her car, and the officer can tell that she's been drinking, but he doesn't go too hard on her, knowing that she's the former captain. They call in Quinn to come pick her up, and he urges her to consider that she might have a drinking problem. But she's like, no way bro, I just like to party on a level you can't handle. Luckily her boss is very accommodating, not giving her any grief for turning up to work with alcohol clearly still in her system. Instead, he gives her one of his signature hangover cures.
How do you know I'm hungover? Thank you.
Not being so forgiving is Jamie, when she finds out that once again Quinn has gone to her aid to be her saving grace. This could be the end of their relationship.
Why lie about it?
Because I didn't think you'd understand.
Well, you're right. I don't. Enjoy your dinner.
Dr. Vogel receives another present from the brain surgeon. What do you think it'll be? Do you think it'll be brains? Yeah, it's brains. Dexter checks out the next guy on the list of potential brain surgeons. This one sells workout machines at the mall. He is an ex-patient, but Dexter doesn't seem to be able to rattle him, or even get him to confess that he knows Dr. Vogel. When he raids his house, he finds some real signs that this guy is a deranged killer. There's big-ass meat grinders, a finger in the stew, and a whole brain in a Tupperware container. But even though he's certainly a guy of interest, he's not the guy they're after, as this guy is eating his victims, not sending out parts of their brain. Still, this is a naughty man who's worthy of Dexter's table. By far the most exciting moment of the episode is Deborah getting drunk again and going into the station to confess to murdering LaGuerta. But Quinn keeps this off the record and calls Dexter in, assuming she's just drunk and confessing to something she didn't do because she feels partially responsible.
The bullet that killed LaGuardia came from Estrada's gun.
It's not true.
It is. Remember? Dexter walked us through it.
Before she's allowed to keep on yapping, Dexter needles her and pretends that she drunkenly passed out. And they take her home to think about how they're going to stop her from trying that again.
You really think you can help her?
Yes.
Hello, Dexter Morgan.
Vogel brings Deborah back to the shipping container so she can confront her emotions about what happened here. And Vogel tries to get her to understand the consequences if she were to reveal the truth, compromising her protective instincts for Dexter, ridding the one family member she has left.
Splendid. Now your brother's on death row. Go on.
We could have run.
Only to eventually be caught. You go to jail. Dexter gets the death penalty again.
Very manipulative of Vogel, even if she is kind of right. Next on their list of guys to check out is a cable guy called AJ. Dexter notices a scar on his head, indicating that at some point his skull was opened in surgery. So he presses Vogel until she reveals that she did an experimental surgery on him to remove a part of his brain that she believed was causing him to be violent. Going to his house, he sees that he's collecting women's shoes. But little did he know that right now AJ is also able to see him, watching over CCTV, hidden away behind a secret door. He listens in as Dexter reports back, and he seems upset to hear that Vogel is involved in this. When he goes back into his lair, we see that he's currently got a woman held captive. So he's our guy. This is the brain surgeon, right? When Dexter goes back later to apprehend him, AJ is no longer around, seeming to have left in a hurry. But he left behind a ton of signs that he is the brain surgeon. Most shockingly of all is the woman he had captive left bleeding out and stuffed in this box.
Yates must have stabbed her. Nicked her left pulmonary artery, left her for dead. Unaware cramming her inside that cart would put pressure on the wound and stop it from bleeding.
To lure him out, he fakes a call from the nursing home where his dad is on life support. To create a distraction, AJ disconnects his own father's breathing tube.
He'll be here any second.
That was dark, but also very clever. Quinn celebrates passing his sergeant's exam at Batista's restaurant. Yeah, he ended up getting the restaurant, I probably should have mentioned before. All seems to be going well, but then Quinn overhears someone dissing Deborah about her drink driving incident. And once again, Quinn can't help himself.
Who was that guy?
I don't know, I think he's the boner or something.
Jamie still ends up boinking him when they get home, so I guess he's getting yet another chance to not bring up Deborah again. Chief Matthews urges Batista to consider Detective Miller to be given the promotion to sergeant, as despite him passing the exam, Quinn has shown himself time and time again to be hot-headed and reckless with his duties. There's a funny scene where a pretty young lady comes in to see Masuka, and naturally he starts hitting on her, until she reveals that he might be her dad.
You were a sperm donor in college, right?
You've got my soulful yet haunting eyes.
She's gonna stick around for a while. After watching more videos of Harry's sessions with Vogel, Deborah realises that the reason he died is because he offed himself over the guilt of what he enabled Dexter to become. So Deborah gets Dexter out for a drive to express how hurt she is in learning the truth. And there's only one way she can think to make it right: by drowning her own brother. But she swims back out to save his life. She must have realised there's still 8 episodes to go. After trying to kill her own brother, Dr. Vogel suggests they might need a joint therapy session. I really like this scene because we get one of the rare moments where Dexter actually emotes. And this time it doesn't feel forced and cringy like his T-Rex cry from season 4. Also, he leaves the house on a cold line.
I was trying to catch a serial killer before you tried to drown me. If it's okay, I think I'm gonna get back to that, which according to you is all I'm really good for. The hell with both of you.
Dexter tries his best to go about his day normally, cutting off Deborah every time she tries to call. In the morning briefing, Quinn suggests that maybe Masuka's long-lost daughter might not be here on good intentions. Maybe she's here for money. Later at the food truck, she's conveniently forgot her purse, and when Masuka offers to pay, she gets cheeky with it and adds to her order.
Oh, hey, can you add cheese to my burrito?
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'll have 2 number 9s, a number 9 large.
Feeling suspicious, he goes to Deborah's agency and gets her to run a background check. And as it turns out, yep, she's in a lot of debt. For this episode's murder investigation, they're looking into the wealthy Hamilton family. The dad confesses to the police about having an affair with the lady they found dead, but Dexter's suspicions soon turn to son Zach, who's taken a keen interest in the details of how her body was found. The PD starts suspecting him too, when an eyewitness reports seeing him at the scene where she was killed. But then the eyewitness gets spooked and declines to give an official statement, suggesting that he was either paid off or threatened to keep his mouth shut. AJ breaks into Vogel's house and takes her captive. Moments later, Deborah swings by and sees what went down. Back at AJ's house, the PD have discovered the skeletons of his previous victims, which eerily show that he would break each of their toes, giving them a prolonged and agonising death.
It looks like he broke each one of their toes until he was done, and then
Finish them off with a single stab to the chest.
While Dexter's making his analysis, Deborah turns up with the news, and reluctantly he agrees to go help find Vogel. Right now, AJ's taking one of Vogel's shoes to add to his collection, and we find out that his obsession with high heels comes from a traumatic memory of his abusive mum walking around the house, looking for him as he hid under the bed, and all he could hear was the clanking of her heels. When he goes to break her toes, Vogel tries the Red Dragon method of mimicking his mother to emotionally break him down.
You pissed your pants? How dare you? You dirty little beast.
All you ever do is disappoint me.
And yeah, it kinda works, buying her some time to be rescued. She pocket dials Dexter, allowing them to trace the call and find the house. They find Vogel tied up in a cupboard, and Dexter spots AJ hiding under the bed, which gives us this very inventive kill. And it ends with Deborah feeling okay about what he did. Maybe she can finally come to peace with the reality of who Dexter is.
it's peaceful, alone on the water.
Tonight you brought us.
I wanted to be with family. I have no idea what hammer time is, or how it differs from regular time.
Zach's taking pictures of a gruesome accident, reflecting Dexter's fascination with morbid scenes when he was around the same age. Following him, he spots Zach meeting with Vogel. She isn't willing to discuss the details of their meetings, as even though he's a dangerous individual, he's got nothing to do with the brain surgeon stuff, so breaking his privacy wouldn't be appropriate. He sees him again at a crime scene, and looking to see what he's all about, Dexter invites him through the tape to come take a closer look. Maybe if Dexter befriends him, he can find out if this kid fits the code.
So the killer, he should have worn gloves. And long sleeves, made sure he was covered up.
The kid's a quick study, but that doesn't prove he killed Norma Rivera.
Back at Zach's studio, the evidence begins piling up, and he gets very uneasy when Dexter questions this candid picture of some unknown lady.
It's nothing. Just a lens test.
Deborah's new case involves Jacob Elway's sister. He suspects that her boyfriend is cheating. Deborah senses that this could get very ugly, but he's basically like, so what, you gotta do it. It's the job that I pay you for. She dresses up all pretty to be the bait, and like the horny fish he is, he goes straight for the worm. Jacob gets very aggressive, and it becomes clear that it's not just about defending his sister. He didn't like seeing Deborah flirting with another man.
Seeing him paw all over you like that, I don't like that shit. I'm sorry about your tough.
It's okay. It's all right. I got it.
I am really hoping that Deborah and Jacob don't become an item. We're so close to the end. Let's not complicate things. Same goes for Dexter and his neighbour, who Jamie's been trying to set him up with. I've been avoiding talking about this for another reason that will become clear very soon. After facing more pressure from Matthews, Batista gives the sergeant promotion to Detective Miller. Quinn believes this is purely about him not solving the case involving Zach's dad. So Quinn jumps back on the horse to solve this case and prove his worthiness, with Dexter tagging along, as he doesn't want to miss out on what Quinn discovers. Dexter spots the same lady from Zach's photo, and right now he's taking more creepy pictures of her.
And he isn't looking at the class, he's looking at her.
You know what I'm saying?
Fortunately, Quinn isn't.
After raiding his studio to find proof that Zach has killed before, he finds some pictures that he took moments after clubbing a woman over the head. The same woman they've been questioning his dad about.
Norma Rivera.
Dexter takes his evidence to Vogel, in the hopes that she'll agree that he deserves to die. But Vogel has a different idea. He could take him on as an apprentice, guiding him using Harry's code. Dexter rightfully calls this out as a stupid idea.
He killed an innocent and he's getting ready to do it again. He needs to die.
He tracks him down to a marina and sees him stalking the yoga lady, but he's not following her. Instead, he's following his dad, who appears to have spent the evening with her. Before Zach takes out his own dad, Dexter takes him out first. On the kill table, he reveals that his mother has been drinking herself to death due to his father being so neglectful and cheating with multiple women. After some back and forth, we come to the fairly predictable conclusion that Dexter's not going to kill Zach, as he can see here a little reflection of himself, so he is going to take him on as an apprentice.
Could I teach him? Am I ready for this? To be a spiritual father?
A quick thing to mention is Masuka being upfront with daughter Nikki and asking about her debts, and she gets very insulted at the accusation of her intentions not being pure.
I have debts, but they're soon to be paid, and that's not really any of your business. I wouldn't ask you for this.
The episode ends in a very unexpected way. As Dexter and Deborah are chatting, they both start feeling very lightheaded, and they realise they've just been drugged by Hannah.
Hello, Dexter.
That's right, she's back on the scene. Isn't that wonderful?
He doesn't even recognize me.
You didn't look like a raccoon last time we saw you.
Dexter went to bed dead, but has now woken up alive.
You telling me that you can go to bed dead and wake up alive? You can't go to bed dead, man. That shit would be redundant.
So Hannah must have had a change of heart and decided that she doesn't want him dead. She didn't kill Deborah either, and everyone, including the audience, are very confused as to why.
Maybe she just wants to let us know she's out there. Maybe this was just the beginning.
Deborah's feeling frustrated, knowing that none of this would be happening if he just killed her when she asked. So maybe now he'll consider it. I wouldn't bank on it, Deborah. I've got to be real with you. Apprentice Zach makes his first mistake by showing up to Dexter's apartment unannounced. He's still being investigated by Quinn, and he could have easily been followed here. A small detail, which will be important soon, is that Zach notices the attractive neighbour lady.
It's my neighbor.
She's cute.
Yes, she's cute. You need to go home.
At work, Deborah once again turns down Elway's flirting, and he goes down the r/nice guys route of saying you should show me some gratitude, as without me you wouldn't have this job.
I give you good pay, good benefits. I didn't ask a lot of questions. Because you're good at your job. And because I'm a nice guy. Maybe you want to try a little gratitude. Instead of always being such a f***ing bitch.
Don't be like Elway, guys. You'll get nowhere being this down bad and acting out like a kid who just got dumped by his first girlfriend. Using roadside cameras, Dexter finds out that Hannah's car is registered under the name Maggie Kastner, which conveniently is tied to an address and a phone number. When he tracks her down, she's with some rich guy, seeming to be living in high society now. When he approaches her in a club, she announces that she's married now and trying to live a new life. Her husband seems to know about her shady past, which really makes for some interesting questions. One that immediately comes to mind is, does he know about all of her past? If so, why the hell would a guy like this take on this level of risk to both himself and his business? If word got out that he's married to a serial killer, his life would surely be ruined. Dexter asks the more important question, if she's so happy, why has she come back to mess with Dexter? This seems to be more than petty revenge. Hannah explains that she wants him to help kill her husband Miles, as she feels like his prisoner, constantly being watched and controlled. She would do it herself, but it would be too obvious that it was her. Dexter is the only person she can turn to.
I thought you might feel like you owed me.
Owed you?
You didn't have to turn me in. You ruined my life.
Jamie's trying her best to convince Quinn that they need to get their own place so they can finally move forward with their lives, which is kind of code to say, maybe it's time for you to shut up about Deborah and stop thinking about her altogether. Honestly, Jamie is way too good for him. She should be with a nice guy like me. I've done nothing but praise you. Why does Quinn get to have you? Stop being a bitch. Nikki apologises for blowing up at Daddy Masuka. She just felt insulted by his digging around, and so the two agree to a fresh start. To make amends, Masuka offers to take her out to dinner, but then he wants to surprise her by showing up at her job, not realising that she works at a nudie bar, giving us this very awkward but funny scene, as he does all he can to avoid making eye contact with her blouse bunnies. For obvious reasons, we can't hang around here too long, so let's just skip. Husband Miles is being possessive over Hannah, and freaking out about her speaking with Dexter, a power trip so extreme that he tries to assault her. By the time Dexter finds them, she's managed to murder him herself, but Dexter sticks around to help with the cleanup.
Hannah. It's gonna be okay. I'll take care of everything.
The detail I mentioned earlier, with Zach noticing the neighbour, well, that neighbour is now dead, and naturally Dexter suspects that it may have been him.
How's the world going to end if the beast is still alive?
Testing the blood at the crime scene, they find that some of Zach's was under her fingernails. But in true Dexter fashion, he hides this info from Asuka, who's now being assisted by Nikki, as he wanted her to quit taking her top off for a living and work somewhere more respectable. And there's a funny scene later, where she's using her new age witchy nonsense to cleanse the air of her new working environment. And Matthews gives us a rare, funny line of dialogue.
She's just clearing the bad murder juju out of the lab.
Does she realize this is a department founded in bad murder juju?
Before we move on from the crime scene, it's important to note that neighbour Cassie's boyfriend is here, distraught to learn of her death. They've only been together a short while, and naturally he's being questioned as a person of interest. His name is Oliver, and me bothering to include his name tells you that we ain't done getting to know him. Zach's transaction history shows that he's currently in a motel far away, seeming to be on the run. Hannah's looking to run away again too, using one of Dexter's contacts to get a new passport. She has some time to kill while the forgery is underway, so Dexter invites her along on a road trip to go find Zach.
Besides, it's not safe for you to be here.
Safe?
You know, alone.
Jacob has made up with Deborah after admitting that he was being a dick, and now she's asking him to take on the case of finding Hannah McKay. Earlier, she had an argument with Dexter about it, realising that he's still not invested in taking her out. Using a tracker on his car, Deborah sees where he's heading to, and when she calls, he blatantly lies about what he's doing.
Where are you?
Grabbing some dinner.
Oh, yeah? Want company?
I'm good.
When they get to the motel, Zach has set up his first proper kill room in the same style of Dexter. When confronted, he swears he knows nothing about what happened to Cassie, and he only came all this way because he was following Dexter's code and took out a worthy target. He's done it a little rusty, but he did get the job done.
What were you planning on doing with the body?
I didn't totally know.
Most importantly though, this proves he had nothing to do with Cassie's death. Quinn still suspects him though, and right now he's meeting up with Oliver to ask him if he knows Zach. Right now, Quinn has no logical connection as to why he feels Zach's involved. It's just a personal suspicion. Oliver turns out to be no help, claiming that he doesn't recognise him. Deborah gets to the motel, but instead of getting to the point and arresting Hannah, or maybe killing her or something exciting, they just babble back and forth until Dexter and Zach arrive back.
Who the f*** are you?
Who the f*** are you?
What a tangled web of people to be in one scene. They visit Dr. Vogel to show that Zach's been found and he's okay, and she insists that everyone comes in for dinner, a scene which we're going to skip through to get to the interesting part after dinner, where they try and figure out who planted Zach's blood at the crime scene and why.
And why would someone do that? Money?
You see, never a dull moment.
Before Hannah definitely leaves for good, they go to a hotel for one last sesh, giving the brain surgeon enough time to kill Zach and leave him in Dexter's apartment. He was an okay character, but no love lost here from me. As Hannah is about to board her flight, Dexter runs to her and says, "No, don't go. Stay with me," just to annoy Hausenberg.
Are you a serial killer?
Yes.
When Zach was killed, the brain surgeon left a song playing, and it's weird that in two series that I've covered here, they've both featured this same obscure song. It's Make Your Own Kind of Music by Cass Elliot. But why this song? It's not a coincidence, I just can't prove it. Dr. Vogel used to play this song all the time, so it makes sense that one of her patients, such as the brain surgeon, would use this song in their ritual. After running tests on some hair that was found near Zach's body, Dexter discovers their DNA is related to Vogel. She had two sons, but the eldest one drowned the younger one, and so he got sent to a psychiatric ward. Vogel feels like she failed as a mother, and that horrendous loss is what led her into becoming a psychiatrist, hoping to prevent other young lads from becoming serial killers. Yeah, not doing too great in that goal, are we? With the DNA suggesting it so, the eldest brother must still be alive, and he is the brain surgeon, which Vogel can't believe, as she was told he died in a fire. Back at the station, Dexter's using this aging tool to predict what Vogel's son looks like now, and he notices that he looks similar to Oliver Saxon, and this clearly fake software agrees. A US Marshal has now taken over the Hannah McKay case, and with it he's taken all the details that Elway and Deborah managed to collect. So even though Deborah now wants out of the case, she might end up being credited in her capture. And sneaking around with Hannah is going to prove a challenge for Dexter, with Batista insisting that his apartment is kept under surveillance in case she comes back. Oh, she certainly came back. They go back to Hannah's friend's place, the woman who slipped Hannah the seizure pill. Her name is Arlene, and she's been helping keep Hannah's money aside while her account under her married name is being monitored. Surprisingly, the marshal turns up to the house, so Dexter pretends that Arlene's his rebound after breaking up with Hannah.
Now I see what you two really bonded over. You sure can pick 'em.
There's a funny close call where the marshal's asking Harrison about a picture he drew, and Dexter's eyes widen in fear when it comes time to ask him who the blonde lady is.
Now who's the pretty lady?
That's my mom.
Your mom.
Asking an extreme favour, Dexter asks if Hannah can stay at Deborah's place just until the heat dies down. Deborah's been looking into quitting Elway's firm and getting back into the PD as a detective, so she's helping Quinn to question Oliver again, as some of his story contradicts Jamie's statements. Quinn is so happy to be working with Deborah again that he kisses her.
Sorry. Why I did that.
Batista makes her reinstatement official by giving her a badge. Gotta say, this feels right. I always enjoyed her detective adventures, more so than the other ranks she held. Dexter tells Vogel that Oliver Saxon is her son, changing his name from Daniel Vogel. So now they have a difficult conundrum. Dexter needs to kill him, but obviously Vogel doesn't want to lose her only remaining son. He gives her some sleepy time juice, so she doesn't try and stop him from what needs to be done.
I thought one of Hannah's potions would be gentler than my needle.
He tracks down Oliver to a cafe, where he's been playing the same song over and over, with no one else in the cafe getting irritated by it. He goes to follow him, but Oliver sensed that Dexter was on his tail, so he slashed his tyres. He goes back to check on Vogel, but aside from being a bit upset that he drugged her, she's all good, and says that Oliver didn't come to visit. But when Dexter leaves, we find out that she was lying.
How about a little breakfast?
Okay. Mom?
Is this a new beginning? Or the beginning of the end?
Oliver isn't satisfied with Mummy's attempts to make amends. It's too little, too late. She left him to rot in a psychiatric ward, and he's angered at the idea that she put more care and attention into looking out for Dexter.
I'm sorry for everything I've done. I truly, truly am.
I wish I could believe you.
She tries to call Dexter off the manhunt, determined to save her son. Dexter cares about her enough to consider his options, and throughout the remainder of the show, prepare for a lot of flip-flopping on his choice, to kill or not kill. He takes Mummy to the place where he's been taking out his victims, an abandoned hospital that he's dressed up to replicate the same room where he was taken and quote-unquote treated. He's doing this because he wants her to understand his pain, and begs for her to treat him like she treats Dexter, giving him a similar code to live by, and her confidence when he needs it.
I'm asking you as your son. Please help me.
Dexter found his recordings where he killed Zach, and after showing these files to Vogel, she realises there's no hope for her son. Dexter tells Hannah that he wants to run away with her and Harrison, so they can start a new life in Argentina. Why is it all the bad people that want to flee to Argentina? Deborah finds this idea ridiculous, and is hurt by how blasé he seems about making such a big move.
You act like this doesn't even affect me.
I know it does.
Dexter announcing his departure has pricked up the ears of the marshal, who now suspects that he's running away with Hannah. Still being in love with Deborah, Quinn dumps Jamie, which is a real dick move, considering that they've only just got a place together. You're an absolute fool, Quinn. You lost out on the best woman in this show. Deborah finds out what he did, and the two admit that they still have feelings for each other. So once more they kiss, this time without feeling awkward about it, and this time Quinn's not cheating. This next moment is way funnier than it should be. Harrison's messing around with Deborah's treadmill, despite being told multiple times not to, and this happens.
Harrison.
It's the way he falls down and then like 5 seconds later, he then goes into the footstool. Watch this. Doink! Doink!
Harrison.
The noises. Doink. Ow, ow, ow! It's like he fell on a cat.
Harrison.
Hannah rushes him to the hospital as he cut his chin deep enough to need stitches. Problem is, the marshal has been giving Hannah's picture out, and the receptionist recognises her. When she calls in the marshal, he clocks in to what their game is.
His name was Harrison Morgan, and she sure acted like he was her own.
Dr. Vogel calls Dexter to warn that Oliver is on his way to her place, but Dexter gets there too late. He wants Dexter to see that she chose the wrong son to give her love and attention to. Rip to Evelyn Vogel. An interesting addition to Dexter's lore, but it was definitely her time to leave the story.
A better person would feel bad about LaGuardia's death, but the truth is, it solved all my problems.
Dexter brings the news about Vogel to Deborah, and the two give praise to her in bringing them together again after the whole almost killing my own brother situation. We get the unexpected return of Sylvia Prado, who's helping Dexter to sell the apartment.
With a location like yours, I wouldn't be surprised if we end up with 5 offers.
As Jamie's really going to miss Harrison, Dexter suggests that she has him for a sleepover, which has the additional benefit of freeing him up to go find Oliver, who he believes will be at the abandoned hospital. But actually right now he's in the PD, voluntarily offering a DNA swab to clear his name of killing Vogel. After he checks out the hospital, and the very moment of stepping in here would be my personal moment of saying, nah, f this. This looks like a scene from Silent Hill. Why is there a bag hanging from the ceiling and swinging around like a frigging ghost? Oliver's nowhere to be seen, but he does find his laptop, and on it are the rest of his recorded kills. Dexter knows he can use these to lure him out. The marshal's pressing Deborah, as her name was used on the medical form to give Harrison the stitches, but obviously Hannah was described as being the one. She talks her way out of it for now, but we know that he's going to keep on digging, getting Elway to check in on her to see if he finds that Hannah's staying at her place, and he barges his way inside, on the pretense of being concerned about her. He spots Hannah's shoes, but is told to get lost before he does any more snooping.
He's on to you. Oh, shit. Which means the deputy marshal won't be far behind. You've got to move fast.
Batista gives a nice speech to say farewell to Dexter.
Dexter Morgan may be leaving the Miami Metro Familia, but he will always be right here in our hearts. To Dexter.
Dexter!
Thank you. Thank you.
Back at the apartment, Oliver's here pretending to be an interested buyer, but really he's only here to offer a truce. If they both agree to go their separate ways, no one else has to get killed. I'm sure that's how it will go down. To ensure that he doesn't make Miami his new home, Dexter sends the video files to the press. And while pumping gas, Oliver sees the breaking news.
The footage we received from this anonymous source details murders allegedly committed.
Dexter.
Petrol pumps having a TV on top seems really unnecessary. I am way too British to understand this being a thing. Anyway, he takes the bait and gets taken out in a joint effort between Dexter and Deborah. Looking for poetic justice, he takes him to the same hospital for the kill. But in this moment, he realises that killing him won't bring him the same kind of fulfillment as being at home with Hannah and Harrison. So he leaves him for Deborah to arrest. And like absolute idiots, they leave him unattended so they can go outside for a goodbye hug. You know this means Oliver's gonna get away. Before that happens, we see Dexter leaving to go be with Hannah. And this is the moment when he realises that he no longer needs Ghost Dad.
I never thought this day would come. You don't need me anymore.
And that's the last time we see him on the show. Well anyway, while her back was turned, the marshal who was tailing Deborah finds Oliver tied up, and not knowing who he is unties him, and gets stabbed as a reward. Deborah goes to take him out, but she gets shot in the tummy. Oh dear. I've got a bad feeling about this.
Surprise, motherfucker.
We did it. We are at 96 episodes, boys. Get in there. Yes, boys, here we are. Woohoo! 96 episodes. Fuck yeah. Get out of here with that shit. Woohoo! Listen, I've had a lot of fun with this series, but I won't lie and say that I'm not happy to be at the end. I will say that having the finale episode be ranked very last on IMDb certainly makes for an interesting way to end the project, as I can find out firsthand if it truly deserves to be rated so poorly. Dexter, Hannah and Harrison are at the airport ready to make their exit from Miami, but Elway is here too, and they can't board the plane if he spots them. So Dexter comes up with a genius plan of stuffing a backpack and reporting it as a potential bomb, saying that he saw Elway leave it there.
Sir, I need you to do what I ask. This way. You gotta be f***ing kidding me.
Just as things are looking up, Dexter gets the call that Deborah's been shot. They come up with the alternative plan of Hannah getting on the bus, and Dexter will join them when he can. Deborah's still alive, but she's not out the woods yet, as the bullet has torn up her insides. Dexter blames himself for this, but really it's both your faults. Deborah says, no, I don't want to hear you say sorry, I want to hear you say goodbye, as you need to get to Argentina, so you can finally be free and happy.
Say it already or I'll crawl out of this bed and kick your f***ing ass.
Goodbye.
I'll see you soon.
Well, this certainly feels like a final goodbye, doesn't it? Right now, Oliver is forcing a vet to fix him up, as Deborah managed to shoot him in the arm. And you really feel awful for this vet, knowing that he's probably gonna die, even though he's being fully cooperative. To give this episode some praise, I really love this backdrop of having a storm brewing, which I know feels like a bit of a cliche for a finale, but Florida is the prime state for having hurricanes and storms, so it's cool to see this fact play into the story. But yeah, back to the vet. Oliver cuts out his tongue to create a distraction.
Let me get that.
Dexter is here at the same time to stop him taking out Deborah, but luckily the police are here too.
We got this, Dexter.
This didn't matter anyway, as Quinn reports that she was rushed to the ICU as she stopped breathing on her own. She's now on life support, with little to no chance of making a recovery.
Deborah's brain was deprived of oxygen for a period of
What do
time.
you mean? I thought you said she was gonna be fine.
I had hoped so.
On the bus, Elway makes a surprise appearance, so it looks like it's game over. But Hannah had the backup plan of one of Dexter's knockout needles.
The horse tranquilizer I just gave you was gonna kick in about 8 seconds.
Maybe lower your voice a bit, Hannah. You're quite loudly admitting to a crime.
The horse tranquilizer I just gave you was gonna kick in about 8 seconds.
Dexter goes rogue, signing himself in to do a gunshot residue test on Oliver, announcing to him that he's here to end his life, knowing that Oliver will make the first move, so he can make it look like a kill in self-defense. Reviewing the CCTV, Batista and Quinn agree to this outcome, as even though it does look kinda sus, they're glad Oliver is dead, and they want to look after their own. Knowing that Deborah isn't going to make it, Dexter applies Harry's code one last time. Killing Deborah is a kind of justice, in that she's getting a bittersweet release from a life of being a vegetable. She absolutely wouldn't want this.
I love you, Deb.
I kinda wish Dexter shed some tears here, like genuine tears, to show how there was one person in his life that was able to trigger his human side. I would have felt a great deal more here. The sadness I do feel is seeing what a crappy ending Deborah has. Despite all her enabling, she didn't deserve to die. So yeah, I feel this sense of tragedy for her. Oh, actually I'll take that back. I call BS on this next part, where Dexter's able to wheel her out of the hospital and then plonk her body on the back of his boat, with not a single person noticing. There are so many people here who would have seen him doing this and maybe raised some kind of alarm. I know there's a storm going on and that's keeping people occupied, but come on, this is a little silly. Seeing her body sinking into the sea was a surreal moment for this show. This visual's gonna be on my mind for some time. Dexter makes one last call to Hannah and Harrison to say one last time that he loves them, without revealing his intentions of protecting them in the only way he feels will be effective, by driving himself into the storm.
I destroy everyone I love. I have to protect them from me.
But shed no more tears, Hannah, for he's not actually dead. He's a lumberjack now. Come on, really? Okay, this is cliche as hell. And the show ends with him going back to his cabin, looking completely empty inside, sitting there in total silence. Really? That's the ending? That's the final shot? No internal monologue? That was a bizarre ending that right now I can't even react to that because I'm kind of disappointed. It wasn't a terrible episode. It's been rated lowest on IMDb. I don't necessarily feel like I don't feel it deserves lowest rating, but I need to sit with this. I need to sit with how I feel about this because that was very underwhelming / kind of pissing me off. And I need to get these erratic thoughts down on paper before I say something horrible or something that makes die-hard Dexter fans annoyed at me. What a roller coaster of a show. Never before has a show given me such a mixed bag of excitement, boredom, amazement, and at times genuine joy. This ending was a better experience than I feel the ratings give credit for. Yeah, maybe it would have been better to have a Heisenberg style ending. Of all people, Dexter deserved to die. But we don't always get justice, we don't always get what we want, or even what we feel we deserve. You guys here supporting me by watching is more than I ever imagined I would get for making my videos on YouTube. And now that we've reached the end of Dexter, I feel totally blessed that some of you feel I deserve to be supported on Patreon or through channel memberships. To all my Patreons, to all my channel members that have stuck with me throughout the whole series of Dexter, I'm here to personally shout you out and give you my heart to say thank you very much and give you a celebratory party popper, confetti cannon thing, and I'm going to read your names out one by one. So first up, it's Pikachu. Hey, that's probably very loud in the microphone, isn't it? Purple Piss. Scotty A21. Oh, he's a dud. Scotty, that's not looking good for you. Luckily, I have backups. Okay, Scotty A21. Woo! Who's next? Fush Blaster. Tyler Nelson. UB1980. Your dad 432. AFK. Where are we? Big Tug 7880. Callum MacLeod. Elder. Logan Colback. Woohoo! Mark Frosty. Okamidari. Ow! Fuck, that hurt my ears. It didn't even explode. Seven Face. Sean Snyder. Spit Sock. The Clever Joey. Scound Wave, aka Scout. Leo Arcadia. Waghira. Another dud. Raluca Constantinuanu. Sleepnir. Woohoo! That was a good one. Manuel, you've been here for a while too. A lot of you have. Thank you. 3 more people. Ben. Rocco Diert. Last but not least is Sean Brown. Woohoo! Thank you so much for being here. Really appreciate you. I love you all. You've been here to watch the entirety of me recapping Dexter. Honestly, cannot thank you enough. It's meant the world to me. And honestly, even if you've not been supporting me through Patreon or channel memberships, I say it every video, but I do mean it. Your support is palpable. I can taste it on my tongue. I love you guys. Thank you so much for joining. And yeah, until the next series. Bye-bye.